1, but Black Panther was number 1. Wakanda Forever, 67.3 million. It was followed by The Menu, The Chosen, Season 3. Black Adam was in the top 5 at number 4, followed by Ticket to Paradise, She Said, Lyle Lyle Crocodile, Smile, Drishayam, and then number 10 was Pray for the Devil.
Smile's available on Paramount Plus now.
I just watched it over the weekend.
And?
Yeah, I enjoyed it a lot. Sosie Bacon, Kevin Bacon's daughter, is in it.
Okay.
Yeah, she's the star.
Nice.
And the thing is, it's weird. It's in the top 10.
Yeah.
And it's available to see at home, as well.
Yeah, so my daughter, my youngest, went to go see it 2 weekends ago, and she went with a bunch of friends, and the one friend's mom bought the tickets online.
Right.
And then the dad dropped them off at the movie theater. He dropped all the girls off at the wrong movie theater. They didn't realize this, so they ended up sitting in the freaking hallway of this movie theater for like 2 hours and never saw the movie.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, because I don't think the movie was actually playing at the theater that they went to. Like, yeah.
So
that's a dad move right there.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
So wait, so they didn't have tickets in. I guess they bought them online.
And even the ticket guy was like, I don't know why this isn't working. This isn't working.
And so rather than have the dad come pick them back up, they just hung out?
They didn't even know. Like, nobody figured it out. Like, the guy accepting the tickets didn't realize it. And then he goes, just go to Theater 8, right? So they go to Theater 8, which is where Black Adam was playing. They put they go to their seats. They put their coats down on the seats. They go to get concessions. When they come back, somebody had taken their jackets and like thrown them over the railing.
What the hell is this?
I know. It was such. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't tell you guys about this before, but they still had no idea why all this was happening.
None of it makes any sense on any level.
They didn't realize until the movie started. We're like, oh, this isn't the movie that we came to see.
This isn't my father.
Yeah, I mean, like,
It's not my beautiful wife. So wait a minute, boy, I don't understand. You said they hung out for 2.5 hours in a hallway?
Yeah, well, no, they hung out in the hallway, and then eventually they called the dad, and everything got figured out, and they ended up buying him tickets to another movie.
I gotcha.
And so they never actually saw Smile.
Oh.
I don't know if they actually, I don't even know what movie they saw. I don't remember what movie they saw.
That's
a crazy story.
Great day at the multiplex.
Yeah.
Okay.
All I know is I wasn't responsible for anything.
That's it.
There you go.
Okay.
Casey had nothing to do with it. That's all there was to it.
It's another dad.
All right. So the American Music Awards were last night. 50th annual, by the way, for this event. Wayne Brady was a host. Taylor Swift took home the top honors, and I think I saw a stat that she has now won 40 American Music Awards.
Is that
40 of them.
It's just astonishing.
Can you imagine
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
What the trophy cabinet looks like?
Does it even
Tay-Tay's?
mean anything at this
probably
point?
not.
Yeah.
I mean,
She wipes her ass with them. And that hurts because they have a lot of edges.
Yeah, it's got a point on it.
Absolutely.
So I'll play a clip from her, and you can hear whether or not she is,
Yeah.
if it means anything anymore. She seems to be thankful for it, but she won for her favorite pop album, Red, and we have that. Do we have that case?
Yeah.
All right, here's the acceptance speech.
Everybody loves bacon. Well, there's that.
So she's using her time on stage to hawk the bacon bowl?
She's an investor, Steve.
It's probably going to pay off. I mean, if she gets behind it.
At this point, there should be just like a random topic generator.
Yeah.
When she steps up to accept an award, so she can just talk about anything at that moment.
At this point, there's nothing that she can do that's going to
come on.
harm her career.
I mean,
she could lift up
just
one
because
leg.
she's given so many acceptance speeches.
Sure.
At this point, we're
here's
going to
what
talk
I
about
say.
bacon bowls.
It's for you.
And don't you love bacon?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
This album is a re-recorded album, and I cannot tell you how much my re-recorded albums mean to me, but I never expected or assumed that they would mean anything to you. So I can't thank you enough for caring about this album that I'm so proud of.
All right, so this is a re-recorded album after that whole controversy
Braun.
with the with the Masters,
Right.
And so she just won awards for something she has done twice.
Yeah,
now,
I
guess.
almost should call. I'm officially calling no fair on this
Okay.
one.
Well, I think there are. It's not
She changed
exactly the
things.
same. Yeah, she changed
things up. Yeah. All right, so she won another gazillion awards last night. Congratulations to her. Dove Cameron won the award for New Artist of the Year.
Really?
Yeah, right. I didn't know that. I know her from The
Yeah,
Descendants.
absolutely.
Yeah.
The Descendants that's my jam.
Mm-hmm. And Dan and Shay walked away with the nod for favorite country duo or group.
I was pulling for them.
And let's see what else we have here. Closing out the night was Smokey Robinson, introducing Lionel Richie and presented him with the Icon Award. Listen, there was a ton of awards. It's not really big on our radar. I don't have to really slice and dice it all up. Although Pink, here we have a clip of her. She did a tribute to Olivia Newton-John and did some of Hopelessly Devoted to You. So let's hear a little bit of that.
Bacon bowl makes a...
Dude.
Keep doing it.
I'm not. All right, I'm done.
Is Preston mad?
No, I'm not mad.
Why would she take something in tribute to someone who's passed and that her as well to hawk the bacon bowl? Just doesn't make any sense.
There we go.
Bacon bowl.
She sounds great.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's
I always
got
love
a
that
powerful
song.
voice. Yeah.
Always love that song.
Was that song was not in the original?
No, they
it was
wrote that for
musical,
her.
yeah.
For the movie.
Yep, they needed a song for her to really show what she could do, and they did. All right, so and also Lionel Richie as the Icon winner, the group of all stars sang "We Are the World" because he was one of the authors of that song.
What about Stevie Wonder, Melissa Etheridge, a couple other people, and they gave it a good go.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's easy.
Yikes.
Was that you?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, don't do that. Hold on, back that up, Casey. I'm like, wow, that's really.
There's
can't help
air
it.
voice in there. It's not good.
I'm easy like Sunday morning.
Who is this singing on it?
I am Charlie Bluth.
Okay.
I'm easy.
No.
I'm easy like Sunday
No.
No.
You like my version better, don't you? Yeah.
I thought we had "We Are the World."
That's what I thought.
That's what I
That's
thought.
what it says here on the thing. All right. Well, anyway,
There's no words on it.
that was easy. That was what that was.
Play the
All right.
bacon bowl.
Yeah.
Let's see. What else do I have?
Bacon bowls.
All right. Don't worry, darling. Co-stars and former boyfriend and girlfriend Harry Styles and Olivia Wilde have called it quits on their romantic relationship after being together for almost 2 years.
I didn't think it could survive all this recent stuff.
It was confirmed by multiple sources that the couple had reportedly come together in the mutual decision to go their separate ways. The breakup comes about due to long distances and personal issues. A source says he's still touring and is now going abroad. She is focusing on her kids and her work in L.A. It's very amicable.
He wrote, "It's over in bacon bits."
Revealing more on the situation, another source says that they're still very close friends. While a friend of both Harry and Olivia explains right now they have different priorities and that are keeping them apart.
So if you end up dating Olivia Wilde after this, do you know that you're going to get some if she gives you that special salad?
Yeah, I guess so,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
Salad
yeah.
dressing, right?
Salad dressing, yeah.
Yeah. Or just the whole yeah. it was
That's the
salad.
sign.
So speaking on the hardships that the two have faced, the friend added the public pressure on them has been difficult. And just like most couples, they've had ups and downs throughout the relationship. So apparently it's kind of done with for now. But
I didn't think it was going to go the distance anyway.
it was a rebound.
That's it.
I mean,
That's it.
you know, she ended up the marriage between her and Jason Sudeikis, and she needed a transitional thing, and she'll find something.
He's been
else.
able to, get through it by going through a steady stream of page 3 girls.
Right. Hey, they're both stunningly attractive people,
Yeah.
so I think they're going to be okay. Michael J. Fox was praised for his work seeking a Parkinson's disease cure, and Cher presented songwriter Diane Warren with a long overdue Oscar at the Governor's Awards, which was on Saturday night. Directors Peter Weir and Uzan Palsi were also given honorary Oscars at the award ceremony presented by the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. Contenders including Jennifer Lawrence, Florence Pugh, Angela Bassett, Eddie Redmayne, Michelle Williams, Kate Blanchett, Brendan Fraser, Tom Hanks, Glenn Powell, and Janelle Monáe attended the black tie event, seen as the official start of Hollywood's movie award season. And Michael J. Fox used the Bruce Springsteen song No Surrender to describe his battle to find a cure for the degenerative disorder of the brain. He said, that is sort of a personal anthem of mine. No retreat, no surrender. Presenting the award, longtime friend Woody Harrelson said Fox turned a chilling diagnosis into a courageous mission by founding the Michael J. Fox Foundation to seek a cure. The foundation has raised more than $1 billion for research.
Wow.
He said he never asked for the role of Parkinson's advocate, but it is his best performance. Michael J. Fox sets the ultimate example of how to fight and how to live. After receiving a lengthy standing ovation on his way to the podium, Fox quipped to the audience, he goes, "You guys are going to make me shake." He does have a great sense of humor when it comes to all things like that. He said, this is so cool, as he was looking at the statue. And he gave an emotional thanks to Tracy Pollan, his wife of 34 years, for her support from the first diagnosis. He struggled for words, saying, Tracy made it clear that she was with me for the duration. Throughout the difficulties and health setbacks caused by Parkinson's, Fox says he experienced the advocacy and the work for a cure have ultimately been rewarding. He said, Parkinson's disease is the gift that keeps on taking, but it truly has been a gift. And I cannot believe that I have been standing here for this long. It's a miracle. I said, I can't walk and carry this thing, but I asked Tracy to once again to carry the weight.
Oh, that's wild.
That's
yeah,
nice.
And they've been strong through all this stuff.
Yeah.
It's got to be taxing.
Yeah, absolutely. Drew Barrymore has gotten candid about her relationship to alcohol in the December edition of her,
I love it.
of her magazine, Drew. No, it's not that. The Never Been Kissed actress said, abstaining from drinking has been one of the most liberating things in my journey of life. She said one of the bravest things you can do is slay those dragons and finally change an awful cycle in which you found yourself stuck. For me, it was to stop drinking.
Wasn't she in rehab at like 11?
Yeah, she was. She's being dragged around to bars and drinking when she was a kid. Her mom was
not a good mom.
Bad influence. Yeah. And I think she went early on to try to seek help, and it, came back.
I remember that People magazine cover with her as a kid coming out of rehab.
She said that this allowed her to finally become free of the torture of guilt and dysfunction. The talk show host also shared support for others this holiday season, saying during the holidays, when we spend so much energy trying to measure up to the picture-perfect standards set by the Norman Rockwells of the world, I'd like for you to try to remember to give yourself a pass, a hug, as it were.
Yes.
And I will try to.
Drew Barrymore's right.
Yeah, it's a nice sentiment.
Kathy, with Ellen gone, do you watch any of these other shows?
Not really. You know what? As much as I loved Ellen, I didn't often watch her show just because I wasn't home at that time. No, so I haven't really caught on to any of the, or watched any of these.
Yeah, because you have her and Kelly Clarkson, right?
Yeah.
They're kind of the two.
Jennifer Hudson. I think hers is more in the morning.
I did catch a little of Kelly Clarkson's. Why? Who was it? I can't remember.
Karaoke?
No, I can't remember why I turned it on, but I did. It was Kristen Bell. What was she promoting? Whatever. Anyway, Kelly Clarkson is...
Here it comes.
No,
On TV.
She constantly talks over her guests.
All right.
Yes, agreed.
Constantly.
She has not gotten the rhythm down.
What?
And
Like,
it's
what
been
are
a
you
while.
doing?
It's been a while.
It's been a long. Like I. It
Do
was
you like
annoying.
karaoke?
I didn't see karaoke.
It's something that you have to actively work on as a host, as a show host, and it's your natural inclination to want to contribute, and to be a part, but you've got to pull back and you got to let it breathe.
I know Justin Guarini.
I talk over you.
No, but if it's constant, then it can be. Then you can't unhear it. You know what I mean?
And it wasn't even like the end of her sentence where she was then gonna say something. Like it was right in the middle of Kristen Bell's story, and it was hard to like. And then I didn't. That's all I was looking for, and all I was listening for. I'm like, yeah, this is annoying.
Yeah. All right. Well, Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade announced Mariah Carey will appear to perform All I Want for Christmas Is You.
There you go.
Yep.
You think
Around.
she's going to lip sync?
Oh, possibly.
They always love
It kills me when they do that.
I know.
Yeah.
It just kills me.
But I guess it maybe logistically it's kind of hard to pull it off in that parade setting.
Has anyone ever done it? I mean,
don't know.
I don't know how. I guess with all of the variables there, you're outdoors. You got all this ambient sound, but they've done it before.
Yeah, but to make sure, performance after performance after performance, as they are literally going by.
Right.
It might be more difficult to pull off than we realize.
You've seen technical problems, right? When they've had those periodically.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she posted the news on Instagram, deferring to the traditional parade closer, Santa Claus. She wrote, "My childhood dream is coming to life. I'm going to be opening for the one and only Santa Claus at this year's Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade."
God, as a kid, I used to freak out when Santa would finish off the parade route. It's awesome.
She wrote, "Tuning in on Thanksgiving Day at NBC, #Macy's Day Parade."
Yeah, it was in my household, it was always like posed as like, okay, it's officially Christmas time. You know?
That's great.
Yeah,
And this year, Casey, 3 of the marching bands are fully Nick Cannon's children.
Oh, my
which is amazing. It's amazing.
Wow.
The Cannon Children.
Ladies and gentlemen, the all Nick Cannon's Children Marching Band.
Whoa, wrong button.
What?
Sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, the all Nick Cannon's Children Marching Band.
And they're marching all the way to Wildwood, from New York City to Wildwood.
Marching from here to Wildwood, New Jersey. Why? We have no idea.
Oh, my goodness.
Once they arrive, they'll be collected up in cargo aircraft and then dumped into the ocean.
The usual helium balloons, marching bands, and celebrity lip syncing to their hits will also be at the parade. The Macy's parade will be televised on NBC.
Any new balloons this year? They usually unveil something.
Yeah, I've not seen any stories yet. There's usually some new. If it's like a new animated.
I think it's Louis Gossett Jr.
Is that really?
It's a weird
And a tribute to Iron Eagle.
Now, in a tribute to Iron Eagle, the Louis Gossett Jr. balloon.
It's about time. You know, he's earned it.
Is it about time,
Yeah.
though?
Underrated
Is
movie.
that a Charlie Brown character? No, can't you see, you idiot? That's Louis Gossett Jr. in the tribute to Iron Eagle.
Morons.
Do I have to tell you everything?
I loved in Cobra Kai, Johnny's 2 favorite movies were Iron Eagle 1 and Iron Eagle 2. It looks like the Minions, are they new, Nick? You just pulled up or have they been in the parade before?
Well, it's a giant minion that the gimmick is that the shrinkway has been broken for so long that it's still a giant minion.
Okay.
There's a big Barney one this year, Pillsbury Doughboy.
I love Boss Baby. I don't recall seeing that.
Oh, that's kind of cute.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Okay. All right.
And then there's a large bacon bowl, Preston.
Wow.
Oh,
The
wow.
giant inflatable
Bacon bowls.
Bacon bowl. But Mariah will be there. We do know that. Cheryl Burke is ready to move on from Dancing with the Stars. The star who has been a part of the show for 17 years
Wow.
and 26 seasons.
That's
revealed,
too long.
She's leaving the Disney Plus series. She said, "I've been crying nonstop. I've been very emotional. There are a lot of emotions. There's a lot of excitement. There's also..." She also said there's also a lot of fear, and the end of the day, it is actually maybe another divorce in a way that I'm going through in 1 year. So she's been candid about her sobriety
Yes.
and a divorce from her ex-husband, Matthew Lawrence, but she believes that it is time for her to focus on herself going forward. She said, "Lately, I've talked a lot about how my body, it just hurts. For me, as a dancer, as a woman, unfortunately, this is what happens as an athlete as well. And there comes a time," she said, "I'm almost 40 years old. I'm 38. And I have certain expectations I set for myself. Sometimes if I don't see what I want to see or think that I'm producing, that has a lot to do with it. But then also it has a lot to do with growth in general. At the end of the day," she said, "it's my sobriety as well. And I feel like I really have evolved and I've just done a lot of work within myself to continue to be judged, to continue to worry about my body, to continue to worry about if I look good and not look good in a costume is not where I am today.
You and I do a lot of this kind of dancing, and you know how you look in the various costumes, and you know if you're not up to snuff.
Yeah,
and
especially while
can
doing
weigh
the
on you.
cha-cha-cha. It's like your ass is out there for everybody to see.
Didn't you have a wardrobe malfunction during one of your dancing things, Kathy?
Oh yeah, the strap around my neck popped off and fell down. And yep, I mean, I think
You were able to hold it in place, though, or did you just let everything hang out?
No. I think there had to have been something. I had to have been wearing something under it.
Right.
But I remember, I had to there was like a move where I dropped to the floor. So I dropped to the floor early. And I remember everyone looking at me like, what is she doing? And it was like God was on my side because I just put my hands, back by where the snap was. And I rehooked it all in like a matter of like 3 seconds.
Wow.
And I don't know how I did it, but I did. And then we went on with the rest of the routine.
Nice. All right. Well, unfortunately, we have a couple of stories of people passing away. A gentleman by the name of Jason David Frank. He's the actor who played Tommy Oliver in the Power Rangers franchise. He passed away 49 years old on Saturday. He was most well known for his role in the original run of the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers in 1993 as the Green Ranger, Tommy Oliver. Despite only appearing in 14 episodes during that first season, he went on to become one of the most recognized figures in the franchise, appearing in 10 series and 4 movies.
God, that show was super popular.
Huge.
You
Yeah.
couldn't escape it.
Beyond his role in Power Rangers, Frank was a professionally trained mixed martial artist, highly versed in Taekwondo, Muay Thai, Judo, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and others. Fellow Rangers Walter E. Jones and Blake Foster both shared their condolences on his passing. At this time, no statement's been released by his family on his death.
There have been a couple of horrific stories associated with ex-cast members of the Power Rangers, right? There's been a couple of them.
Huh.
I'm trying to remember what was the most recent one, but
Of just like tragic
just getting in with
stuff.
again, bad brushes with the law and stuff like that.
And then an actress I'm not familiar with, Nikki A. Cox, known for her recurring role as Meg Masters in Supernatural, died. She was 47 years old. Her husband was by her side.
That sucks.
Cause of death has not been announced, although she revealed that she was diagnosed with leukemia in March of 2021, announcing it on Instagram, in which she had initially thought she had COVID-19. She wrote, I became very ill thinking I had COVID in January and February. Well, things came to a head, and I ended up in the hospital diagnosed with leukemia. She posted regular updates until March of this year, and then that's when she stopped posting. She became a regular favorite in the Supernatural universe while playing Meg Masters between 2006 and 2008. So it just came upon, and it's just sad news, man.
Life cut too short.
Yep. Let's see what else we have here. All right, this is nice, though. Eva Mendes may have spilled the beans about a secret marriage to Ryan Gosling. In an interview with Today Australia, the actress said that she's loving it down under. She said, everybody's amazing. Everybody is welcoming us. It's been so beautiful. My husband, Ryan, is here. And our children are here. And we're having
What
the
did
best
you
time.
say?
Earlier in the week, excuse me.
What did you say?
Earlier in the week,
Squeeze me.
Mendez shared a photo of a tattoo that she has on her wrist. It says D. Gosling.
D's nuts.
Imagine
Yeah, we know you've got a tattoo on your wrist that says D's nuts.
Eva Mendes says D's nuts.
I think they're a wonderful couple. And I just watched La La Land again.
I agree. Oh, I love that movie.
It's great.
Love that movie. She also seemed to hint that the pair were married as well. But D.E.
D's nuts.
Gosling.
Come on.
I don't know. What does D. Gosling
It
mean?
would mean like of
Gosling.
Yeah, or
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Part of the Gosling.
Yes.
City of Stars.
City of stars.
One day, since we're very close to it, let's do the opening number of La La Land on the Schuylkill.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's.
Yeah, we'll
just like the 5 of us here.
And see if we can get everyone else to
Everybody
join.
to stop and join in.
We'll just have to do it like impromptu. Kathy will let us know when
Sure.
the
Go.
traffic jam is the worst.
Okay, go. Yeah, you should give us the traffic report, Case.
All right.
I think we could do it. I think we'd be beaten to death.
I think we could do it.
Yeah.
Can we do it? Yes.
Yes. Will we die?
Well, yes.
Not at all.
Probably.
Ryan Gosling pisses me off, man. That guy's way too good looking and talented, and
I know.
just like married to her now.
And he was in the Musketeer Club.
I know, right? Knock it off.
Look at this opening. Every time I watch the opening to La La Land on the, and knowing that when they shot this thing, it was 111 degrees.
Yeah, it's a pretty big production. It's a gigantic production, actually, when you look at the scope of it. All right, so other couple little tidbits here for you. Variety reports that HBO has promptly greenlit The White Lotus for another season. Third season will feature new guests at a different White Lotus resort.
So I'm currently watching a season 2, as per Nick's recommendation. I really enjoyed season 1. I would call it it's sort of a murder mystery, but it's a lot more than that.
Yeah, it's mostly just like character development.
It's character. There are some really weird, wonderful, amazing things that happen in it. If you hang with it for a couple episodes, and then it starts to deliver.
Cool. And then let's see. Deadline reports that Ben Affleck and Matt Damon have joined forces with Redbird Capital's Jerry Cardinale, and they're launching their own production company. It's called Artist Equity. The studio seeks to create entrepreneurial partnerships with filmmakers. So they're trying to get more money for people who are not on camera but involved directly in the filmmaking process.
They were sort of doing this when they had that HBO series Project Greenlight.
Yep.
So this seems like an extension of that.
Yeah, they want to take it to another level, so they are working on that. All right, I think we're ready to do the clips for you now. Young Sammy Fableman falls in love with movies after his parents take him to see the greatest show on earth. In The Fablemans, that's what this is. In this clip, the star Paul Dano talks about the challenge of playing this role so soon after playing the Riddler. Here we go.
Well, I was so relieved that Stephen would ask me to play this part, especially after that. It was a really good antidote, to
Bacon Bowl makes a whole new way to munch.
to get to play somebody who has so much integrity and kindness.
Okay.
You sound insane.
Hey, everyone's loving that Bacon Bowl.
Yep.
This is unofficially the story of Steven Spielberg.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Everything down to his favorite movie being the Cecil B. DeMille, the circus movie.
Yep, the greatest show on earth.
Yep.
All right, next clip. Here we go. Oh, sorry. So, a young woman survives on the margins of society when she meets and falls in love with a dangerous drifter in Bones and All. Here, star Taylor Russell explains why the story felt real during filming.
It kind of has to feel real to play it. And we were in an incredible environment, too. There's a harshness in that landscape, but also something so welcoming in the vastness of it. Needless to say, there was a lot to sink into.
Bones and All
Come
in the
on.
theaters now. What?
There's no bacon clip in there.
Oh,
You were expecting
I
it.
was.
I know you were.
I was waiting for
I
it.
It's
know
not the
you
way it
were.
works.
Yeah.
That's not
the
how it
Bacon
works.
Bowl does not
Bacon
come
bowls.
if you're expecting it.
I actually...
We should start a new tradition, Bacon Bowl on the shelf.
I had it in there, Nick.
You did?
I did. And then after the Paul Dano one, I'm like, all right, let me take that. Might be overkill.
I was hoping
Would you
for
be
it.
into Bacon Bowl on the shelf this holiday season?
Well, I mean, I don't have room for that. Not with Perky the Quirky Turkey and
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
Elf
he's
on the
running out of
Shelf.
space.
And, yeah.
Is Perky up?
Lonnie the Lamentable Labia?
No, Perky doesn't show up until Thanksgiving morning. Come on, you know the tradition.
I don't.
you know. It goes back centuries.
At least a year and a half.
Come on.
It's a Druid tradition.
That's our entertainment report for today. All right. Speaking of bacon,
Yes.
Kevin Bacon.
Bacon.
Michael Bacon. Lots of Bacons on the program today. They will be joining us.
Bacon Bowls.
Yeah, they'll be on the show. The 9 o'clock hour, actually, they have a song called Philly Thing, which is out, and their proceeds go to some cool charities. So we'll talk to those guys.
Today we should present to them a business opportunity
Bacon
about
bowl.
starting a bowling alley.
Oh, my God.
Bacon bowl.
Oh,
Yes.
dude.
That's not a
A
bad
small
idea.
percentage is all we ask.
That is a great idea.
Give us the same percentage we got for the ice cream.
Yeah, and we will be on Easy Street in forever.
Yeah. All right, let's take a break and come back as the sun is coming up and shining down, and it's a little bit warmer on this Monday morning. We'll be right back. Make sure you stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Greetings, good citizens. And Channing Tatum met She called him out for wearing Crocs. The two actors met while teaming up for Kravitz's directorial debut. Have you heard of this movie? It's called Pussy Island.
No.
Yeah.
I like it.
The Magic Mike star told Deadline, I totally loved Crocs for a hot second, and in one hang, she was like, you can't ever do that again. And I said, okay, fine.
Okay, so the bigger question is, what's the plot of Pussy Island?
I think it's not what you think it is. I think the name...
About vaginas?
It's not that.
Oh, okay.
It's something else. At least that's what I read a blurb. I didn't go into detail about it, but I heard it's not supposed to be vulgar.
Like Lord of the Buttholes.
It's pretty much the same story.
Yeah.
Yeah. Instead of the conch, they blow something else.
Exactly.
Right. Kravitz insists that she was just trying to be a good friend, adding, there are people out there who can pull off the Crocs thing. I just wasn't sure you were one of them.
Didn't we just hear, though, that the Crocs have come back into quasi-fashion?
Yeah, but I mean, if anybody could pull them off, it's Channing Tatum. You know, that guy can wear whatever he wants, and it'll be fashionable.
Marissa is scanning to find out the plot of Pussy Island, and I can't read that. It's too tiny. Hang on a second here. Frida is a young, clever Los Angeles cocktail waitress who has her eyes set on the prize, philanthropist and tech mogul Slater King.
Slater King.
When she skillfully maneuvers her way into King's inner circle and ultimately an intimate gathering on his private island. She's ready for a journey of a lifetime. Maybe it does mean pussy.
Is this kind of like a Jeffrey Epstein thing?
I don't know.
Impossible.
I do not know. What would it be harder to lick the inside of my ear or the inside of my belly button?
No, belly button.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. How about butthole?
Just set. No.
Okay.
Oh my God, no.
Well, honestly, it's just a common thing. You ask anybody at work, would you mind licking my butthole? I'm sure that's being asked in every business. But I mean, that's just simply for a scientific test.
No, somebody recently told me that guys love that.
No,
that is incorrect.
Listen, there may be some that dig that.
No, I do not.
Yeah, no, we
She goes,
know why.
they'll go wild.
What?
No.
Who said that?
I swear to God.
Who?
All right, write it down.
Diane, your wife.
Oh, how dare. Because I thought it was Jerry. I thought it was your mom.
Yeah, your mom who won't let you eat gum out of a vending machine is encouraging you to toss people's salad.
When does it become that act?
We should call it a hobby. You should call it a blow hobby.
Well, no, but
yeah,
right.
And then maybe chicks will dig it more.
Let's use.
How about a hand hobby, please?
Let's use euphemisms if we're going to do that.
Feel free.
So, when is it stop being a handy and become a hand hobby?
Yeah.
When does it stop being a blowy and become a blow hobby?
I think they're both the same.
Well,
No, I know what you're saying. You're saying when it stops becoming
It's
a
like
job,
anal sex
right?
hobby.
You don't want it to be a job.
correct. But when? Well, crap.
All right, never mind.
I can't do it.
We're never gonna be able to get into the meat.
It's a nuance that we can't.
So
Are you talking about finishing?
Yes.
I thought
Well,
you
you
were talking
always
about,
should finish any job you start.
Thank you.
I thought you were talking
Let's
about.
put a button in it right there.
My parents always taught me that.
Finish every
You
job.
don't quit in the middle. This I do know. Yoplait, the yogurt company, has now introduced a yogurt they call Gushers. Yeah, man.
Well, that's a candy, right?
It was.
Yeah.
I believe.
Well, not a
right?
candy.
It was gum.
No, it was like
I'm
a fruit.
Peter North, and I'm very excited about a new product line from Yoplait called Gushers.
Tell me more,
was,
Peter.
I've been part of the R&D on this product for quite a long time.
Oh my God.
It was like a fruit snack, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And for ladies, squirters.
Oh my God.
Pizza Hut seems to be trying to bring in new customers by reviving old menu items, and the latest is what they call the Edge, part of the chain's nostalgia campaign.
My name is Bono, and I'd like to introduce a new pizza sensation to you. It's called The Edge. Some people say this is a revolutionary pizza, but it's not. It's a pizza that's been here before, probably in your own big fat belly. Remember what we say here, avoid the noid.
That's Domino's. This is Pizza Hut. All right, so it's called the Edge, and
It's called The Edge.
Pizza Hut considers the Edge. It was first introduced in 1997, and they call the Edge a tavern-style pizza.
Oh, yeah.
It's cut into 16 squares and comes in a cracker-thin crust.
I remember this.
Geometrically perfect and a taste sensation that'll rock your world.
And it will be available at participating Pizza Hut locations.
Order now and receive a mid-sized Coke.
Pizza Hut.
It'll be available at participating locations nationwide for about $13.
So I did Pizza Hut just not that actually that long ago. It was probably during Lent, and I did it because we had been talking about it. I'm like, I
You're a
haven't.
man of faith.
Well, I hadn't had a Pizza Hut pizza in a long time, so I ended up getting a regular pizza, and then I got the stuffed crust pizza. And I know that you guys are all out on stuffed crust. I thought the stuffed crust was.
You're a filthy animal.
I know, but I thought it was markedly better.
I'm not out on stuffed crust, but I just don't order it. You know what I mean?
Too much.
I know, and I
Why don't they just take a fire hose and spray cheese on you as you come in?
Right.
So this pizza, looking at it, I'm glad thin crust has kind of made its way around the country because I grew up in St. Louis. This pizza called the Emos. You guys know I've talked about it for years. That's what it is. It's just thin crust
your
pizza.
version of the Edge.
It's cut in squares. That's the way they've always cut it, and it's been since I was a baby, essentially that I've had that. So
Suckling at your mother's teeth.
I prefer this type pizza. I'm glad that it's made its way around.
And so I don't actually ever remember this as a menu item. So
I don't remember this from Pizza Hut either. Steve.
I do.
I remember Domino's.
You do?
I do remember this, yeah, and I remember it because of like the way that they were able to cram as much pizza on as thin a crust as possible and get it all the way to the edge. Hence the name.
Well, this was kind of like you said, 97, right?
Yeah.
So like that was past at least my Pizza Hut days. I think the last time I had Pizza Hut, I was in like middle school.
You were not in college or ordering pizza.
Was the time at downtown Julie Brown.
Wubba wubba wubba.
No, Nick, you know.
Wubba wubba was the battle cry as they took to the pizzas. And the ovens flamed with the fires of edginess.
Wubba wubba.
So Nick, we had like the famous like pizza restaurant that we would go to in Westchester.
What famous pizza restaurant was it?
More's, I think it was called.
That's a mores. It's love.
We had Oips.
College towns always have the the local pizza joints.
Yeah,
That's fantastic. The one at University of Missouri was Shakespeare's, and it was outstanding.
Original Italian pizza, Oips. Everybody ordered.
Oips?
Yeah, original Italian pizza is what that stood for, and that was the college town pizza. Yeah, so but you wouldn't order from OIP. You'd from Oips. That's
like
Oips.
that. Yeah.
All right, let me move on to something else. You had mentioned your mustard, Nick.
Yes.
You may want to try that on watermelon. It's the latest thing that people have been sampling. Lizzo kind of made a big deal about it on TikTok. So she had she made a video of her doing some funny TikTok things where there's some edits and all of a sudden the watermelon appears and so on.
So this to me, Preston, seems like the old thing of putting salt on watermelon.
Yeah, I grew up putting salt on watermelon. I don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
But they had said it was to bring out the sweetness by adding the salt. And
I heard that on cantaloupe.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
The same thing. Same thing. Kids.
Yeah, and I like them.
Any melon will do.
So here's the thing.
Doesn't matter if it's a cantaloupe or a honeydew or a cassava. Any melon covered in salt will bring out the sweetness of the savory. Living together on one melon the way we should all live together.
Now people are trying mustard.
Now they're trying mustard just like Lizzo.
Yeah, so, but the jury's out on whether she thought it was good or not. So she had called it, is it bussin' or disgusting?
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
But she never really...
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
In this video said whether it was bussin' or disgusting, so...
No, she doesn't. And I think, so the common thing of like sea salt and caramel.
Yes.
Right.
So to me, that does work. And some things that I thought would never work do work. I don't know about the watermelon and the mustard. It just seems to be too combating.
Yep.
I'm tying it into the previous conversation. We used to do mustard on pizza.
Okay. I can see that.
Why did
I
you
don't
do
know.
that?
I'm not sure. Somebody.
Ranch dressing, Kathy.
Ew, no. That's just
You
for
said,
the,
"Ooh, no,"
that's
but
for
you-
the crust, right? Or the whole pizza.
You can do the whole pizza.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
should-
I know.
we
I
should've
said,
gotten
ew, no,
watermelon.
yet I put mustard on pizza. Oh, sorry.
We should have taste tested this.
Casey, when's the last time you've had ranch dressing on pizza?
It's been a while.
been a while?
At least like 2 or 3 days.
Okay. All right.
Do we have something that could approximate a melon and put some mustard on it?
Wait, I might. Let me see if I have.
Do you keep a melon in your desk drawer?
I
No,
might have
Kathy
watermelon.
brings a ton of fruit every day, remember?
Can we try that?
Fruit salad.
Yes.
Go see if you have watermelon.
Yummy, yummy.
We'll try it.
Let's get it.
I'm sure
Kathy rises to the challenge.
there's got to be mustard in the fridge.
Yes.
Connor, can you go look in the fridge and see if there's any mustard?
Let's try it.
Or Marissa's already on her way. But yeah, I got to believe no matter what, it's not good. And this is just a thing that people have done to make you eat mustard on watermelon. Here, try this.
People are eating Tide Pods. So you have to take everything with a grain of salt.
Here's a text. Somebody says, my husband always puts pepper on his cantaloupe.
What?
Interesting.
What, in prison?
No.
Oh.
But I've had, you know what? I've had fruit in salads before, and you put pepper. Like, there's strawberry salads and things like that.
Do you know what I do?
On that.
So, and it's a weird. So, Honey Grow, I do the like a sesame noodle. Whatever they call it, it's a salad, I guess it is.
Okay.
But pineapple in that. Mm-hmm. So something pineapple and sesame. And a sesame sauce work together really well.
I could see that work. Sometimes when you have like a teriyaki dish.
Yes,
there'll be
exactly.
pineapple in that.
That's the same thing.
Sesame oil in usually in that. So that'll play along.
It's great.
Let's see if Kathy is.
Chef melons. Where's Kathy's melons?
Hang on. Here we go.
They're usually on display.
Not in a non-sexual way. In the way she has a 44-pound.
We got it.
We do.
So you got watermelon. So we can try this. Should I just hold off until we get
Hold
this?
off.
All right. Because
Hold.
now we're in Braveheart.
Yeah, there we go. I got you.
Freedom! Do you want to live in chains, or do you want to live with salt on your watermelon? Ah!
Mustard!
My God.
It's a Friday.
It is a Friday. Isn't it?
I know. Wow.
Well, now I want to go watch Braveheart.
I think they actually
They're making love.
They're pounding the actual mustard seeds right
Pounding
now.
the mustard seeds. Pounding them out. 1 mustard seed. 2 mustard seeds.
Slapping them down.
Slapping them down. Slap at the base.
Now we've gone to I Love You, Man.
Yes.
All right.
Here we go.
Wow, they eat plates and
I don't want it. I don't want to have
I will try it.
You know what? Oh, yes.
I'm chewing tobacco, so I'm just trying to be healthy, guys.
Thank you, Marissa. That's very
I don't want to sully the taste of the tobacco.
All right, so we each have a small piece of watermelon, and we have a little dollop of a mustard.
Do a dollop.
Is this regular yellow mustard, Marissa? All right.
Wait. Don't do
What?
it. Oh, I want to do a countdown. I want to get everybody ready.
Okay.
Oh, we're all going to do it at the same time?
Yeah,
Just like they do in a temple.
I'm going first. I'm sorry. You guys, hang on. That way, I can talk while you guys are chewing.
All right.
All right.
And 3.
1, 2, 3.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, you're not a fan? All right.
That's horrible. There's nothing appealing about that at all. Not in the slightest.
Well, maybe it was the mustard. Get different mustard.
No.
No?
No. It doesn't belong on watermelon. Kathy?
I do love mustard, though.
I don't mind
And
it.
I love watermelon.
I think it's two separate things that I like,
I
but
agree.
I don't have the reaction that you have that it was disgusting.
I think it has to be marketed as 2 great tastes that are horrible together.
There you go.
Wait, didn't your son make you like a peanut butter and tuna fish sandwich?
So, from time to time, we like to just see what stories we hear on the Preston and Steve Show have to share. And we're going to try that out in this segment. Marissa has a story, and then Nick has a story as well. So we'll see if either of these take hold.
So the weight of this whole segment is on YouTube.
Yeah,
Well,
please.
my money's on Marissa.
Okay.
Oh, fabulous. We teased your story on Friday, Nick.
I know. Yeah.
It's a home run.
All right.
Stay tuned.
What's your story, Marissa?
Okay, so every other week I have a Zoom call with the corporate Beasley folks, and it is for a digital platform.
Right.
As you guys may know, I have another title around here, Assistant Digital Program Director. So we talk about digital trends, all the things that are happening. They also like to talk about success stories. Now, it is all Beasley radio stations. There's 67, 69 stations.
Right.
So there's representatives from all these stations. There's program directors, promotions directors, all that on this call. And then sometimes they'll ask for success stories and nobody gives one up. So they'll just call it out randomly like you're kind of in high school. They're trying to just call you and they'll be like, Casey Foster, what's your story? Share something. So it was the Monday after camp out. And we were talking about something and they were like, oh, speaking of that, we see Marissa and Sarah. Sarah's also on these calls. We would love if somebody talked about Camp Out for Hunger. Now, I should have told you guys that I was taking this Zoom call from Joseph Anthony. I needed my extensions pushed up.
So here you are at the spa.
Did you have cucumber slices on your eyes?
I was actually in the hair salon area. I was getting my extensions pushed up. And normally I'm not really on this call, so I just had my earbuds in and I'm listening.
No video.
No video. Okay. So I'm in the chair. I have my hair like half up. Shannon, my stylist, is pushing up my extensions. And suddenly they call me out. And of course, I will take any opportunity to brag about Camp Out for Hunger, not just the totals, but all the great videos and photos we have on the website. So I hop on and I start just bragging about it. I'm like, oh my God, yeah, I don't have the exact numbers of hits we got, but we put up lots of blogs every day and photos and videos. And I start scrolling through the video as I'm talking, and everyone's like face is in their hands, and they're just kind of giggling. And they're like, what's going on? And I realize in the middle of my talking, I just say out loud, oh, I guess I didn't need to turn the video on to talk to you guys. So I turned the video on to tell these people, because we don't do Zoom meetings. We're in radio, or whatever. So there I am with like this terrible angle. It's like up chin, up lighting. My hair is half up.
The Medusa.
Literally. Yeah. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm sorry, guys. I'm at a client. Like, we're doing this, like, because I'm an endorser of Joseph Anthony. I need to do this every couple of weeks. And one of the women from Beasley Corporate goes, did you just put a plug into our call? That is so cute of you. And I'm literally, as it's ending, I get an email from corporate. And it's like, hey, just let us know if you're not available to go on camera.
Oh, wow.
Really?
Okay.
But why did I turn the camera on? There is no reason. I could have just...
Did you know you turned the camera on or no?
Yeah. I'm like proudly. I'm like, sorry, guys. I'm at the salon. You guys can listen to me. And I'm just looking at everybody talking. And mid call, I'm like, oh, I guess I could have just went audio.
It's not that bad, though. I mean, it's during the day. You've been up. It's not like it was a Jeffrey Toobin thing. You were fine.
We're just not professionals.
Yeah, it wasn't like you were writing a Sibian.
I don't know what that is. Is that the like?
Yeah, it's like a
vibrating dildo saddle.
Yeah.
Dildo saddle.
That's how they used to call them in the Old West. We'll get on your dildo saddle. I'll meet you back at the ranch.
The way some of these people look at like Philadelphia Station, they might expect that from us.
Oh, that's funny.
All right.
So thank you guys for making me the most professional person in the world. And I'm like, yeah, here you are. Just
I like that
no
story.
matter what.
I think that's a solid story.
Yeah, and
I think it was a good cover that you said it was a client, because it is a client.
Yes.
And that is why we go.
Wait, I lied. I was like, oh, I'm shooting a new video.
Well, technically you were right at that moment. Yeah.
wow.
I now have a social media post that I get to share about it. We'll talk about it on the air. Thank you,
Did anybody
Anthony.
screen cap it or anything like that? Or
I did make a little video afterwards.
we want to see that. I want to see that for sure.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Marissa's story, and now we have Nick's story.
Do we have like story time music?
We should.
We should. Since this is our
it's not bedtime story, right? So like
Fractured Fairy Tales or something like that. I don't know if we still have that.
Something that just sells a little bit.
While they look, Nick, I put the bar really low. So good luck to you.
Thank you.
Marissa took a bullet on that. I thought it was cute.
No,
I think a lot of people
story.
commiserate with that.
Mine is a turkey story. It has to do with Thanksgiving, and so I'm going to visit my brother down in a town called Stanton, Virginia. It's in the Shenandoah Valley. It's a really pretty place.
This is story time music.
Story time regarding turkey.
Now Nick's turkey story.
Have you guys ever heard of Polyface Farms?
No.
Okay, so
Polyface.
Yeah, Polyface Farms. It literally means the farm of many faces. And my brother introduced me to this. And I guess there are a few different farms in the country that are Polyface Farms. I didn't know about it until my brother told me about it. Now, my brother, I think I've shared this with you guys before. Like they're into sort of farm to table stuff and organic, and they've done like home births and things. So like there's a lot of. I don't want to call it hippy dippy stuff. It's just I think
they walk a different path.
They do, and they really like locally sourced stuff, you know. So and he's hosting for Thanksgiving this year. So they decided to get their turkey at this place called Polyface Farms, which is like, oh, that's kind of cool. And it's
What's wrong with your face?
It's all like free range chickens and like, cows and whatever. And so I thought that's a cool. So you go and you can pick out your turkey. What I didn't realize is. You can go and you can pick out your turkey that you can see wandering around the farm.
Oh,
and then
your living turkey.
Your living turkey.
Yeah.
You are given the option of whether or not you would like to kill the turkey.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to kick the crap out of that thing.
So now, Casey, I asked.
This is going to be good. I get to beat it to death.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, my brot's like, do I bring a hammer? Or
right.
And
here's a chair. God damn. Oh, the meal we're gonna have.
You can buy beef from this farm. You can buy bacon from this farm. You can buy like a lot of different meat products. I don't think you're given the option to
kill your pig,
to kill your pig, or to kill your cow. But there are. So my brother
or your cashier
politely declined. The cashiers I think are off limits. Okay. But he politely declined the option of he had somebody else kill the turkey.
Wow.
But they pick out the turkey and then you see it wandering around and there's something.
Wild.
Yeah, there's something about like
where are you folks from?
Well,
why are you looking at me like that?
Press, just like
you don't understand.
Sorry, Steve. We're getting our turkey from Bolton, like you guys.
Yeah.
And
Michael Bolton Farms. I love it.
But I wasn't sure. And my wife was even saying yesterday, she's like, yeah, there's a good, because the turkeys are so fresh. She's like, your turkey could be alive right now. And I was like, ooh, really?
It's tough.
I don't really ever want to think of it as a living thing.
I have a hard time. You guys know this. I genuinely have a hard time like handling the chicken, the raw meat, cooking it, and then eating it afterwards. Like if
you don't want to see that process.
It just, I don't know.
Right.
And if somebody else prepares it for me, if I'm in a restaurant, great, not a problem. I don't think there's any way I could do this.
My brother's approach was like, we're actually going to appreciate this more because we've seen where it's from and we knew that it was living and like.
It was like you eating with your eyes blindfolded or whatever. Remember? Or with your hands.
Yes.
Remember? And appreciating more.
Eating with your hands bound and a ball gag in your mouth.
Has anybody here ever killed their own meal before?
No. And you know what?
No.
We used to hunt and fish.
I've eaten.
Oh, a fish. Yes.
And I've had venison that other people have killed, but I didn't kill that.
No,
deer.
but I mean you yourself.
Yeah.
Taking the life of that animal that you're going to eat. It's interesting. I've done it. You know, you can, well, if you go buy live lobsters, and if you're the one that you can.
Hi, where are you folks from?
You can either.
Why are you looking at me like that? My cousin's a turkey. He told me the same story.
You can take a knife and put it right between their eyes and that's how you do it.
That's how you do it.
Or you can throw it straight into the boiling water. But I've definitely done that.
Do they leave an option where you could stake it into the ground and back over it?
I don't know.
I've eaten a barracuda that I caught one time and a yellowfin tuna, which was pretty good.
Okay,
and that was off the coast of Mexico. But we didn't even. But like the eating of the turkey that you have killed, I guess the whole process, Preston, is a bit of like mindful eating. It's like you're aware of where this meat came from, and you saw that not that long ago it was walking around and alive.
There are people and there are hunters that exist and will. All the food that they call and that they do appreciate it. And I get that. It's hard for I'd have a tough time, I think.
It makes me less.
It's part of the reason that I did stop hunting as a kid. I was a teenager, and then I stopped eating what we were bringing in. And my dad would eat it. None of it would go to waste. But I felt bad about that in particular. I mean, just doing the killing part. It didn't make sense to me. You know.
Something about that hobo didn't taste right.
Is it buck season now?
It's rabbit season.
I don't know, but
is it rabbit season?
I will tell you what, though, the past week I have seen more bucks, big ones, wandering around with full racks, and it's pretty damn impressive to see, man. I saw one I saw one this morning. And it was probably a 6-pointer, and he was a big sucker, man.
Let me ask you, because there was a story we had about the guys who were attacked by a bear while going out and getting antlers. Antlers! They will discard those at a certain point. What happens to the antlers? What animal, which of the animal, would it be elk or...
Well, elk shed them.
They shed them.
Yeah.
Would a buck shed his antlers at a certain point?
A buck?
A buck.
Yeah.
You mean a deer?
Yes.
I'm not sure. I don't know what the story is with
you're locked and loaded,
and whether or not they shed. I assume that they do. But
here's another question.
A gazillion deer hunters listen, so I'm sure they'll let us know.
Where do the deer and the antelope play?
I'm going to pose another question, Preston, because there is antler season and then there's antlerless season. So I don't know when you're allowed to shoot which ones.
Okay.
Some deer have. I mean, I think that has to do with bucks versus bucks versus does, but like bucks with or without antlers.
Pennsylvania has more deer than any state in the country.
Yeah, and they're all in my backyard right now.
We're overrun. Yes, and they love your arborvitaes.
Oh my God, they love them. Yeah.
Hang on a second. I'm going to go to Michelle. Hi, Michelle. Good morning. Oh, let me try this again. Now we can hear you. Hi, Michelle.
Good morning. How is everyone?
Great. What's up, Michelle?
Yeah, I want to let you know that my husband every year usually shoots a wild turkey, and that's what we have for dinner.
He shoots a wild turkey, and you do the whole process
for Thanksgiving.
We're big hunters. Matter of fact, I have a 4-foot turkey that's stuffed in my trophy room here right now in Langhorne.
Wow. Hey, Michelle, when does he go out to harvest for Thanksgiving?
We went up. He's been doing a lot of overtime, so we went up Saturday afternoon. And before we went out, and they changed the season this year, it actually ended Saturday for wild turkey. But we did go out yesterday morning for pheasant, and he missed a big hen. But we have a pheasant from last year. That's what we're going to eat this year for turkey.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, we did it last year because what happens is the turkeys, it goes with the weather. So the last couple of years, they've been coming out early.
Okay.
So they're smart, like bears. They come out right before the season, and then they go away.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I was curious of what you do if you come up empty-handed. So.
Well, we usually
Shot bear.
last year he shot 5 pheasant.
How about the Thanksgiving bear? That was delicious.
There's a ton of wild turkeys in South Jersey, like
Thanks,
over
Michelle.
like
You got to hear something. If you never had a wild bird, you would never eat store again. We don't even buy a store turkey. For 20 years, we've been eating a wild turkey every year. Just the last couple of years, it's a pheasant, and I do a sausage stuffing and make a yam, and that's all we eat, and we eat the whole thing.
Michelle, they're just yummier?
There's no fat. We cook in an oven bag, and it gets juice. And it's like candy. You can't stop eating it. That's how good it is.
But fat's pretty awesome, though.
About the deer, I got 56 mounts in this house right here.
You have what now?
56 mounts.
56 mounts. I got 4 full
And the bitch ain't one?
bucks. I got European mounts. I got turkeys. I got in my house here in Langhorne.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. So that's got to look terrifying.
We're big hunters, but we eat everything we hunt.
It's like a house of
good.
death.
Very good. Yes.
It's like a
How many
house of
dead
death.
animals can we fit in the house?
Move the dead beaver if you want to sit on the couch.
Well, you know what? It's cool. I got the mountains. I have a black squirrel that looks at me while I sleep.
Yes, of course.
That is cool.
Could we go
Most
home?
sleep therapists say have a stuffed squirrel facing you when you sleep.
Black squirrel.
Yeah, well, they're unique. They're not like, there's not a lot
True.
around. And my husband makes his own European mounts. When Nick was saying about the antlers and then the buck,
People from Europe.
they shed. What they do is they shed. People will go out later on and go looking for the racks. And then I have quite a few of them. I have a duck in here. I have all kinds of stuff.
Duck antlers are really impressive.
We've spoken to Michelle before.
Yes. We know Michelle.
I haven't seen you guys. Nice to talk to you, and enjoy your wild turkey. Well, it's called a fresh turkey if you're going out and killing it.
Happy Thanksgiving, Michelle. Have a good one.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving.
all right.
Take care.
See you later, Michelle. Okay.
So antlers are shed every year. If they are not that, then they are horns. So if an animal keeps it year round, it's a horn. If they shed it, it's an antler.
Okay. All right. You know what? I know the difference in horns and antlers, what they look like, but I didn't know that was a distinction as far as their development goes.
That's the difference.
Okay. All right. Yeah. In fact, you know what? Real quick, we'll go to Steve, who's a hunter, I assume. Hi, Steve. Good morning.
Hey, guys, sorry for bothering your work.
It's all good, Steve. What's up, man?
So, yes, I've been hunting forever. So, yeah, basically, the antlers are shed for Preston. You'll see more bucks now because of the rut going on.
Okay.
So you're going to see these bucks traveling more and more.
Yeah.
And the antlerless season is actually for does. It's a separate tag.
Okay.
So, Steve, when a buck sheds, does he will he move it along by rubbing it against a tree, or will just the antlers fall off?
So you'll see over time that they rub them off, they start bothering them, but that's more you'll see them rubbing it when their rut's going on. They're trying to get their scent everywhere.
Right.
And then once the end of winter comes, they start shedding, and then when they grow them back, they can grow up to an inch a day.
That's amazing.
Wow.
Yeah, because those suckers, when you see like a full, like an 8-point buck or those things are super sharp.
Yeah.
Do a ton of damage.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it, man.
Thanks.
All right. See you later.
Do you stalk and kill your own cranberries?
No.
Yeah.
We let them die naturally. And when they
More humane.
when they fall, they go that way. That's pretty wild. I wonder if there are any farms around here that will allow you to slaughter your own whether it's a turkey or whatever you may be.
Strangle Farms will let you do that. It's behind the Plymouth Meeting Mall.
Yeah.
They give you a piano wire,
Strangle
and you go out and strangle whatever you want.
Isn't Ted Nugent their spokesperson?
Could I strangle an emu? Go right at it.
Welcome to Strangle Farms.
At Strangle Farms, you do the killing.
Here, there's. What about Cal? Do I have to
Strangle
you have
away.
to strangle?
Just use a thicker piano wire.
There it is.
What were you going to say, Nick? Stranglehold?
Nice. Yeah, I was going to say this.
Okay. Wow.
We're going strangling today.
Yeah. So, Nick, if you do slaughter your own turkey at Polyface Farm,
Axe.
It's an axe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, it's not strangling.
I can't. You just
What kind of psychopath?
You don't keep
mean-
Here's what you do is, Casey, you have the turkey sit in the passenger seat of the car.
Right.
And you're behind him. Right. A la the Godfather. It would be, but they say, though, at the point at which when the animal is killed, there is a, if it is, and again, I'm a hypocrite. I try, to not eat as much of that sort of stuff as I can, but let's face it, some of the stuff tastes good. That said, at the point at which the animal dies, apparently, if it is not in fear,
Yeah.
the meat will taste better.
I've been told by my brother.
Am I correct on that?
Well, this is supposed to be the best turkey that I'm going to ever have.
Right.
And it's part of the reason, it was raised in a way to make it taste better.
Right.
And so we'll see if that's the case or not. But I'm interested to, I want to go visit this farm when I'm down there this weekend.
That's why strangling would seem to be contrary to a good tasting turkey.
This reminds me, and I've mentioned this movie on the air many times throughout the years, but there was a movie called Faces of Death.
Oh, my
yeah, I remember
God.
that.
Scene where they and a lot of it has been debunked as it was fake, and so there's a scene where they take a monkey and they put him in a table, and the people take these hammers and they beat the monkey's head in, and then they eventually eat its brains.
Exactly did I do to you?
So that would be a bit macabre.
Yeah.
But Case, you were saying what kind of a psycho would go and do that?
Yeah. Here, give me that axe. No, thank you.
Well, there is. I do understand, and a lot of people say that if they're taking, they're
That's
going
not
to eat
hunting,
it. If they're
though.
going to do it, they will do it themselves because out of deference, and that's the process.
No,
I get that.
It's not hunting, but I
Right.
mean, our farming system,
Yeah.
huge part of it is livestock, and that's how you do it.
I know.
It's not.
Do you
don't
know-
go out and hunt those cows?
Number one purchaser of piano wire is our farming industry.
Hatfield Meats.
My
Strangle Farms.
my old roommate, I just found
It's
this out
great.
in the spring that he and his brother actually have a cattle farm. It's a small one,
Right.
But they raise.
Where do you get those seeds?
And they slaughter cattle. I'm like, so you have to? He's like, yeah, we got to. Bam.
Who is this?
My old roommate from college.
No kidding.
Yeah, I didn't know this, but yeah.
Did he keep cows on campus?
No.
By the way, somebody's pointing out there's the pig killing scene in forgetting Sarah Marshall. I forgot about that. They're going to have a luau. And
Yeah.
he's got to kill a pig.
Joel, so somebody texted this in. It's Joel Salatin is the name of the guy that started this farm. He's a really interesting dude, and it's called Polyface Farms. It's outside of Stanton, Virginia.
Oh, Kathy.
Yeah.
Fall activity.
There you go.
I can't.
didn't
Listen,
even think of that.
I'm looking up places.
This next place is called Strangle Farms.
Well, I was looking up around here where you could do it. I haven't found anything yet, but I'm sure there's somewhere where you could,
Around here?
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
I'm
gotta
sure.
be.
Right. Well, you have don't you have wild turkey in your area?
No, I haven't seen any in years.
'Cause you're pretty rural out
yeah,
there.
there used to be. It used to be a turkey farm, our neighborhood that we live in, actually, but I haven't seen one in years.
Barrington. You don't even have to go rural. In Barrington, New Jersey, like Haddonfield, Haddon Heights, like dude,
Wild turkeys.
Wild turkey. All
Is that
over
over
the place.
by one of the? You remember the Ron Jaworski course? It's right across the river.
Yeah.
Played there a couple times. Both times saw wild turkey all over the place.
Yeah, probably. I mean,
Okay.
Chuck D'Amico lives in Barrington, and you go down his street. There's like a little patch of woods right there. Ton of turkey.
And there have been a couple stories this year of wild turkeys that are like holding towns hostage.
Yes, because they're
very aggressive and defensive for whatever their nesting areas or whatever it may be.
Yeah, give me an X then. I'll take
then you'll take that bastard out.
If I were to go to Polyface Farms, I would have to do something where the turkey would have to like hurt me first, like peck
say
me
something inappropriate.
Say something. I'll be like, oh, is that right? Give me the X.
I don't like the look of your family.
Oh yeah.
So you're on the radio, huh? You ever thought about getting a real job?
I love the
You
idea.
son of a bitch.
Send him to Strangle Farms. What is this? Here we go. This is the farm Polyface. It says it's featured prominently in Michael Pollan's book, The Omnivore's Dilemma. And Omnivore's Dilemma. I'm sorry, Dilemma. And the documentary films Food Incorporated and Fresh. Pollan became interested in what's his name? Salatin, because of his refusal to send food to locations beyond a 4-hour drive of his farm. Okay. So this is the guy that owns the...
Joel Salatin is his name, and he's just an interesting dude. He's a bit controversial, but it's certainly a new way to eat a turkey on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, okay. Hang on a second. Let me go to... I have Christina on the line. Hey, Christina, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. What's up, Christina?
So I had a weird occurrence happen this week that I've never, ever had happen. Hayden, go check in.
Hayden.
So I've spent...
Have a good day, Hayden. Love you.
Love you.
So I've on the bus in the morning, and usually it's super cold out this time of year, so we don't take the dog out to play until like the afternoon or late morning.
Uh-huh.
But for some reason, I ended up bringing him out back. And I'm noticing in my backyard, I have a metal fence going around my property, and I see there's like 2 huge bucks in the backyard, and they're just staring at me.
Okay.
With big-ass racks, and I'm like,
Inside your fence?
Inside my fence,
Okay.
and they're not moving.
Okay.
So my dog runs around, and they see the dog, and then they scat. But then in the corner of the yard, I see that there's this doe, probably 100 pounds of a doe. And I'm like, that's weird. That wasn't there last night. So I check the camera on the back of my house, and I see that this doe apparently jumped the fence and got caught in, like, wires and broke its neck.
Oh,
okay.
So at 6 a.m., an hour before I got out there, she had just died. And I guess when they die, the deers come back to check on it because they're like, what the hell's wrong with you?
Yeah,
Why aren't
yeah.
you getting up?
Okay.
Which is strange. I never knew that happened. But we ended up processing the meat because it was still hot.
Oh, okay.
Oh my gosh.
All right.
Yeah, we got
So,
100 pounds of free meat.
So who do you call, Christina, for something like that? Do you call the
Deer busters.
game warden or police or what?
So, yeah, you're supposed to call the game warden, and apparently there's a lot of shady stuff that happens every year with hunting. So they're like, oh, yeah, sure, the deer broke its neck on your
Right.
fence. Ha, ha.
Right.
And so you call the butcher, call the game warden, let them know. They give you a tag if you want to keep it, if it's like within the 5 hours or 6 hours.
Mhm.
And you can take it to the butcher for processing. What they have you do is, like, they say, tell the butcher to keep the head and the hide so we can check it.
Okay.
Just to make sure there's no shady business going on, deer murder.
You keep the head so you can interrogate it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So so you have 100 pounds of meat. I assume you're going to share that with people, right? There's no way you're going to go through 100 pounds of meat.
No. My friend and I actually ended up splitting it between our two families, and we had like deer jerky made and deer meat sticks and steaks and ground beef or ground deer.
Okay.
So,
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy that you had a doe commit suicide in your backyard, basically.
Yeah.
That's what I said. My property must be so toxic. It was like,
Wow.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Well, early Christmas gift. There you go. All right. Thanks, Christina.
Let's see
Appreciate
what
it.
else is dead in the backyard.
Right. Yeah. Let's see what else we can find back here. Wow.
You
Interesting.
guys are making me want to become a vegetarian.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Interesting. Nick, I was not aware of that that farm where you could go and do that.
Polyface, check it out.
But you can choose to pass.
Yes,
right.
And my brother
part.
has. He's not murdered any turkeys, but we will be eating one.
But they will do a nice little video of them.
My brother texted me, and his name is Larry. He was 3.
Your brother's name is Larry? I thought it was Adam.
No, the turkey.
Oh.
His name was Larry. He was 3 and a good boy. He should be delicious.
Okay.
You, Larry.
Yes.
Perfect.
Good timing.
You, Larry.
Oh, man. I guess you do have to be pissed off at the turkey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You, Larry.
That's him right before he swings the axe.
What'd you say?
Yeah.
You, Larry. but you can't get it up.
Larry didn't do anything to him.
Are you sure? Were you there?
Maybe he did it just to justify it.
Yeah.
Just made himself angry, made up a lie in his head, and then right before it, he curses at Larry before he
You, Larry?
kills him. All right. We need to take a break. We have some bizarre file stories coming up, but you know what else we have? A Christmas Miracle live broadcast, and it is on
It's a Christmas miracle.
December 21st.
Yeah!
Parks Casino at the Excite Center. And we're starting to give away some passes for this. I have them now to give away. So call only if you know a thing or two about the Preston and Steve show, because we're going to test your knowledge. You might get chosen to be up on stage to participate in our contest where we will ask you trivia questions about the show. And if you do get them right in those heats that we have some of our biggest prizes of the year. I'll take 5 callers right now who are available to join us that particular morning, Wednesday, December 21st. It's a Miller Lite Ugly Sweater Edition. Make sure you wear your ugly sweater because we have prizes for that as well. You have to be at least 21 years of age. You and a friend can go, but you got to be there by 6 a.m. So there's some rules about this whole thing. But let's get you on board for that party, which will be here before you know it. It's 1 month from today. We're going to take a break. We'll come back, some bizarre file stories when we return.
Preston and Steve.
93.3 WMMR.
Dogs can get sunburned.
Yep, like people, dogs exposed to too much sun can develop some skin cancers and things like that, and you'll see their skin will actually get a little bit pink or red.
Yeah, so Fozzie was looking all majestic and just laying in the
You made love
driveway
to him, didn't
yesterday.
you?
I did not, Steve.
What'd you say?
You made love to him, too.
He's big enough. You could.
No, that's Reggie.
Reggie's the larger one.
Fozzie, I would split in half.
Case and jeez.
Oh, my God.
Oh, why did I say that?
I sent you down that path, didn't I? And now you're thinking about banging your dog.
Connor's face in the other room. He's like, oh, my God. Wow.
Yikes.
Okay.
God, Dad, that dog's looking good.
Oh, my God.
You know what? Okay, I'm going to bring this up because I don't know when I'll have another opportunity to do so. But Steve, you sent me this.
Fancy boy.
You sent me this article about the best brownies in Philly.
Oh.
And it's essentially just a list, and it's huge.
There's about 50 of them.
It's way too big to go through.
We are in the best of times when it comes to brownies in Philadelphia.
Yeah, what I didn't know is how many places are known for their brownies. And there's a lot of them. So there's Cake Life Bake Shop, Second Daughter Baking Company, Franklin Fountain, Dolce, Crust Vegan Bakery, the Frosted Fox Cake Shop. What's that, Kath? What do you love?
Franklin Fountain.
Yeah, but you got to make sure you're either A, ready to wait in line, or B, get there at a time where there's not a line, because it's really popular. It's fantastic. It's so good. You guys ever been? It's right on.
I have not, no.
It's on Market, and it's great. It's really
Is it a bakery?
It's like an ice cream shop, like an old-timey ice cream shop. Yeah, and so you go in and they have really good ice cream and really good dessert treats. So it's worth it. It's just not cheap, and you got to wait.
Nick, a friend of mine did her wedding pictures there.
Oh, yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, it's cute.
It's a cool spot.
All right. Cookie or brownie?
Cookie.
Oh.
Man.
I used to be brownie, but I feel like now I would do a cookie.
Okay.
I'd do a cookie.
If I saw them sitting out, I would go for a brownie anytime.
Yeah?
Really?
Yeah.
I think I might go brownie.
Wow. Okay.
Because I do the chocolate chip cookie is my favorite. However, a well-made brownie. Also there's a company that actually of the companies that do mail order brownies. Fairy Tale Brownies is a great company. If you've ever used them, they have their top level brownies. But yeah, that's neck and neck. Brownies are sensational.
Brownie or cupcake?
Brownie.
Yeah, I'd go with brownie. But you're a cupcake?
Cupcake.
Okay.
The thing with the brownies, though, I feel like, and I don't know if it's like as I age, my sense of taste gets even more sensitive. I don't know. But like, I feel like if it's not super well made, I can taste like the mix.
Really?
Instead of,
See, after you get a hysterectomy, that goes away.
Stop. I hate you.
I remember seeing the history of brownies and why they were created. And it was, I forgot the name of the place, but it was so that people could, I think, take them to the beach or something like that.
Seriously?
And so the brownie has a thicker consistency than a piece of cake. Like the cake would be too crumbly and fall apart.
It's more cohesive.
And yeah, so there's a little more goo to it. In case if you want to have some fun with that.
Goo.
It's I need that sound clip from Billy Madison. Yeah, when he notices a kid peed his pants.
The thing about a brownie for me is that the cookie is a little more pedestrian, right? Like a cookie is sort of an everyday dessert, whereas the brownie is...
All right, fancy boy.
Right? Yeah, I feel like a little bit of a fancy boy.
You're too good for Billy.
A fancy Nancy, if you will. When a brownie shows up, I'm like, look at that little treat.
Look at Nick with his little waistcoat.
Thank you.
No, I understand that. I think though that they're easy to make. Brownies,
right?
Brownies are easy to make. Brownies are super easy to make. They're just as easy as cookies. I'm standing firm on this. Cookies are far superior than brownies. Far superior.
Oh,
and there's a reason why there's more of them, and it's more because they're better. They're just better. And it's not to say that brownies aren't good. They're good. They're just not as good as cookies.
I think they need more of them to make up for the fact that they're not as good as brownies. They say, hey, we have diluted the market with this product, and we're going to try to catch up to the brownie people.
I think the tough part about, and the reason there are more cookies is because, and if you're talking like when you go to the grocery store, cookies are more rigid. They're easier to package. You can put more of them together.
Yes.
Brownies can kind of... there's a shelf life on them. Some cookies can last for a while.
Brownies don't have that luxury.
No.
And even if you do the brownie bites, which I think are sensational, brownie bites do have that preservative taste to them.
Let me ask you a question. Why do brownies have to be as thick as they are? You can kind of cut them in half first, right? Before you cut them into their little squares and stuff like that, you could essentially cut the tops and the bottoms
like a piece of brownie cake. Yeah. You can do whatever you want with your damn brownie.
Yeah. I don't know. Make thinner brownies.
Yeah.
At your home when you make them.
Yeah, our brownies are usually pretty thin anyway.
Yeah, okay. You okay? You all right?
I'm fine.
Everything good?
You guys, Steve.
What?
You cut me deep here, man.
How did I cut you deep?
Because you went with brownies over cookies, and I thought I knew
He feels betrayed.
I thought I knew.
I love chocolate chip cookies, but if I have if there is listen, they're right neck and neck, but I do love a damn good brownie. But chocolate chip, they're
it's like Godfather 1 or 2, Steve.
Yeah, it changes from time.
Goes from time to time. You lean one way or the other.
All right.
Goo! All right.
There it is.
Now he's got it.
I got it.
There's more goo in a brownie. All right. By the way, Steve, this list of brownie places, where did you?
I was in the Inquirer.
The Inquirer.
Yeah.
Okay. So
the
you can
Inky.
You can go on and find a list of great brownies, if you will, if you check the Inquirer's website. All right. What? Okay.
Oh,
let me go to Mario. I was going to wrap up there. Hey, Mario. Good morning.
Oh, he put on his glasses. He can't see without.
Exactly.
What's up, dude? Casey wanted me to talk to you.
Hey, I really appreciate it. Hey, cookies are way far superior than brownies. You can eat so many more of them. There's different kinds of textures. There's only so many things you can put in a brownie.
You don't need to. It's perfect.
I'll tell you what the deal is, Mario. It's when you see a plate of freshly made brownies and freshly made cookies, you know you're more likely to encounter freshly made chocolate chip cookies. At least I am. But a brownie is like, oh, we don't get brownies a lot. I'm going to go for that first.
Look what showed up.
Right.
Yeah.
I will agree with that. I will agree that it will be like a special little treat. But I will also say that if there's a freshly made plate of cookies or brownies in front of me, I'm going for them cookies first.
So I'm going for the brownies because I don't know when I'll get another shot at those brownies.
That's right.
That makes sense.
Carpe diem, man.
Carpe diem.
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming to the phone call. I just want to say I'm a cookie lover.
All right, Mario.
I mean, you can enhance a brownie by putting a cookie in it. You can enhance a cookie by putting a brownie in it.
No, you absolutely can.
No.
I've had brownie cookies.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that means.
Brownies.
Putting a brownie in a cookie?
Yeah, you don't do that.
But I've never heard of putting a cookie in a brownie.
You've never heard of a blondie, bro?
No. Well, you know what? I have heard of a blondie. I just didn't know what that was.
It's cookie brownie.
Okay. It's cookie brownie. All right, so some stories to run by you. We'll start with Prince Harry. He has returned to the UK ahead of the unveiling of a statue in honor of his late mother, Princess Diana.
I'm black.
At Kensington Palace on July 1st is when that's coming up.
Is anyone home?
Would have been her 60th birthday. Meghan stayed in California with Archie and Lilibet. Rumors and speculation on the current status of Harry and the rest of the feuding royals accompanied the news. And, of course, Diana would not have approved of the way Harry and Brother Prince are arguing. Many do speculate that.
It'd be terrible. And with that in mind, maybe they can patch things up.
Yeah, I would hope so. And with that, I saw a teaser story that I think William was kissing someone or something like
Yes.
that. Did you catch that story?
Who is he kissing?
Like an aide or something along those lines?
Yeah.
But I didn't really. I'm kind of bored
Kathy
with this
Bates.
crap. He was making out with Kathy Bates.
I'm a big fan of Misery. I've often fantasized.
And here's another bit of information. Prince Charles apparently will not strip Archie and Lilibet of their royal titles. Rumors assert, despite previous indications, that he would consider it.
I tend to think we get a lot of misinformation. Yeah.
And according to an insider, they said, I don't think he will make the unpopular, hostile move of removing the royal status of his grandchildren. And then you have basically people just comment on this
Absolutely. I
stuff.
absolutely extract from the royal titles because of this point in time.
Agreed, sir.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
why would you do that anyway?
Hang on a second. What does it say? Oh, Prince William promised to give a 96-year-old woman a kiss once. The rules relax more during his mini tour of
There you
Scotland.
go.
So that was
I
it.
would like a lot of tongue, please. You misunderstood. You were thinking of a more provincial kiss where I was looking for something more sexual.
Hey, she's 96, man.
Oh, I guess so.
She can ask for whatever she wants.
All right.
Open.
Give me more. Give me your tongue.
Gross.
Dear God, woman, I can taste your pancreas.
That's how deep he went? Or there was bile coming up?
Bile. You know what? You don't know what's bubbling in that old fuselage. What's your favorite cheese?
Of all time?
Is that even possible to say?
America, Jack!
No, one of the greatest cheeses I ever had was called a Shropshire Blue. I was given it as a gift from some friends who knew that I love cheese, and it is actually an orange blue cheese. It's really good. Orange with blue veins, you know, like a big penis.
Really? Wow, yeah. Like a big,
veiny,
older man's penis.
Yeah, it's purple.
Wow.
Yes.
It's an orangish yellow cheese.
Like a senior citizen's penis.
With blue veins in it. And it's,
yes, do you have any cheese that would resemble a senior citizen's penis? I've got just the thing.
And I absolutely loved it. It's from Shropshire, England.
Now, something that would resemble an older woman's dried out vagina.
Oh my God.
Cleared off of the Blue Road, however, you are still jammed northbound 95 to McDade Boulevard, southbound from the Media Bypass to McDade Boulevard. Schuylkill eastbound slowing from 202 into Belmont. Heavy the Boulevard to Spring Garden. Westbound heavy Bear Avenue to South Street. Then again from City out to Belmont, and then from Gulf Mills to Gulf Mills out to 202. Penland Pike at Gypsy Hill Road in Lower Gwinnett. We've got an accident there to watch out for. 95 southbound heavy from Cottman through to Bridge on the Vine westbound. That's slow 8th to Broad, the Ben Franklin Parkway to the Schuylkill Expressway. And then on 422, you can expect delays eastbound Royersford to Collegeville, Trooper to First Avenue. In New Jersey, 55 northbound heavy Deptford to 42. 42 freeway northbound slowing from the Black Horse Pike to 55. This traffic report brought to you by Rivers Casino. DJ Jazzy Jeff returns to Rivers for a free show Wednesday, November 23rd. Rivers Casino, Philadelphia. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Red Robin. The holiday gifts are all wrapped. Give the gift of yum with a $25 Red Robin holiday gift card. And you can get a $5 bonus buck reward for you now through December 31st. Red Robin Yum. All right. Let's just sit and listen to the first line of this story.
All right.
All right. A man from northern Jasper County, Indiana, is dead after falling into a lagoon of manure.
Oh, my God.
At a dairy farm on Thursday.
Sounds like such fun.
Robert Van Buren died as a result of blood loss. His death was ruled an accident. First responders were called to Windy Ridge Dairy Farm at 8:37 a.m. on Thursday. The sheriff said that Van Buren apparently fell into the lagoon of manure after a piece of equipment rolled into the lagoon and became partially submerged. Initially, the sheriff said first responders planned to pump the manure runoff out of the pond in order to locate Van Buren, but the process would have taken 2 days. Instead, first responders sailed through the manure pond on a boat.
Oh, my God.
With a treble hook, which was eventually used to haul Van Buren out of the lagoon once he was found.
This is no good part of this story.
No, he wasn't located until near...
Even though you're sailing.
nearly 1 p.m., more than 4 hours after he'd reportedly fallen into the lagoon of manure. Yeah, sailing can be a pleasant experience, but you might want to question that if you're sailing on a manure lagoon. An excavator was used.
Oh, they're down by Manure Lagoon.
To retrieve the vehicle and the agitator from the lagoon.
It's right by Piss Pond.
In Wales, an elderly man has been taken to the hospital with serious injuries after being attacked and trampled by a dangerously out-of-control cow. The police received reports that the cow had escaped from Whitland Mart. Steve, this was at Strangle Farms.
Strangle Farms? Preston, it was another catastrophe.
He was trying to take on a cow. Yes, it was. Police received reports of a cow dangerously out of control. The cow had escaped.
They can get that way.
The mart and made its way to the center of the village. It came across an elderly man where it attacked and trampled him, causing serious injury. The man was conveyed by air ambulance. The sheriff said the cow then went on to the rail.
That's it. I'm tired of getting tugged on all day.
He went on to the rail track in the area, and trains had to be put on stop to mitigate the danger to them.
Wow.
Eventually, it made its way to a field where every effort was made to safely contain it. In consultation with the owner, unfortunately, all attempts failed.
We're going to have to strangle it.
And due to the danger posed by the animal, it was humanely dispatched
with a hand grenade
by being strangled with the consent of the owner.
That's it's now we have heard stories of them, them stampeding people and so on and so forth and getting, a little aggressive, but this is insane.
Yeah, listen, they're huge.
Yeah.
They can do what they want to do. And,
right.
This guy,
they just don't know that.
Yeah, this guy didn't. This cow was out for blood. A man is facing multiple charges after being accused of shooting a turkey from a car window with a handgun.
Okay.
New Hampshire has 2 turkey hunting seasons.
Is there a specific season where you can shoot them from your car with a handgun?
No, they have one for shotguns and one for archery. Right now, hunters aren't allowed to use firearms to shoot turkeys. Fish and Game Captain Michael Eastman said that even if they were, the man used a gun he never would be allowed to hunt with.
All right, for the next week, you can drop bowling balls on them from a scissor lift.
Conservation officers said the man used a 9mm handgun to shoot the turkey from a car window.
Jesus.
Officers said
That's how lazy.
They learned about the alleged poaching after getting a tip from a concerned citizen. Eastman said it kind of goes against ethics and people's morals within hunting, so it's pretty unique for somebody to do that. That somebody has gone against that, really everything that they've been taught and what they would know to be the law to be. Eastman said the facts alleged in the case go against the ethics and morals of legitimate hunters. He said, we've had homes get shot with shotguns because turkeys like bird feeders and they hang out in people's yards. If it's a bigger turkey or what someone would think is a trophy turkey, they'll certainly shoot them in areas where they're not supposed to be. So he's saying to follow the law. Don't do something like that. So a 40-year-old Montana woman faces several felony charges after police say she discharged a revolver into the front desk of a hotel and threatened to shoot at least 3 people. Rebecca Lynn O'Connell has been charged with 3 counts of aggravated assault. The incident began to unfold shortly after midnight when police were dispatched to the lobby of the Travel Lodge. O'Connell called police to report she had shot herself in the hand, adding that she was still armed with the firearm and would shoot anyone who came near her.
So even people trying to help her?
Yes, officers arrived on the scene, observed the front desk employee standing with his hands up and O'Connell armed with a silver handgun while pacing back and forth inside the lobby of the hotel.
Come anywhere near me and I'll shoot myself again.
Shortly after officers arrived and stationed themselves outside of the hotel, armed with rifles and carrying ballistic shields. Police said O'Connell was then ordered by police to drop the revolver and lie face down on the ground, which she did. O'Connell was subsequently detained in handcuffs. Officers began to place O'Connell in a patrol vehicle when her boyfriend, identified as Chalice Bloxam, approached them while yelling.
What the hell's going on? When I stay at the Travel Lodge, I expect a certain level of customer satisfaction.
Officers detained Bloxam and searched him, locating in his coat pocket a speed loader and bullets for a .38 special revolver.
That's mine.
Officers interviewed O'Connell, who said that she had used methamphetamine 12 hours beforehand. Oh, it gets better.
Okay.
O'Connell told police that Bloxham was attempting to kill her and that the front desk employee of the hotel provided them towels that contained chloroform. This is an employee was providing them.
Could you send up some towels dipped in chloroform? I'm attempting to kill my woman.
O'Connell said Bloxham.
The meth wasn't enough.
Said Bloxham was going to kill her by
By
putting
the way, is there a Caesar's Pizza in the area?
by putting the chloroform-laced towel over her mouth. Police found absolutely no evidence to support any of O'Connell's claims. The handgun that she was armed with was determined to be a Ruger 357 Magnum revolver. Bloxham was on probation at the time and was arrested on an agent's warrant. Inside the room, officers located a rifle and drug paraphernalia. So O'Connell was subsequently charged and booked for the incident.
Jeez.
And there you go.
That was a good one.
That is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be back. Don't forget the Bacon Brothers are going to be joining us. Yes, Kevin Bacon, Michael Bacon. They've got a Philadelphia-centric song that they're going to talk about.
Yes. Bacon bowls.
And bacon bowls for everyone.
The new business.
We'll come back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR. We're not just in your car anymore.
Interested in cheese.
Yeah.
My little cheese place in Chestnut Hill closed down.
It did.
I was devastated.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, well, anyhow, so if you want to, you can use your Ritz cracker and try to cut your cheese with it. Remember when cut the cheese used to be a euphemism for farting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you just fart when I said that?
I thought you were summoning me.
He just... Kathy, did you see that?
No.
He's standing up. He squatted down a little bit right when we said that was
Yeah,
the
I
word
thought
for
you were
farting.
telling me to do that.
Can you, if I ask you right
Fart
now?
on command? Absolutely. No, I wish I
Do
could.
it right
No,
now.
I
Go
can't.
for it.
I can't.
Drop a deuce.
Could you jump right here?
I
Yeah.
just did, though.
All right, so did you really?
Dropped a deuce?
No, you farted. Oh, my God.
Wow.
Please tell me that the microphones picked that up. Could you hear that, Marissa?
I could hear it in my headphones.
I'm telling you.
It is
This is the person we work with.
Isolate it.
This is the person we work with.
I mean, we are adults at work. At work. This is our job.
We're making money.
We're
We're making good money.
I think I just bonused with that one.
I wish you would get fired.
Is that what you want? You want my family destitute, Kathy?
No,
You want my family on the
honestly,
streets?
She says just you.
I'll just take care of your kids. Like,
What about my wife? What about my wife?
let her do.
When she comes looking for good loving.
Don't worry, I'll take care of her.
See if we can isolate that moment.
Kathy's got that covered too.
And relive it. Marissa just held up 3 fingers. I don't know what that means.
One in the ping, 2 in the sting.
It wasn't that 3. What?
3 minutes, I can get it.
Okay, thank you, Marissa.
So 2 in the stink.
So maybe we'll kind of reinvigorate this thing. But we have decided to return with Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts this morning.
Yes.
And when I tell you that the passion was high for people to that have sent in requests to be a part of this, it's an understatement. It was just fanatical.
It is a global phenomenon. Has been for a long time. People have been raised in this Harry Potter realm, and so we knew we were going to get some staunch competitors.
I read a lot of the submissions that were sent in. I read all the submissions that were sent in, and I read several of them. I was on the plane the other day flying out west, and I was brought to tears by some of these submissions because this world means so much to so many people, and the way that they articulated it was really moving to me, and I'm just impressed. It was so difficult to narrow it down to 2 final contestants.
I mean, put it in perspective. A tick came into the studio to watch.
That's right. That's how popular
That's how
this is.
popular.
I am currently reading the Harry Potter books.
Are you?
I'm on the Sorcerer's, or no, I'm sorry, I'm on the Chamber of Secrets right now, so I've just gotten started.
Reading or Audible?
Audible.
And who's doing it? Who's doing the
I've forgotten the actor's name.
Jim something or other.
He's excellent.
Hey, there might be a question coming up.
Okay.
So I'm about 3/4 of the way through the second book.
Awesome.
So I'm underway. I'm starting to learn. I've seen all the movies and I found them entertaining, but I wanted to know because there's so many people that you talk to about this story. There's so much more underneath when you dive into the canon of it all, when you get into the all the details about it. And I want to know that. I want to I think it's a kind of a club that you're in.
So all of my nieces and nephews, like I remember when the movie started coming out, and I was like, "Oh, that's friggin' awesome! I loved it."
Yeah.
They were like, "But they left out. But they left out." And there was so much stuff so they were able to enjoy them, but they were a little deflated because the books, they devoured. They were ravenous for them. So I think you're entering a cool realm here, Preston.
By the way, Nick McElwain wearing his Gryffindor attire this morning.
Yes, sir.
He has pajamas.
Yes.
That look like a robe.
It's the closest thing I have to a robe, but they are officially licensed Harry Potter pajamas, and so I am a Gryffindor, and that's why I'm
Mr. Potter, what happened to your head?
You have taken the online quiz to find out which house you belong in?
Yes. I'm a Gryffindor.
Oh, you did? Okay,
Yeah. Pottermore was a great website. I don't think it actually exists anymore, which is too bad. But I mean, I've been in the Harry Potter universe for a really long time. I think I got into it maybe when the third book came out. And Steve, I love the movies as well, but the books really do add layers and levels and these just the intricacies to this universe, and it's why people keep coming back to it, because there's so much to read, there's so much to rediscover, and maybe you didn't even notice it the first time around.
And not only has Nick worn his pajamas, but he brought in his wand, and so did Steve.
Yes, I did.
And you guys both got those at Universal Studios?
This was a gift for me from Universal Studios, yeah. So my friend that went and knew how much I loved Harry Potter and brought it back for me.
And you haven't been there?
I have not yet, no.
Oh, my God!
I know.
Got to go. It's incredible.
I did a couple of the tours in London, which were amazing, but yes, I absolutely have to get to Universal.
That's the only thing I know about Harry Potter is that the rides were fun at Universal.
Right.
Literally.
Kathy, it is a whole world. I went to Ollivanders. You did as well, Preston. On your recommendation.
My daughter got a wand fitting there.
And yes, and when you go around the town, the wand activates certain things in
that's
town,
cool,
which is awesome.
Yeah.
I've been to both. I've been in the one in California and in Orlando, and they are outstanding.
I gotta go.
You won't, if you're a fan,
it's real.
You're gonna cry.
That
It's
world
real.
is real.
All right.
Some of the people that sent in submissions said that when they got there, then they saw the Hogwarts castle, it brought them to tears.
I believe
that's how moving it is, yeah.
All right, and by the way, Harry Potter fans are adorable. Look at these guys here this morning. We're going to meet our contestants.
Preston and Steve present Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts.
As Nick had said, we had loads and loads and loads of entries, but going through, we've got to narrow it down to two. And I'm sure that there are people that are incredibly well-versed, but we only have room for two people in our studio. And so that's how we're doing it, to have these two competitors battle it out. Mano a mano. All right, so let's meet our contestants, and we'll read the emails that we got from them. We're going to start with this one. It says, dude, I grew up with HP and obsessed. I was born in 89, so I was right out of the same age as Harry, right around the same age as Harry and his compadres, or his comrades, it says, as the books were released and they made their way through Hogwarts. Ultimately, not returning for education in year 7 as the Dark Lord has, by that point, hit full strength, obviously. I have lightly reread parts of the books since childhood, but made it my goal to reread all 7 books once I finished grad school, Master of Public Administration at Penn State, woot woot. My husband bought me a Gryffindor blanket, a book of spells as a grad gift as well, and I graduated in December 2020 and finished the books last month. Literally, the best books I've ever read, and I have no idea how to move on from them. It's really just a story about friendship and the power of love.
True.
I was brought to tears in books 5, 6, 7, and would say that my favorite books are 3 and 6. 7 is also just absolutely epic. My next goal is to rewatch the full versions of the movies. I went to Universal Studios California back in 2017 and wore a Harry Potter costume to Hogwarts. For the above reasons, I would say I am the Harry Potter expert. It's about both knowledge and sheer passion for the story, the most epic tale ever told. Please welcome Steph Rosenbluth to the show. Hi, Steph. How you doing? Oh, wait. Your microphone is not working. Let me try that again. Go ahead.
I am so happy to be here.
Yay. Steph, where are you from?
I'm from central New Jersey, Hopewell Township, right across the river from Bucks County.
It does exist.
Okay, so is that north-south Jersey or south-north Jersey?
Right in the armpit of the Delaware River.
All right, I want to ask you, Steph, because Steph is wearing a shirt that's got all 4 houses on it, but it says Hogwarts on it. She's also wearing a robe. She brought her owl. Is that Hedwig?
It's Hedwig.
Nice. And tell me about your glasses.
They are round glasses.
Are they prescription?
They are not prescription.
Okay.
They are just merely for this competition. Yeah.
They look great.
And social events.
Nice. So you recently reread all the books.
I did, yes. It was my goal, and I still don't know how to move on. Interestingly, while rereading the books, I was also rewatching Lord of the Rings extended version. So I was in quite the wizarding world.
Well, there's the amount of minutia, the amount of stuff to keep track of. But I mean, that's the books, the extended movie versions of the original Harry Potter, of the movies, and a lot of times they're tacking on an additional half hour, 40 minutes.
Yeah. Which character do you identify with the best?
Wow, which character? Probably Luna Lovegood.
Okay.
She says whatever's on her mind. People kind of think she's weird, but once they get to know her, they realize she has a heart of gold, and she's actually very important to the story and to Harry's success in defeating Voldemort.
I love that. Great answer. All right, that's Steph. Our next contestant writes, I was hooked on the series the first time I read Sorcerer's Stone and bawled my eyes out the day after my 11th birthday when I didn't get my invitation to attend Hogwarts for the upcoming school year. I read the series countless times as a child and still reread my favorites every year. I read the series countless times. Nope, I read that part already. Let me go back to this. And I reread the story every year, every Christmas, to get in the holiday spirit. Growing up, my family and I went to the premiere screening of the latest movie, and what started as my obsession turned into full-out family affair as I got the rest of my family hooked on the magic of the Harry Potter universe. We traveled to Universal Studios' Wizarding World of Harry Potter when I was 19, and I remember seeing the top of the Hogwarts castle and instantly burst into tears. I can definitely recite every movie from start to finish, and I'm always the go-to person when someone has a question about their Harry Potter timeline or whether or not Snape really was a good guy. For years, my friends and I would watch the full 8 movies in a marathon event. We would bake snitch cake pops, craft sorting hat cupcakes, and brew our very own butterbeer, all while playing Harry Potter trivia and discussing our favorite moments from the series. There really is something special about the magic that J.K. created, and I would love to put my knowledge to the test. Gang, welcome Lauren DiStefano. Love it. Hi, Lauren. How you doing?
I'm good.
All right, so tell us a little bit about you. Where are you from?
I'm from Downingtown, Pennsylvania.
From Downingtown, Pennsylvania. What do you do?
I work at a law office now.
Oh, really?
There you go.
Okay, nice.
You can employ spells in changing a witness's testimony. You bring up something that I thought was really cool, and I think of it this the same way. For some reason, I perceive Harry Potter, the movies, as Christmas time fare.
Every single movie has a Christmas scene.
Right. And so it's always applicable. Yeah, no.
And so, Lauren, how long have you been listening to the Preston and Steve show?
Probably my whole life. My parents are Y100 listeners, and we had like the CDs, and I was like, oh, that's the only station is Preston and Steve. So I just didn't know.
We were our own station, the Preston and Steve station.
So you're wearing a Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry shirt this morning, and you're wearing some funky looking glasses.
Yes,
what are those?
Luna Lovegood's glasses.
Those are Luna Lovegood's glasses.
Oh, wow. So she can see everything.
Okay, that's beautiful. And would I'd asked Steph who she identified with, and she said Lovegood. What about you?
I think, my favorite character is Sirius. I love him so much. I love his arc of being the villain to the good guy, but never getting the redemption of it. But everyone who loves and knows him knows he was the good guy.
You mean Severus?
No, Sirius.
Oh, Sirius. Oh, Sirius Black. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
okay,
out of prison, and everybody's like, and then he finally at the very end, they're like, oh yeah, he was a good guy all along.
Okay.
Wow.
I just loved him.
Oh, you guys are the real deal.
Well, we're going to put you to the test, guys. All right. Are you ready to get this underway?
Ready.
All right.
Ready.
Let's test your. Now we have. You guys are going to be buzzing, and I'm going to explain the rules. But let's just test your bells and see how it sounds. Steph. That's Steph's bell, and this is Lauren's bell. So a little bit of a different tone to each, so we can tell the difference, and we should be able to hear that. Okay. All right. Let's get this underway and tell you guys how we're going to be rolling this out for Battle of the So-Called Experts. There are 3 rounds, and they increase in difficulty. We will begin with the easiest questions, and they will be worth 1 point each. There are 4 questions per round. Okay. Second round, the questions are worth 2 points. And the third round, the questions are worth 5 points. So even if you're behind going into the third round, it can really change, and you can end up winning because of the difficulty level. Now, I will ask you a question. You have to buzz in to answer. If you get that question correct, you get points. Now, here's what I want you to keep in mind. If you buzz in while I'm asking the question, and I haven't finished the question yet, I will
WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. Real quick, a couple of shout-outs if you don't mind. I forgot my buddy Jeff wanted me to mention his wife, Megan Stricker, had her birthday. It was last week, so a little belated shout-out to Megan there. And then this email says, hey, my wife, Kim, and I are moving to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina at the end of November. And I'd love a big, juicy shout-out. I will continue to stream on YouTube and hope to fly up for the Camp Out for Hunger in the future. And,
nice.
This is from Tony Acker. He's also friends with the guys in Drop Dead Sexy. And he says, my friend Lisa and I are huge Froggy fans as well. So sorry you guys are leaving town, man, but good luck with everything. Here's a shout out for you. And Myrtle Beach is lovely.
Yeah, you can continue to listen.
Hope you guys
no
enjoy
matter where
that.
you are.
This one also I got, it says, hey guys, Casey, my name is Shauna.
Oh, here we go.
I know we have we have a Shauna. We try to have people's names handy as far as clips go. Shauna. Yes. All right. So Shauna says, I want to email you guys and let you know, tell you thank you for everything you guys do. If you can send a shout out to my mom, Pam. My mom has been a fan of you guys for years. My late stepfather, Rich, was always at your events. Anyway, my mom was diagnosed with stage 4 colon cancer, which spread to her liver, lungs, and now her brain. She's determined to keep fighting. She is a badass like that. Please send her a shout out if at all possible. A little word of encouragement as well. Love you guys, and that is from Shauna Powers. So, we hope she's going to stay positive, and hopefully you guys will have a wonderful Thanksgiving.
Yes,
and
embrace every second of it.
Absolutely. Here's a shout out, and we wish you guys luck and everything. And then let me see if I have any. I want to make sure because we're heading into a holiday weekend, and I don't want to get backed up. Oh, you know what? I got this one the other day real quick. Says, hey, guys, I'd like to request a shout out for our own Michael Barkan.
Oh.
For my husband's birthday, I bought him a cameo from Mike, and Mike hit it out of the park. He was hilarious and touched on every bit of info that I gave him about Nick, my husband. Nick was so surprised, also a tad embarrassed, to get a personalized birthday greeting from such a worldly known good guy and local celebrity. And I just wanted Michael Barkan to know he totally rocks and to recommend his cameo to anyone who listens to WMMR. It was as if he actually and genuinely cared, and it was like they were just friends talking. Thank you for everything you do. And that is from Felicia Catalano. So here's a shout out, and that is for you. And
That's
yes.
pretty. I wonder what he gets on average for a cameo.
Yeah,
because he'll step up and do a good one.
Oh, you know he would.
Yeah.
Michael, he's so freaking energetic, man. He cracks me up. All right, and then one last one. This is from a while back. I missed this one. It says, hey, I'm a Mark Crew, longtime listener, and you guys make my morning and exercise routine so much better. Just wanted to shout out for my cousin, best friend, and new bride, Megan Groob. She's marrying her fiance in Disney, but it happened on November 8th, so I'm a little late.
So her maiden name is Groob?
I guess so.
Let's hope she's upscaling.
And I can't be there to celebrate, so I wanted to throw her a shout out, and if possible, a small from Steve.
My
Because
pleasure.
it always cracks her up. And love from your lifelong best friend from Autumn Davis. So here's a shout out for you. And that is for you. Good luck with everything, Groob.
The Groobster.
The Groober. All right, so with Thanksgiving approaching on Thursday.
We have limited time before everything kicks in on Thursday.
Yeah, I
you
don't
got to
know.
do your prep now, right?
I don't know if this would officially be a connoisseur segment or not, but I do have food-related and Thanksgiving-related things.
We do have a sponsor, though.
And I did not have it on Friday. We do.
Bacon Bowls and Strangle Farms.
Strangle Farms from Bacon Bowls.
Bacon bowls.
Strangle your own pig today and create your custom bacon bowls.
What? Yeah. Strangle memories that'll last a lifetime.
All right, so, I go back and forth on my favorite parts of the Thanksgiving feast as far as the actual food goes and what is my favorite.
Okay.
And I think after reading this article, I may have landed on the stuffing being the thing that I really look forward to having.
It's always been my number one.
It's your number one?
Always.
We've
I
had
love
many
it,
a
man.
discussion about stuffing. It has divided nations.
Why do we only have it once a year? Why do
Because
we only
we're
have
morons.
that once a year? You can have it anytime you want.
You can.
You know?
You could keep it in your glove compartment.
Yeah.
If you really wanted to, you could keep it in your glove compartment.
Is it okay on its own? Like I love
stuffing?
I love it as much as you do. I just don't think that stuffing by itself is as good if you don't have like turkey and gravy.
Okay, are you saying just a bowl of stuffing?
Correct.
Like if you were to sit down and eat
Like a bacon bowl?
chili or something like that?
Yeah, I'm gonna have me.
Introducing Bacon Bowl.
I'm gonna have me a turkey sandwich any day of the week. I'm never gonna just sit there and eat a bowl of stuffing.
No, it's a side dish.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's
and I'm not
only
gonna-
good because it has something to be on the side.
That's
of.
not true.
Nick, could you see
That I
yourself
don't agree with.
sitting watching TV with a bowl of stuffing, eating it with your hands?
No.
Okay.
But
I
can
think
you
what's
sit-
happened
You can sit in front of the TV and eat a turkey sandwich.
that we could
with your hands.
I think we've been so trained and so conditioned.
Yeah.
I think it is so burned into our minds that stuffing is only for Thanksgiving that I think
agree.
it's a
not,
bridge
though.
too far for many people.
No, because Stovetop has come in and they, you know,
Yeah.
we're having chicken and stovetop. You know, that was the big
What?
thing. Yeah, I know. I'm not going to do
Well,
that.
I guess in my house, we just never did. It was always a Thanksgiving thing, and I
Right.
never really bothered to make it on another occasion, which you very easily can.
You have stuffing off holiday?
I mean, I have. Yeah, I mean, it's chicken and stovetop, but I will not have stuffing, Nick, without gravy. Stuffing and gravy, they're like.
What if you have stuffing and gravy? What will then be the side to that?
I mean,
Misery.
I would eat those by themselves, but I don't. I don't really like stovetop.
It needs a side. It needs to have something to go with.
I agree.
So I don't think it's a standalone.
You know what, Nick? I will have stuffing without gravy. That's not a problem. I can have it tried. But then again, I'm the man who
can
has
too.
waffles without syrup.
By the way, you're stuffing hating right now.
No.
That's what
I'm
you're
stuffing
doing.
loving.
Stuffing shaming.
I'm saying that stuffing. I'm not a stuffing shamer. I'm a
You're
stovetop
getting
fan.
angry over stuffing. I was
I am
noticing
not.
that.
No. I'm just saying that like stuffing is fantastic. It just can't survive on its own.
What did stuffing do to you?
Yeah, you're being nitpicky.
Let me ask you: Have you
I
ever
kill
had?
my stuffing on my own every year.
Yeah, you go to Strangle Stuffing Farms.
Yeah.
Have you ever had a stuffing sandwich?
No.
No, because it's already
It's already
Isn't there
bread.
bread in it?
Have you ever
It's
had a
bread.
bread sandwich?
But you know people who have those.
Yeah.
Stuffing sandwiches. Like growing up, I knew at least 2 or 3 people who would have stuffing sandwich. That's like having a pizza sandwich.
I am in
It's
agreement
like bread
with you
and
guys.
bread.
I want to clear the record here.
Yeah.
Stuffing
Oh,
is
here he
awesome.
goes again.
No.
He's angry.
You're being
You
very
shut up.
defensive.
Oh, now he's backpedaling.
Backpedaling.
I'm just saying stuffing is great.
Just be a man and stand by your words.
I am. Eat your words. Shut up over there.
Stop being
You
so angry.
shut up too.
Listen to him. Oh my God, this
So
poor guy.
angry.
So angry all the time. Take that rage.
Struck a stuffing nerve.
No.
No, I listen. There, stuffing has to go a long way to be considered, in my book, bad. But the biggest sin of stuffing is overly dry stuffing.
Oh yeah, but that's where the gravy comes in.
Yeah.
I
That's where
hate
the gravy comes
Thanksgiving.
in.
I hate Thanksgiving dinner. There's nothing good. It's there's.
Whoa!
I know. I'm sorry.
I hate
Now look at who's hating
Wow.
on things. To me, it's,
Looks like we have a new creep in town.
Wait, I just said to my cousin, I was like, it's the same old thing every year. I was like,
It's like giving thanks.
Coming from the girl who literally does nothing for what? What do you
but
provide for Thanksgiving
I
dinner?
would
she's
never
talking
show-
on a consumer level, right?
And I would never show up empty-handed. I don't cook the full meal because I don't host it.
Here's a freshly strangled turkey.
But no, Casey, I would never show up anywhere empty-handed.
You're saying the dishes, the food served.
Yeah,
is
and I'm
the
not
same
saying like
every year.
specifically from the person who's making it. Just like it's
Okay.
just it's turkey, it's stuffing, it's the stupid cranberry stuff. Like to me, it's so I'm over it. It's boring. I said to my mom, I go, "Can you make lasagna?"
Oh my God!
She was like, "Maybe I'll do that for Christmas. That might be a better idea."
It's only once a year, and that's too much for you.
Well, you know what my conversation was that it's the same for Thanksgiving and Christmas. Like it's the exact same dinner. That's where we need to switch it up.
I like to change that meal. I agree. I think it's
1/365th of my year.
I think it's too quick to do the exact same meal
like,
to do a turkey. I try to do something else.
Because like I can get excited about different meals and different dishes. Like I don't get excited about Thanksgiving.
Oh, that's
you know
too
what I mean? The food aspect
I
of it.
will try to search out unique recipes each year. If something to try a turn on the old classic, you know, or something like that. But anyway, we were talking about stuffing.
Yeah.
And I do have a piece of information that I think is worth passing along.
Get a pencil. You might be using this.
So the crumbly, starchy side has been a top searched term on Google in the last month as the holiday draws closer, according to search data collected by Google Trends, a search engine analytics platform. And by the way, there are... this is researchers from Google News Initiative created an infographic based on each state's uniquely searched stuffing. And they said we define uniquely searched as a term that is overrepresented in a region compared to the country. For example, if avocados were uniquely searched in California, that means that California searched it more than the U.S. as a whole. So they took this and whatever state... there were different searches that they did for stuffing, types of stuffing in particular.
So they broke it out by holes.
For example, well, here's one of a few of the things. They divided it into 5 stuffing categories: produce, meat, cornbread, and other or regional. Okay, so those are the ones. By the way, the term there are 2 different terms you could use. There's stuffing and dressing. So the word stuffing is a top searched term in 33 states and the District of Columbia, where the word dressing is a top searched term in 18 states.
What's the delineation?
My parents called it dressing.
Did they? So they called stuffing dressing.
Yeah, which was weird because I always thought of it as stuffing, even though they called it dressing. But apparently it's the southern states that dressing is where it is referred to. So my parents are Southern. They grew up in Kentucky, so that's where they get that term
So
from.
this definition up here actually is most linear to what I always thought it being.
Yeah, so here you go. Stuffing is defined as a mixture used to stuff another food, traditionally poultry, before cooking, whereas dressing is cooked in a pan outside of the turkey cavity. I thought the same thing, Steve.
Right. Okay, so I need some help because I prepared dinner last year for Thanksgiving. First time ever. The stuffing was amazing. I can't remember. There was something I put in the bird.
Yes.
And I can't remember what it was.
You probably put...
I feel like it was like apples and
onion,
cinnamon. And
apple, lemon, things like that. They're called aromatics.
Aromatics. I couldn't remember the name of the...
Aromatic.
That was so Dr. Mike.
That was Dr. Mike. Turkey-tastic.
Yeah.
Aromatic.
Systematic. Vegematic. Sponge-o-matic. I don't know.
Okay.
But it's aromatics, yes.
Okay.
So you believe that imbued the turkey with a better taste?
So I did.
Could you use a Glade air freshener?
You could, but probably make it inedible. But I brined the turkey last year. I can't remember the recipe that I used for the brine, but I have a brine recipe that I am going to use. That with the aromatics,
Standard aromatics, by the way, are carrot, celery, and onion. That's
all right.
like in soups and stuff. You get that a lot.
Excellent.
Right. But I feel like...
But you can I put lemon in there and apple.
I thought there was like an apple and a cinnamon or something like and onions makes sense.
How long did you brine?
Garlic.
I brined it overnight, like 12 hours or something like that.
Yep.
And
did you check out, there's a new book on it called Brine Song, which is a really good...
It's a sad movie.
It's a sad... No, the brining is apparently all the rage.
So I'm going to go through the
Turkey,
searches,
stuffing,
the stuffing, and what our states have searched the most. But is there something else you wanted to mention?
No,
Casey?
I want to hear your thing.
All right. So meat-filled stuffings were the most popular out of the 5 categories. By the way,
sausage.
And I've never done that. I've never made mine have had no flavors in that regard.
I am not a sausage fan per se. However, I do enjoy a bit of sausage and a stuffing.
You know what? Maybe that's what I usually phone it in for the stuffing. Maybe this year I'll try a homemade, full-on, from scratch stuffing or dressing.
Are you going to use your own bread, or are you going to use the bread cubes?
No, I think
Are you going to kill your own bread?
I go to Strangle Farms.
Well, I got my stuffing recipe from Steve Wilson from Wilson's Secret Sauce.
I trust him.
And it's great. And that's what I used last year. But I did end up going with the Pepperidge Farm bread cubes.
Okay.
But he uses bread cubes. But he cuts his own bread.
Okay. So anyhow, 17 states have searched for Thanksgiving stuffings that have meat in them. Turkey and sausage were top picks. But one state, Nevada, stood out as the only state to seemingly favor bacon wrapped stuffing. That sounds pretty.
Introducing Bacon Bowl.
That sounds good to me.
My mom puts bacon on top of the turkey.
Yes.
Yes.
Which is really
You
good.
can do that. Yep. I've done that before. Absolutely. I've cooked it upside down. I've done all kinds of different things.
Give me a skinny pig?
No.
It's not bad. Yeah. Do you have a favorite? Is there one that you default to every time in the way that you prepare
No,
it?
I'm in all of those, even with bacon wrapped and upside down and brined, I've never had one to where I'm like, that is the best turkey I've ever had. And it's clearly because I did this thing. I think making turkey is pretty simple.
Yeah.
Roasting turkey is.
The turkey we had last year was the best Thanksgiving turkey I ever had. And I was surprised because I am not confident in myself. And you're right, Preston. It's fairly simple. You just chuck it in the oven.
Yeah.
You know, you do a couple of things to it beforehand. But
Whamma jamma. Does it place this weight on you now to replicate the success of last year?
I feel like there's more weight on me this year than there was last year because last year's was so good.
Yeah.
And I don't remember what I did last year. I don't like.
Well, now you know you used aromatics.
I did use aromatics.
And the brining. So those are obviously the two critical elements.
So 15 states are team cornbread stuffing for Thanksgiving 2022, including Alabama, Georgia, Maine, Ohio, and West Virginia. Google's third most searched for stuffing type is categorized as other, and 8 states plus Washington, D.C. have shown interest in distinct stuffing recipes.
Is there one in particular for Pennsylvania?
Yeah, I will get to that in just a second here. So Kansas, Missouri, and South Carolina have searched for oyster stuffing, while Hawaii has searched for jalapeno cheese stuffing.
I thought it would be Spam.
And Kentucky has searched for soul food stuffing. Cornmeal stuffing is top search in Minnesota, while red Jell-O stuffing.
What the hell?
Is a top search in Oklahoma.
Is that like a dessert stuffing?
I don't know. And stuffing with Greek
crab?
yogurt is a top search in Utah.
Greek yogurt
Mormons.
stuffing?
Yeah. So country bread stuffing has been a top search in Washington, D.C. So I have our area here. Pennsylvania.
Yes, that's where we are.
So I have Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Pennsylvania, will it surprise you that the most searched stuffing...
Wait, drum roll.
Okay, yeah. Hang on.
Nick, the most searched stuffing in Pennsylvania was stuffing with raisins. You like raisins.
Clearly the Betsy McElwain effect.
Raisins.
Yeah.
And stuffing. I don't know about that.
I like raisins and meatballs.
Raisins in it. You like raisins.
Raisins?
It's got raisins in it. You like raisins.
That's Nick's mom.
That's my mom.
Yeah.
That's Betsy.
Delaware, the top search was ground sausage stuffing.
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
And then New Jersey, it says
sausages.
Italian dressing.
Just Italian?
Meaning, using the term dressing instead of stuffing. But I don't know what all entails. I assume some Italian herbs like, oregano and
Gabagool.
And gabagool. It's a little...
Yeah. Just a little gabagool in there.
Capoloche.
It's gabagool. You like gabagool.
Yeah. It's got gabagool in it.
Is it?
You like gabagool.
Raisins in it. You like raisins.
Gabagool.
You didn't say Italian dressing, did you?
He did.
Uh-huh.
So is it Italian dressing in the stuffing?
I don't think it's salad dressing.
You think it's like a clothes like an Italian person would wear?
Yeah.
No.
Zeke Avarici's.
I think they're using the term dressing instead of stuffing.
Oh, I see.
Is what I think.
You like this shirt?
But maybe.
Yeah, look at that. The lines are perfect, huh?
It's a shiny.
But maybe
Thank you.
it does use
Shut up, my shoes are real good.
dressing. to
Stick
cook
them
it.
right in your bird's ace.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
How do you like it, the gabagool?
You like a gabagool.
You like it, the gabagool? Genichetti.
I'll go through. Yeah, maybe Kathy, you guys could have genichetti instead of turkey.
I would love that.
Right?
Although that's a difficult one. You have to know what you're doing to
you do.
make a good one.
Yeah. Do you participate in any of the cooking on Thanksgiving at all?
Like I said, I will never go anywhere empty-handed. I will make something, but I haven't done the turkey in years.
But they usually like you to play your banjo, right?
So
I provide the musical entertainment.
do you ever host?
I haven't hosted in years.
Okay.
The last time I hosted
Was the last time
I
you
hosted. No, I did early on in my career. I did host. Preston, you helped
Kathy's
me.
playing.
You helped me one year with the turkey, and then the most successful turkey I think I had was when. The restaurant school helped me one year. That was really good. And then, yes, I do need help for this. And then the chef, which is where this all came from, the chef from Guppies.
Guppies,
helped
yes.
me one. Well, he catered one year.
Which is a smart move.
Which was awesome. He brought everything, and all I had to do was heat it up, and then I pawned it off as my own. It was excellent.
Are you serious? For real?
Oh, yeah. I did that one year. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. 100%.
Listen,
But wait, hold on. He did help me one year. Actually, I brined it overnight. I did the whole thing, and that was actually, if I followed exactly what he said, or when I did, it came out great.
Okay. I would harp on you for that, but you were actually doing your guests a favor.
Yes.
I don't like, and you know what? It was a
There's no reason to have a hospital set up.
It was a very large Thanksgiving. We could have done it, but it was like, I was like, no, with all of these people coming, nope. I hired the chef from Guppies, and he was great. He came over, he prepped like a few days before, brought it all over Thanksgiving morning.
There are a lot of
tossed it in
places
the oven.
that offer fully made meals, and that's what you do,
Yeah.
especially if you think you're going to murder your guests by poisoning them.
It was great.
Speaking of that, I can segue into this other story here.
Murder?
No, murder. Well, it's
Turkey, she wrote.
Possibly people getting sick.
That's your segue.
Oh, thank you. We now use the Batman segue to move on.
Meanwhile,
a Philadelphia researcher wants home chefs to be aware of a hidden danger for foodborne illness during Thanksgiving, and it might be lurking in unexpected corners of the kitchens. And the main thing they want you to watch out for is the spice rack. Spice containers, and I understand why this is, and I go to great lengths to make sure that I don't cross-contaminate this way. But spice containers are more than twice as likely as any other kitchen surface, including cutting boards, faucets, and trash cans, to be cross-contaminated with bacteria from raw meat.
When I saw the title of this article, I started to think about why, but of course that makes sense. Because that's the stuff you're touching while you're in preparation mode.
Exactly. You're always grabbing it.
Yep.
And so let's say you have a turkey or a chicken or something in front of you. You will move it around with one hand and then you're shaking with the other hand and maybe not realize that you've just contaminated the one hand, and you might grab another spice or something like that and cross-contaminate. So I'm very diligent when I'm working with raw meat. I wash my hands constantly.
I clean as I go when I prepare anything.
That's what you need to do.
Yeah, and I probably get a little OCD-ish about it, but like I can't, like, even if like sauce is spilling out onto the cooktop or whatever, like I can't leave it there. My mom is the opposite. She'll just like make the mess, cook everything, and then she'll clean afterwards. But I can't.
You've got to clean your hands off. I will wipe my hands under my testicles.
Right.
Okay,
Oh,
to
that's
make sure
smart, man.
everything is
nice and clean down there. You do shower a lot.
He is very cleanly.
Nick, they call it keeping your station clean.
Yes.
It's as if you were working in a restaurant.
Yeah, yeah.
And you need to, or things get out of control real quick.
But I've known like a few people who are legitimate chefs who kind of push the cleaning onto other people, which I understand, but will cook and then just leave it. And like, so it's up to
mic drop.
It's up to them, the owner of the house or whoever it is to clean up as they go. And if they don't, the one person that I'm thinking of is just kind of like, well, that's up to you. Like, I cooked for you, you clean it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should clean as you go along. Now, when it's all done and everybody's eaten and their dishes and everything, I'm like, you get to do that, and you get to put the stuff away too. As
and
far
pop
as
the zit.
Leftovers, and please pop my zit. So cleaning and sanitizing food prep spaces as well as diligent hand washing are critical. Nearly 2 million people a year are sickened by foodborne illness like salmonella, listeria, and E. coli. Food poisoning is often just an inconvenience, causing gastrointestinal distress, leads to an uncomfortable night in the bathroom, a few days off work. But for children younger than 5, it can be, dangerous, and the elderly as well. So bacteria from contaminated foods can spread almost instantaneously. and flows most easily to and from wet surfaces such as raw meat.
There you go.
To study how
As
bacteria
much as you enjoy licking it, don't.
spreads in the kitchen, Rutgers and North Carolina researchers watched about 370 study participants prepare a recipe for turkey burgers, and they said there was not a lot of hand washing going on. People take between 80 and 200 actions when preparing a meal. Moving from the counter to the fridge, touching their clothes, knives, other ingredients like spice containers. And researchers found that each move in the kitchen is an opportunity for bacteria to spread. Researchers were particularly surprised by the high level of cross-contamination on spice containers. In this study, in the provided recipe, participants were directed to add the meat, then the spice. If directions had called for combining all needed spices in a bowl before even opening the raw ground turkey, it would have eliminated the possibility of contaminating the spice containers. So washing hands between steps of a recipe can reduce the risk of contamination, but only if you do it properly. They found that 65% don't even bother washing up before beginning to cook.
So you're saying 2,000 people?
What's that?
What was the amount of people that become sick because of this kind of illness?
Oh, I don't know if I said
nationwide.
That.
Is on your side?
Yes, nationwide. I don't know how many people.
All right.
A lot.
Yes.
It happens. So nearly 2 million people a year are sickened by foodborne illnesses.
How many of you contributed to that list, Kathy?
Seriously.
Yeah. So make sure that you...
it's sage advice.
That you wash your hands constantly while you're doing that. Ooh. And then one other thing. Oh, what happened to Batman?
Sorry.
So
time for more turkey news, old chum.
A lot of people travel at Thanksgiving, but you won't be able to take an entire feast onto a plane with you in your carry-on.
Damn it!
According to the TSA,
that's my turkey bag.
When it comes to food commonly eaten for Thanksgiving, they said whether it's first run foods or leftovers, the same rules apply. If you're planning to travel with foods to contribute to Thanksgiving to a meal or travel with leftovers, be sure that you follow this simple rule to ensure your food can travel with you. If you can spill it, spray it, pump it, or pour it.
Oh, yeah.
And it's in a quantity greater than 3.4 ounces, pack it in a checked bag.
Oh, yeah.
Examples for items that should be checked include jams, jellies, cranberry sauce, and gravy. I'm sorry, man. What's in your purse?
It's gravy.
It's gravy.
A gravy purse.
Is it over?
It's a
8 ounces?
gravy clutch.
Some foods that can be carried through TSA checkpoints.
Those are my mashed potato purses.
Equal homemade or store-bought baked goods, frozen, cooked, or uncooked meats.
Excuse me, ma'am. Is that your hat or is that a pie?
Casseroles, mac and cheese.
Wait, you can bring a casserole onto it? Okay.
You can. Mac and cheese cooked in a pan. Fresh vegetables, fresh fruits, candy, and spices.
Oh, the whole idea of transporting, because you'd have to lock that down.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can't have your pudding loose in your luggage. I mean, what? Honestly, just get where you're going, and if you can pick up something.
Yeah. Why would you bring a casserole with you on a plane?
Well, if let's say
it's a famous.
No, well,
recipe?
Let's say that it's a family recipe,
Right.
and you're taking it, and you're literally showing up.
I guess
right before the feast, or you're not going to have time to make it the day before. You might travel with a casserole. With a casserole,
I packed it.
I'm bringing.
We have a carry bag for a casserole dish.
Really?
Yeah, it keeps it warm. The whole thing.
Would you be able to check that? I assume you would.
I think
right?
you would. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. As long as it's not too liquidy, I guess.
I don't even like it when somebody goes to like McDonald's in the airport and brings that bag onto the airplane.
I know.
Oh, I don't mind that at all.
Stinks up the joint.
Much less their oyster stuffing that they're bringing on board.
Would anyone on the flight like some of my oyster stuffing? I brought it loose. It was in my pocketbook. I had to empty my gravy.
If an item you're carrying on requires refrigeration or freezing to prevent foodborne illness, ice packs are allowed.
Oh, these condoms are filled with cranberry sauce.
But they must be frozen solid and not melted by the time you reach the TSA checkpoint.
Oh, I could imagine anything coming undone or breaking or even a little bit of a puncture while in your luggage as pressure is changing.
Yeah.
Also.
And in case you're wondering, alcoholic beverages containing an alcohol content of more than 70% or more than 140 proof are forbidden in carry-on and checked baggage as well.
That'd be I hate just transporting food in the car. Imagine getting it in your luggage.
Oh, my God. Yeah. All
Wait,
right,
I
so
got
those
to unpack the bacon.
little tips as we're heading in to Thanksgiving this week, which is a magical, wonderful holiday. I'm excited for it. All right, let's, speaking of bacon, we got to take a break.
Yes.
Because the Bacon Brothers are going to be joining us when we return. They have a new song called Philly Thing. So Kevin and Michael Bacon, we'll talk to them in just a moment. Stay with us because we will be right back.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
If you're incorrect, your opponent will get to hear the rest of the clue and also answer that question. And they get a benefit because they'll hear your incorrect answer. They'll hear the rest of the clue and might have a better shot at getting that. So keep that in mind as I ask the questions, whether or not you're ready to buzz in. And by the way, we will have a tiebreaker if necessary. If we have a tie at the end of the game, we'll have a tiebreaker question that is ready to go. And the winner gets our porcelain Tri-Wizards Cup here this morning. Gorgeous. It's actually a bi-Wizards Cup because we only have two Wizards in the studio this morning. But that is from our friend Eva, who created this. She is the ceramic studio manager at the Wayne Art Center.
She's so talented. She's so incredible. She recently had an art opening out in Westchester at Westchester University. Eva's a great artist and a really cool person. She actually submitted to be in this contest because she loves Harry Potter so much. But when she wasn't selected, she made this trophy for us instead.
That was very cool. And you can check out our Instagram account. We'll make sure we post that. It's at arts.by.eva. If you want to take a look. So thank you, Eva Hozinez. Is that how you say her last name? Hozinez.
Yeah,
All
she's
right,
awesome.
Thank you, Eva. All right, we are ready to get the battle underway.
Oh, boy.
Let's begin. All right. Let's get Steph and Lauren in place. Hands by your buzzers, by your bells, I should say.
Are we doing practice questions first, or are we just getting right to it?
You know what? All right, I'll do a practice question just so you know what it's like to buzz in. And by the way, the questions are difficult. I'm currently reading, and I've seen all the movies. I didn't get any one of these correct. All right, so but that's hey, I'm a neophyte compared to you guys. So let's try a very, very simple question, and buzz in if you know the answer. What street do the Dursleys live on? Okay, so then we would go to Lauren for that answer.
Privet Drive.
That is absolutely correct. So that's just a test. And that is how it's going to work. So we can clearly hear the bells.
Yes.
We know who's in.
All right.
And we can decide who gets to answer the question. All right,
Wait,
here we
sorry.
go.
Did you say where their hands need to go?
They can hover.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hands can hover.
We covered that off air. So, all right, first question, stand by. Here we go. And these are the easy questions for 1 point. In Prisoner of Azkaban, Snape commands his students to turn to... All right.
394.
That is correct, Lauren. To which page? 394. 1 point for Lauren.
I'm keeping score, right?
That was excellent. Yes. All right. Next question. After Dumbledore's passing, he gives Harry the very first snitch that he ever caught. All right, we're going to go to Steph for that answer.
I open at the close.
She is correct. The rest of the question was, what was the sentence that appeared on the golden sphere?
Wow.
I open at the close.
These guys are good.
1 point each. Next question. What are the full names of the 4 Hogwarts house? All right, we're going to go to Lauren. Lauren.
Salazar Slytherin. Godric Gryffindor. Rowena Ravenclaw. And Helga Hufflepuff.
That is correct. Wow. Those are the full names of the 4 Hogwarts house founders. So far, all my questions asked have been buzzed in early on.
Yes, they have.
They're extremely confident. Now, these are the easiest of the questions. Final question in the first round. Harry Potter's birthday is July 31st. Which character was born one day? Let's go to Lauren.
Neville Longbottom.
That is correct. Born one day before him.
Oh, my God.
And the total so far in round 1, Nick.
Lauren with 3, Steph with 1.
All right, 3-1.
3-1.
And these two are jumping in before every single... before I had a chance to finish every single
good.
question.
I mean, we have absolutely the best competitors you could possibly have.
Most definitely. All right, on to round 2. Right now, Lauren leads 3-1. Here's your next question. These are medium, and these are 2 points each. 2 points each. What is the name of Lavender Brown's rabbit?
Oh my God, that's literally the one pet I did not make a flashcard about.
Flashcard.
Steph was doing
I know
flashcards.
everyone else is.
You did flashcards?
Lavender brown.
What is the name of Lavender Brown's rabbit? I'll give you guys about 5 more seconds to think about it.
Like flashcards for this contest?
Yes.
Yes! That's what a competitor looks like, Kathy.
High level flashcard.
I played Trivial Pursuit last night.
There you go.
Running through the cards.
Yes! These guys are serious.
All right, Kathy interrupted. So your 5 seconds starts now. Hold on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, they're not going to take a chance at it. It was Binky. Didn't know that. Doesn't even ring a bell, does it? Okay. Fair enough. Well, it's a good thing you didn't answer them.
Wow.
Next
Is
question.
there a deduction?
No.
No.
No, if you get it wrong, you're not penalized.
Yes. You're not penalized, but you do kind of give up a little bit of information to the other competitor. All right, next is, what is Hermione's boggart? Okay, let's go to Steph.
It's Professor McGonagall telling her that she failed her exams.
She got it! Nice! So that's 2 points.
Yes.
And that means it's
all tied up.
It's 3-3.
Yeah.
All right, third question from the medium round, round 2. What animals represent each of the houses? All right, we're going to go to Lauren.
For Slytherin, it's a snake. Ravenclaw, it's an eagle. Hufflepuff is a badger, and Gryffindor is a lion.
That's correct. 2 points for Lauren.
I want to hang with these guys.
I'm telling you, man, they are so much fun. All right, and then the last question for the medium round, round 2, is how many staircases are... Okay, let's go to Lauren.
142.
That's correct. Staircases are at Hogwarts. Wow. All right, Nick. Totals.
After round 2, Lauren's still in the lead with 7, but Steph not far behind with 3.
All right, and it doesn't matter because going into this round, the points really jump up, and each question is worth 5 points each.
Wow.
As we
really
go for the quest of the Tri-Wizards Cup. And Steph, look, everybody, these guys are bouncing up and down. They're all excited.
I'm worried if that lavender one. I'm like, I know. Do I know anything?
All right, Casey, here we go. Final round. The most difficult questions that we could come up with yet. And here, this is really going to find out what you know about the Harry Potter universe. Let's go with this one. In response to the treatment of house elves, Hermione... Oh, all right. We had Steph ring in first.
It's called SPEW, the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare.
That is
Those index cards paying off.
To finish it, Hermione founded an organization called SPEW. What does SPEW stand for? And she's correct. The Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. Well done. What's the point total, Nick?
Wow, with that correct answer, Steph has moved into the lead. It's now 8-7.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
1 point lead. All right, 2 more questions to go. Here we go. Get your hands by your button, or by your bell, I should say. What is Nearly Headless Nick's real name? Okay, we're going to go to Lauren. Lauren.
Nicholas Demimsey Pompsey? Something like that. I don't think I got
That's
it.
incorrect.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
All right. So that means that, Steph, you can take a free guess no matter what. Even if you get it wrong, it's no big deal.
I know it starts with Sir Nicholas the rest of it.
All right. You guys aren't going to get that right. Sir Nicholas Demimsey Porpington.
You were you guys were all around
It's that
it.
name that you're like, Sir Nicholas, moving on. You don't
I
read
know,
the
right?
full name.
It's so
British.
so many syllables, and
Yeah. So
it's
British.
exactly.
That's a classic Harry Potter name, though.
This is the last question that we have here.
And it's anybody's game.
It's anybody's game right now. So this is in the past contests we've had runaways.
Yeah.
This time around, it's down to this last one. Here we go. Final question. On his 11th birthday, Dudley Dursley's parents take him and Harry to the zoo and also bring along Dudley's best friend. What is that friend's name?
Looking at each other.
Lauren almost cursed right into the microphone.
It's a super minor character from the first book. I know that.
Repeat the question, Preston.
On his 11th birthday, Dudley Dursley's parents take him and Harry to the zoo and also bring along Dudley's best friend. What is that friend's name? They have this intense look. Steph looks like she has no idea. Lauren is kind of picking around in her brain.
Whoever he is, he's not a nice little boy.
Right. 5 seconds left.
I'm just
Okay,
gonna put a
might as well.
guess in.
Go ahead.
Albert.
Incorrect. I'm sorry. Nick, what does that mean?
That means with 8 points, Steph is our winner.
Oh my God! Steph is the champion.
They are so evenly matched.
Oh my
Wait, what was
goodness.
it?
Yeah, who was it?
Piers Polkis.
Loser.
Please.
I mean, I don't. That was neck and neck.
All right, just for fun, we had more questions, and we're never going to use these for anything. And while we have Steph as the winner of the Tri-Wizards Cup here this morning and the self-proclaimed expert of the Harry Potter universe, just for fun, let me try out a couple of other questions for you guys. Who was the freed female house elf who neither wanted? All right, let's go to Lauren.
Winky.
Winky is correct. How about this one? Okay, let's see what you know about the making of the films. Christopher Columbus directed the first 2 movies. David Yates directed the last 4. Who directed 3 and 4? All right.
Alfonso Yates? I know it's Alfonso.
All right.
I know it's Alfonso.
There were 2 people. Prisoner of Azkaban and Goblet of Fire, respectively, was Alfonso Cuarón and Mike Newell.
Okay.
All right, and then one last one. Let's see. What'll be a good question? Oh, yeah, this one. Okay. What are Snape's very first words to Harry, and what is it believed they allude to? That's a hard one.
Snape's very first words to Harry.
You'll never get it because it's really intricate. So the first words were, "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" And apparently, an asphodel is a member of the lily family, and wormwood can be defined as a state or source of bitterness or grief. Snape is alluding to the death of Lily Potter, Harry's mother.
Wow.
So that's supposedly some of the lore, but that was like
Oh my God.
insanely hard.
That makes me want to cry, knowing that fact. I didn't know that.
That's in the first book, and then you know what you know about Snape much later on. But it's that's how layered and how intricate and how complicated the books are, and why it's so much fun to go back and rewatch the movies and reread the books.
It's poetic.
Every time I reread, I find something that I'm like, well, how did I not see that before? Like, it's a connection.
Well, you guys, I mean, you just put on a Harry Potter clinic. I mean, that's some amazing stuff, and you were neck and neck for the whole thing. It's just amazing.
Steph, I am now proud to bestow upon you the honor of the Preston and Steve Tri-Wizards Cup for your triumphant victory in Battle of the So-Called Experts.
Oh my God, it's beautiful.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Be careful when you hold it by the snake handles. They are a little bit sensitive, and we
when
don't
she
want that to
first
fall.
grabbed it out there, she was like, it's not a port key, is it?
Yeah, I'm like, this will not lead to my death, will it?
No, you're safe.
You guys are awesome. Congratulations. Thanks for being here. We hope you had fun. All right, and there it is again, folks. We've done it. We'll have to come up with some of the... If you have any suggestions of some good topics for Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts, let us know. We'll certainly take those into consideration. There's loads of things that we can go to in the worlds of entertainment and sports and history and whatever it may be.
And some of these things are so voluminous, you could, at some point, you may have to, Steph, defend your classification as the champion of all champions.
Yeah, you never know.
It's so big. There's so much to hit upon.
Yeah.
I did mean to mention this earlier, but we're going to also award Steph and Lauren passes to the Harry Potter exhibition that's coming to the Franklin Institute next year. So they haven't announced the official dates for that yet, but it'll be at some point in 2022. It's the world premiere. It's going to happen right here in Philadelphia at the Franklin Institute. The Harry Potter the exhibition coming to Philly in early 2022.
Excellent, and thank you to Eva Josinez for the Tri-Wizard Cup that we had. She fired it in her own kiln, made it from scratch. It's beautiful, and now Steph is the proud owner of that. So nice, excellent, great work, everybody. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. Make sure you stay with us. All right, thank you very much, Kathy. I think our guests are ready to go. Yeah. I'm going to play a little bit of the song before we bring them on, because you get some good stuff right at the open of this new song, and it spells out what you can expect if you listen to the entire thing. It's from the Bacon Brothers, and it's called Philly Thing. But listen to I'll play 45 seconds in this song. Please welcome our friends Kevin and Michael Bacon to the show this morning. The Bacon Brothers. Gents, Good to have you back on early. Happy Thanksgiving to you.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Hey, I mentioned at the top there's a lot going on. There's a lot of musicians on this song. Is this?
Yes, there are.
Yeah. How many people? All the horns and all that funky sound. There's a lot. Any idea how many musicians on Philly thing?
Oh, gosh. I mean, I'd say probably 20, 30.
Wow.
I don't know. A lot. Yeah, there's a lot. What happened was we recorded the basic tracks, and then we sort of put it out there with the producer, Joe Nicolo, to bring on any Philly-based, musicians that wanted to add something to the track. And then we were also working with this organization called Rock to the Future. It's really, the song is to benefit them. It's an organization in Philly that provides instruments and music lessons and recording opportunities to kids in the Philadelphia area to play actual live instruments and in more of a rock and funk and soul and kind of folky kind of way as opposed to classical. So we put the kids on there too. So there's a lot of people playing.
That's right. In fact, there's a kid that's featured prominently when you get to like the bridge of the song. There's a rap, there's a breakdown, and all that stuff. And did you guys? Because obviously lyrically, it's filled with Philly centric stuff. It's really cool. And we'll break down some of that in just a moment or two. But did you have this kid write this part of the song, or how did that come about?
Yeah, he came in with it. We just threw it out there to Rock to the Future and said, do you have any rappers? And if so, have them come in with something. So
that's awesome.
He was ready to go for sure.
Michael, I have to imagine that when you're doing anything, obviously, or at your hometown, you're trying to get a feel of the area and convey it to music. That something like that can be simultaneously fun and kind of annoying in a daunting way, because it's like, well, where do I start? How do I get that visceral feeling conveyed through music?
Well, I'll disagree with you. I mean, growing up in Philly, I feel like, how do we fit it all into a song? There's so many things that Kevin and I feel passionate about. And one of the things, as a film composer, my childhood in Philly lives with me every day. Mm-hmm. And if I didn't have that, I couldn't do what I do. As a songwriter, songwriters are always trying to capture something and give it to the world. Why we do that, I really don't know, but that's what we do. And when Kevin played me this song, I thought, this is really cool. What can we do with this to push it out and do something good for our beloved city of Philadelphia? And one of the things, going back to my childhood, when I was we all went through the Philadelphia public school system, from the 50s and 60s. And it was a challenge. But one thing that we always had, once you got to fourth grade, you want to play the oboe, want to play the violin, want to play the cello, want to play the piano, want to play the drums. Every kid was offered an instrument for free and a teacher and an ability to play in an ensemble. And as I moved up through the public school system, I was first cellist in the All Philadelphia Elementary School Orchestra. I was fifth cellist in the All Philadelphia Junior High School Orchestra, and I was the last cellist in the Senior High School Orchestra. But at the same time, I wasn't really that great of an instrumentalist, but it just filled me with so much stuff. And then when I look at the Philadelphia Folk Festival, which I would go every year, when I look at Jerry Blavat, the music, the kids in my high school, all they listened to was R&B. No Beatles, no folk music, jazz. It just was such a rich garden of delights that really is my food.
Yeah.
Well, you managed to squeeze the Geeter into the lyrics of the song, right? which is cool. We love Jerry. Jerry's a friend of ours, and he's the biggest radio cheerleader in the world, which is wonderful, and we love that about him. But did you start off when lyrically, did you write, okay, Geeter, John, Mummers? Did you make a running list of references that somehow or another we find a way to make it in, or did this come along in more of a flowing water type of path?
I would say it was flowing. Whether or not it was water, I'm not sure. But something was flowing.
Whiskey.
You know, I definitely just it just kind of spun out. I wish Michael and I, often are asked, what's the inspiration? I mean, obviously Philadelphia is the inspiration, but just like, I think I was just thinking about how sometimes something had happened where I was making a reference to somebody that wasn't from Philadelphia. And they were like, that's weird. And I went, well, that's a Philly thing. And you know what I mean? So I just started thinking, well, what does that mean in my history? And just kind of just started spewing out all these things and looking for, rhymes and music and food and history and people. And,
it's cool to have that sense of pride about it. And then as a way to sort of invite people into understanding what a Philly thing is. Now, do you, obviously you both musicians, all your siblings are musicians at one level or another, or no?
Well, our sister Hilda taught me how to play the ukulele. That was my first fretted instruments. Our parents, no. They loved music, but when our father would sing us a lullaby, we'd pretend to fall asleep so he would stop.
Shut up.
But our sister Hilda was definitely a big influence. I was in a jug band with her when I was the first band I was ever in. But our other three sisters, no, not music. I would say Kevin and I and Hilda are the three that sort of really got into music.
And Kevin, your son Travis is a musician as well, yes?
Yeah, Travis. Yeah, Travis is a musician. He's also a producer and engineer. He's doing scores now, following in his uncle's footsteps. And
wow.
And he was always a musician right from the jump.
And I saw your daughter Zoe in a Smile over the weekend, which is a huge hit for her. Does she have any musical predisposition?
Yeah, she does. She loves to play. She loves to sing. She'll play and sing with me and with Kira, which is something Travis won't do. He'll produce. He's produced some tracks for the Bacon Brothers, and we're working on one with him now. But when it comes to just kind of like taking out a guitar and singing along to a song, no, he tends not to do that. But Sosie loves to do that. In fact, she's always looking for new stuff for us to cover. And, sometimes we put stuff up on social media. I've been doing this goofy thing where I play songs to our goats.
Yes.
And Sosie and I, we didn't have the goats because we were in LA, but we recently just covered a Taylor Swift song. So yeah, we definitely make music together.
I desperately wish that we could have a family jam in my house. They're such underachievers, my family. It just drives me
You don't even have
crazy.
goats.
I don't even have goats, but it would be so nice if you just happen to be hanging out with each other and you can just make music together. It's a special bond,
Yeah, we've always been able to do that. And Thanksgiving's coming up, and probably after a couple of glasses of wine, we'll pull out the guitar and see what happens. But it's business as usual for our family.
You guys had mentioned, Kevin in particular, you mentioned the Rock to the Future, and also your 6degrees.org group. Is it benefiting from this song? And if so, how can people help contribute to that?
Yeah, well, there's links on any kind of, when we put the song up, whether it's across social media or YouTube or whatever, you can find a link to Rock to the Future and to 6degrees.org. And it's also about giving some exposure to this really cool organization. I think the work that they're doing, the kids that they're affecting. You can see we have a great little behind the scenes video that's available, and there's interviews with the kids where they talk about how important this program is to them, and this kind of sense of a musical community and of I think there was a lot of pride that I saw from them being part of this record, and I think it's a great group.
I'm curious if you happen to know about Rocket Futures. I really don't know about the organization. If they'll take donated instruments, because one of the things I hate to see is people who have instruments that are nobody in the household is playing them. They're collecting dust. That could be put in the hands of somebody who could really create something special and beautiful, or maybe open up a whole new world to them. You know.
I guess what? I'm sorry to say that I don't actually know the answer to that question, but I am going to find out because I think that's a great point. And I don't know, but hopefully they will. And if they haven't, we heard it here first. It's time for them to start.
Yeah, that's it. Great. You'll get a percentage of all those instruments, Preston.
I hope so. Wouldn't that be nice?
There you go.
Hey, Kevin, by the way, very cool stuff with this Guardians of the Galaxy thing that they ran. I thought that was a lot of fun and had to have been a blast for you to be dragged into that, as opposed to just in a dialogue sense. They brought you in physically for this little special they put together.
Yeah, definitely. It's a lot more fun to be there physically than just being mentioned. Yeah, I had so much fun. It was, I mean, there was nothing but unbridled fun on that shoot. You know.
Well, let me ask.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to ask you because, listen, you're a great actor and you've played so many roles in your life. How hard is it to play yourself?
You know what? This is weird to say, but when I play myself, which I have a few times, I actually look at that as a character. Like, I don't even look at it as like playing myself. It's like this guy who is somebody's idea of who I am. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not really, you know, I mean, of course it's not really, I mean, just in fact, I mean, you know, when you see the special, they put me in this house and it's like gigantic and it's covered with these inflatable Christmas decorations. It's nothing like the way that I live. I mean, frankly, I don't really like Christmas decorations.
I was looking for the goats. I honestly, I thought, I'm like, if they have like one goat as a little reference to your, no, but they weren't going.
Christmas goat, yeah.
That's true. There were no goats there, yeah.
I have to ask, because and I didn't realize this, I was looking at doing some of the research. So is this officially a quarter century of the Bacon Brothers as an entity?
Oh, yeah.
That's what they tell us. I think it's over. It's even more than 25 years.
Wow.
And was that because obviously, Michael, you were working as a musician. Kevin, you had worked with Michael in various bands and done, you know, obviously the music together. But was the notion of you guys together as a performing duo, was that someone else introducing that to you? I think I'm remembering the lore correctly, that someone said, "Why don't you guys do this?" Is that essentially what happened?
Yeah, that's Harry Spivak. We'll blame him for it. He was working at Tilla. He's a really old friend of Kevin's and mine from the neighborhood, and he was working at TLA, and he'd heard some demos. We've been writing songs since we were, you know, when Kevin was a really little kid. And he said, "Why don't you come down to TLA and put a band called the Bacon Brothers and play a set?" And that was it.
Michael, I think I remember seeing you for the first time ever in 1984 at Charlestown Day Camp. I know both you guys went there growing up. And Kevin, I think that was the same year that Footloose came out. And then Michael came and performed live at this day camp where I was a kid. I was a kid camper. And it was really cool to have a connection to the Bacon Brothers even back then, you know, and I was only 9 years old at the time. Do you remember doing those performances?
There was a kid with a very large head.
Enormous head. He was sitting in the front row,
yeah.
And he was really excited.
He was blocking the PA.
I still do it's now Charlestown Play School. I wrote this song called the Play School Song that I've been singing there for, 30 years. And they'll have me come out in March when it's about 43 degrees and sing for the kids outside. But I love doing it.
And Nick, did you know that? Did you know anything about Michael at that time? I mean, you were a kid.
I knew that he was a musician and that he was really good, and then he performed, for all the campers there. So it was a really cool experience, and it was just like an introduction into like Hollywood royalty, even back then, you know, when we were little kids.
Nice.
Well, thanks, Nick, for mentioning that. I'd sort of forgotten, but now I have very fond memories. I'm glad you would, and I remember you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Absolutely, he remembers you clearly.
Yeah.
He
was a special kid.
Well, listen, the song is a lot of fun, rich with really cool references to this area, which you guys are no stranger to putting that into your music, and we once again continue to appreciate and thank you for that. but also raising some money for a really cool organization. I like the sound of this Rock to the Future. And also 6degrees.org does great work too, which is wonderful. So, guys, thanks. It's good to check in with you. And when you're coming back into town, make sure you let us know. We want to get the word out about Bacon Brothers being in Philly again, okay?
Thank you, guys. Thank you. We always appreciate your help.
Our pleasure. Have a great Thanksgiving, guys.
Yeah.
Bacon Brothers on the Preston and Steve Show. And I like this little bouncy rhythm they've got to this as well, which is really cool.
We didn't ask him about bacon bowls.
Oh, damn it.
Damn it.
Damn it.
All the bacon bowl references we've had all morning long.
We had a winner of a business concept that would be their own bowling alley bacon bowls.
Right. I forgot about the bowling alley idea.
It's a multi-million-dollar concept. We just go
multi-million?
Multi-hundred-dollar concept.
How much can I make on this?
Couple $100.
At least.
All right.
You just can't be associated with it.
What's the story? We have a last second guest that's been added. Are we holding? We still a few minutes away?
Yeah. Probably about 10 minutes away or so.
All right. We're going to have Natasha Leggero. She is performing at City Winery tonight. And so we're going to talk to her in a little bit, which is pretty cool.
Look at that. She must have heard about the success of our Bacon Brothers interview.
And immediately contacted
I want
us
some of that.
and said that she's got to get on board. So we're going to talk to her.
Maybe you could ask her, Steve, about the
bacon
bowling alley idea.
Let me ask you.
Dear Natasha.
This is going to seem out of left field, but if you had a winner of a bowling alley concept and see if she bites. All we're asking for is some starter money.
I haven't been bowling in a long time. I was thinking about going bowling recently.
I went about a month ago for my wife's birthday. I was terrible.
Marissa Magnata, speaking of bowling, has a bowling announcement to make.
Is that right?
I'm going to give you the microphone.
Bowling announcement.
Marissa. This is a bowling announcement.
Wake up the kids.
Marissa Magnata.
Guys, I bowled 4 strikes in a row.
Oh, my God. Wait a minute. That's not how you make an announcement.
That's a perfect game.
You got to do it all over again.
Marissa bowled her highest game ever.
Best game of my life.
There you go.
I scored 145.
That's awesome.
That was big.
That's a solid score.
Is that good?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like decent?
You going to try it with the bumpers down?
It was against Jose Garces. I was at like a bowling event, like a chef's bowling event. We did it for our podcast.
Did he sweat at all?
No, but he won.
Okay.
His team won.
He beat you?
Yeah. We were in like the...
Oh, I thought you guys were doing like a mano a mano, like one against, directly. But no, it was a team thing.
It was a team thing. We had Jen Zavala, Foxy Lady Chef, on our team.
Okay.
Delicious City podcast.
Look at this
team.
culinary crew you hang out with. All the
right?
city's top chefs. You go bowling and duck hunting. It's amazing.
Steve, I do kind of like geek out now because we've had a lot of these chefs on the podcast, and they come over and they're like, "Hey, Marissa," I'm like, "Oh my God, you know my name."
Wow. So you bowled a 140?
145.
145. Congratulations.
Hey, thanks, guys. I appreciate it. I needed a win today.
And that was at which bowling alley?
Brooklyn Bowl,
Bacon
right?
Bowl? Bacon Brooklyn Bowl.
Bacon Brooklyn Bowl. We're changing it.
Okay.
Done.
Love
Bacon
it.
bowls.
I have an event there in a week and a half, I think. Maybe next Friday or 2 Fridays. Anyway.
What is it?
It's another one of the Christmas Miracle. You can, win a pass to go to Christmas Miracle, and I'll be at Brooklyn Bowl. I haven't been there yet, and I'm really looking forward to checking it out. Everybody raves about the place.
It's a music venue too, right?
Yeah, and you can bowl, and I think the night that we're going to go, Preston, they're going to have like a live band for a live karaoke or whatever.
Nice.
But yeah, Marissa is...
You can sing We Got Tonight?
I'm sorry?
You can sing We've Got Tonight?
Yes. Yeah, I'm not going to be singing because I want people to come.
That would be cool, though.
Yeah, next Thursday the 1st. So that's 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Brooklyn Bowl. But you can win passes to Christmas Miracle, and I'll do this rendition.
The song stylings of Nick McElwain sings the Bob Seger song.
We need to have... I need to hear Nick sing sometime. I would love to hear you
We've
actually
all got tonight.
make an attempt at singing.
I was thinking about songs that I might actually be able to sing.
Okay.
What would fall on your register?
Yes.
Mark Knopfler.
Yes.
I'm
a big Dire Straits
talk
fan.
sing.
Yeah, talk singing, exactly.
How about Baby Shark?
No, that's too much melody in that one. What was...
What about Dylan?
Dylan?
Dylan is a talk singer a lot of times.
Yeah, I don't know. There was a song that I was singing the other day.
I got one for you.
By Dire Straits, So Far Away. I think I could do
Great
So Far
song.
Away. Yeah.
I bet you could do this one.
Oh,
This is talk singing, right? Yeah.
Pepper, yeah.
brother tweeted at me last week. He said, this has strong Nick McElwain, Bob Seger energy, which was pretty funny because it was Radiohead playing Creep at the 1993 MTV Beach House.
Okay.
So, like, it's this party atmosphere, and Radiohead comes out and does Creep.
Oh,
and I was like, yeah, that fits. I just can't imagine, like, a beach party, an MTV party, and the Radiohead coming out.
Radiohead.
Yeah. The audio is pretty hilarious.
All right. Anyway, how did we get here?
City Winery.
City Winery.
Yes.
And the bowl.
And Brooklyn Bowl.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
Bacon Bowls.
Right.
Bacon Bowls for everybody.
Bacon bowls.
Natasha Leggero will be on in a moment to talk about her game
Nary a
coming up
moment.
there tonight. But I did see this other story. I meant to get it this last week, and I didn't have a chance to, but this is a good spot to put it. But the official Scrabble Players Dictionary has about 500 new words and variations.
So I don't play, as you know, a lot of board games, and I don't play Scrabble as a result of that. But does the Scrabble Dictionary come out often during your average Scrabble match?
It's huge. We have one at home, and obviously it's years outdated, but there are no definitions.
Right.
It's just words.
Okay.
It's just, and it's variations on words. So there's a gazillion words in this thing. And I don't really use it. And we don't play Scrabble that often anymore, but we will on rare occasion break it out. Which is too bad because I love that game. I love playing Scrabble. But it is like it's almost anything is a word in that Scrabble dictionary. I think it's a little too liberal, personally.
So
Okay.
what's your biggest issue with the Scrabble with the laissez-faire attitude they have?
Like
too many words.
It's too many words in there.
Yeah, but you know what? You're not allowed to have like proper names in there.
Correct. That's a good point. All right, so let me give you some of the new additions.
What about? I'm sorry, just to jump in here quickly. What about a proper name brand like Kleenex?
No,
that would not fly. All right,
tissue.
So here are a couple of words. Stan is one. I don't know what that. I mean, that's somebody's name.
Yeah, but that's like a an Uber fan.
Like, I love this person so much. I stand for Preston Elliott. I stand for Kevin Bacon.
This is the first time I've ever heard that.
Yeah, but
word.
it comes from, I believe, the Eminem song Stan.
Oh,
So,
no
like,
kidding.
Yeah, remember Stan was like essentially crazy.
Psycho fan.
It's like a social media thing.
All right, sitch.
Yeah, situation.
Situation. But how do they spell that?
SITCH.
I think
so.
that's
I
not
would think
correct.
that's a partial word.
Yeah,
but and therein
situation would be SITUATION.
Yeah,
not
but-
SITCH.
But maybe it's now
It's bogus.
self-contained. You know, what's the sitch? You know,
Yeah.
it's more than just an abbreviation. So like convo.
Yes.
Come on now.
It's short for conversation.
That to me is that's wrong.
And I understand, but it's an abbreviated word.
So they are taking these hybrid words.
Zedonk.
Yeah.
ZEDONK.
Zedonk.
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
not
know.
familiar with
Anybody?
Zedonk.
Docs, I know what that is. Faux hawk is now officially a word for Scrabble. Guac, short for guacamole.
Yeah, if
Spell
you go-
guacamole, you loser. You quitter.
I've always-
quitting halfway
I've
through.
always wondered some of these truncated versions of words that are nary one or two letters off the original word.
Yeah.
You're just being overly
Well,
pedantic.
I didn't know this. A Zedonk is an animal. It's a
Zebra donkey?
zebra donkey.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Kill
Know
it.
that?
So I don't know if it's
Kill it.
It's an aberration.
Take it to Strangle Farm and kill that aberration.
I always called them donk bros.
Donk Bros?
Yeah, donk bros.
There are several zebroids out there. You can cross a zebra with a horse.
What kind of mad scientists are out there? You're looking for different ways to apply zebra.
Well, a mule is a donkey and a horse, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, Casey, sometimes
what's
they're
a
called,
goat?
They're called donkras.
It's a goat.
Horse,
Okay.
a horse
Zodonkras?
sire. Yeah, a horse sire and a zebra dam.
no,
And
it's
that's,
just too. You're screwing with the normal nature of things.
Well, they usually end up being sterile.
Okay.
there you
What
go.
about
So there's just one generation.
Okay.
It's the most pathetic animal ever.
By the way, faux hawk is the potentially highest scoring new word.
Faux hawk?
Yeah,
because of the
X in there.
X's?
There's an X in there, and a K is a pretty. What's that? 5? I think
Yeah.
5 points for a K.
What about a quiz? Quiz is pretty big.
What is?
Quiz, because it's got a Q and a Z, and those are.
That's
those
not
are,
a new word.
I know, but
I'm just saying this
for
is
the
of
new
the new
words.
words.
Okay.
Faux hawk is
All
one
right.
of the higher, and then and embiggen,
To embiggen the noblest mind.
Right.
a
Those are
verb
some
meaning
biggins.
to increase in size, is among unexpected new additions.
Emerson Biggins.
Embiggen's from The Simpsons.
That's right.
It's on the statue.
All right, and then I know our guest is on the line. Real quick, new compound words you can also play now include dead name, which is if you're a trans and you change your name, then your birth name has become your dead name. Allyship and baby moon.
Baby moon.
Or what if baby wheels?
That's like a honeymoon if you're going to have a baby.
Oh.
Baby moon.
So you're going on a baby moon with your partner.
What's the fun in that? You can't even drink.
Scrabble.
You can. The other person can. The pregnant person can.
That's a lot of fun for that person.
Just find your favorite alcoholic and bring them along with you.
All right. Anyway, those are new additions. 500 new words.
That's
all told.
way too many
That's
words.
A lot, dude, in Scrabble. All right, our next guest is on the line. She is performing tonight.
Tonight.
City Winery Hot Damn Tonight. Please welcome Natasha Leggero to our show today.
Thank you.
Hello, Natasha.
In
Biggin, yeah.
I hate it.
I know. I'm not a fan either.
It sounds like a smart person. It sounds like a dumb person trying to be smart.
Yes, exactly. So it's like a faux word. Are you a board game player at all? You don't impress me as someone who has time for that.
No puzzles, no board games. No, I'm an adult.
What about Wordle?
Life.
Are you a Wordle person?
No. I have something called a toddler.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
So I don't really have time for Wordle.
All right, wait a minute. A toddler. How old is your young one?
My daughter is 4. I just wrote a book about it. That's why I'm going to be at City Winery. It's called The World Deserves My Children. And it's about parenting, at the end of the world and whether or not we should be having kids with everything that's going on. Spoiler alert, the answer is yes.
Okay, good.
But I'm gonna be doing stand up tonight at City Winery and doing a Q&A and meeting people after the show, and it's been really fun, and I'm glad that I get to go to Philly.
No, it's very cool.
Yeah, and how has becoming a mother informed your stand up? Has it?
Oh, yeah, like my kid now, she's 4. I don't know if you guys had this experience, but she's like, I don't want you talking about me to anyone.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
gonna.
You guys are on the radio every day. Like, you must be talking about your kids, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and there was a kind of like a touch and go situation for a little while there, but it wasn't until like our kids' friends were like, "Hey, your dad's got a cool job," that they were like, "Okay, you can talk about some stuff."
How old was that?
Well, my daughter's in high school now, so it wasn't until she had gotten into high school. My son,
Damn it.
same thing. Yeah,
She's got a few years
yeah,
then.
you got a few years.
Yeah.
I wanted to do a Netflix special, and I'm like, anything I do now, she's gonna like watch when she's 12 and be pissed at me. So,
Well, is there a case, Natasha, to be made that's how you're putting food on the table and paying for all the medical needs? And so,
Not when they're 4.
well, still, right? I mean, there's that element to it. You're taking care of business, as they say.
I mean, that is logical and reasonable and rational, yes. But I don't think children are that. But no, of course, I'm going to continue to make fun of her. I'm just saying.
Natasha,
Maybe not.
my son
Yeah.
makes fun of me. So if somebody recognizes me like out, oh, are you Kathy Romano from the Preston and Steve show? I'm like, yeah, hi, it's nice to meet you. And when they walk away, he goes, oh, hi, are you Kathy Romano?
I mean, I'm sure she'll get over it.
Well,
But it also, yeah, go ahead.
No, it's funny because with this, and obviously we know you prior to your toddler and your life, and I've always, now my wife and I don't have kids, but everyone I know who had that general fear of having kids or just, I don't know if I'm made for this, I don't think I've ever heard a post-birth story where they said, yeah, I was right, I'm not made for this. It always is the thing, you just naturally take to it. Are you surprised with the mother that you are now as opposed to what you thought you might be prior?
Yes, for sure. Like, I used to travel around saying jokes like having a baby is like a DUI from the universe. Like I was definitely not wanting to have a kid. And I froze my eggs at 38. And I talk about all this in the book. And then I had my baby at 43. And yes, it's this amazing feeling. And I really did it partly because everyone's like, you're never going to understand this feeling of love. It's the most amazing feeling. It's so intense. And I really wanted to know what they were talking about. now that I have the baby, I realize that you could just as easily replace the word love with the word fear. And I wasn't really prepared for that because I'm not a fearful person. And I've always lived my life for me and kind of had all this joie de vivre and done anything. And, you know, go to Africa, go to Thailand, go whitewater rafting without a helmet. So I still looked good. Like, you know, and now I'm like terrified. And it's been really a change and I'm getting through it. But, you know, I definitely, no one, and that's why I wanted to write the book, because there was all these things like having a baby later in life. Like I was noticing no one was really talking about, you know, wanting to quit breastfeeding, egg freezing, fear, parenting and environmental panic, and it possibly the end of the world. Like, so I just, I wanted to write about all those different elements and, yeah, but yes, I'm definitely changed.
Well, listen, you're right about that. They don't tell you about the fear to expect, and it starts within those first few weeks of walking in and they're in the crib, and you realize, oh my God, what if I walk in there and they're not breathing? You know what I mean? Something like that. Like I never in my life did I ever consider that, and there are just 1,000 of those that happen as you travel through this parenthood thing. So I'm glad that you're actually writing these down, not to scare people away, but maybe just to say, hey, some things you might not have considered. You know.
Hey, not everyone has to have a kid either. Maybe we do want to scare some people away.
Good point.
Maybe that's the wise thing to do. Yeah. It is funny though. It's my sister-in-law, you know, there are 9 kids. And so what happens, she has the initial few, and then as she describes it, basically the kids she has later on, her older just take care of the younger kids. So at a certain point, you can kind of just go, okay, you guys got it. And it's a self-contained environment. They're all taking care of each other. But in the beginning, the level of panic and all of those things is, to me, it just seems like an unbelievably daunting thing to have to face.
It is. And also, I'm one of those moms who's only having 1 kid. They say 1 is an accessory, 2 is a lifestyle. So
I like that.
I'm never going to know the feeling of other kids watching my kids or cleaning up.
Not that you don't pay, right? Like babysitters. And
one of the things that scared me, though, prior to becoming a parent was, you know, this idea that I was going to have to stop doing the things that I like doing. I remember talking to, you know, my cousin who was a musician, and I remember seeing him at a family party, and I was asking him how it was going. He's like, I don't really play that much anymore. And I was like, well, why is that? And he's like, you know, the kids. And I was like, oh, well, that kind of sucks, you know? Like, you have to, like, I don't play any musical instruments, but I still didn't want to, like, give up those things that I love doing. Nothing that was, I would say, you know, like super selfish or anything like that. But, like, I don't know, for you, is there anything that you stopped doing that you love doing now that you're a parent?
Hearing you talk, I'm like, you need to talk to my husband because he still thinks that he should be going through this life having a good old time.
There's an issue.
Surfing. He's going to Burning Man. He's going to post-Burning Man parties in Reno for 3 days.
That's not right.
Camping. I know. He just got a DJ set, so now he's trying to DJ. I think that he's like really afraid that he's going to lose his, you know, his whoever that he is, like his youth, you know.
Virility, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. So I just kind of try to like deal with that. But yeah, for me, I've been trying to finish reading a book for like, you know, 2 years. So that is the problem.
Have you become more sort of a provincial? Or have you taken on more like a Currier and Ives kind of things? Are you like, you know, all those things? Because it's wild to see the process take place, especially around the holidays. It becomes this whole new set of things that are now you're enabled because you have the child to go do these things that you're not doing as a non-parent.
Well, I do think that, like, you know, the pandemic was obviously very intense, and I was planning on having, you know, a nanny work 40 to 60 hours while I worked during those 2 years. I was going to outsource some of that time I spent with my kid. And, you know, we didn't do that. And I think it actually made us really close as a family. And so it was this kind of gift, I think, for a lot of families, because it was very old school. Like, we're all eating lunch together at the dining room table for 2 years. Like, when would you ever have something like that? So I think it actually made us really tight as a family. I mean, it made me super annoyed with my husband, but the family is good. And I think that now, you know, now that everything's opening up and it's like I'm trying to find I'm on tour and, it's a process. We didn't have kids to stay the same.
Yeah.
So I think it's like trying to find that pre-motherhood Natasha. How can I integrate her, that cool girl, into this life that is now, which really is this amazing thing. Like, I love being a mom.
That's great.
I can't say I love being a mom, but I do love my daughter.
So for those
distinction there.
Yeah, for those listening who don't know, your husband is Moshe Kasher, and he's also he's a comedian as well. So the
great.
fact that he's doing DJing on and picking up these other gigs, and but like I don't know how you guys were able to make that lifestyle work. You have another comedian couple like Tom Segura and Christina P. And so how are you guys? And I'm sure you guys have it all figured out. For the most part, how you are able to have your careers and be parents at the same time.
It is freaking impossible. Moshe doesn't even know we have a calendar. And it's just like, he's with the kid for these 12 days I'm on this tour because I'm going to a different city every night. And he doesn't know what he's doing. He's calling me, asking me where things are. He's just so confused. I'm just trying to not think about it. And hopefully I come back and everything's okay.
It has to be, and I've seen this and I've heard this from other people, is that occasionally it's good to remind your partner what it is that you do by not being there, for a little bit, and have them have to learn those things, like where the food is for the kid and stuff like that.
Why does a man not know where we keep the pots or the measuring cups? Or it's just like mind-boggling. And he goes into every room and I think he thinks like, how can I have a good time in here? And I walk into every room like, okay, how can I make this room better from, like cleaning up and, so it's like, it's such a different approach. I mean, I do interview him in the book because I do make fun of him a lot in the book. And one thing he says is, my dad is a job as CFO, Chief Fun Officer. And I was like, okay, I get it. He's here to make sure we're having fun. And I'm glad because I'm, terrified and trying to make sure that she's safe. So, it's a good balance.
Yeah, it sounds like you have it. It's a fun thing. I mean, honestly, on that level, to juggle the careers, to be able to do what you're doing and to have this in your life. Because honestly, I mean, for years, your persona was, not that. And to hear you speaking so glowingly about this is such a cool thing. And, when it could have gone asunder 9 different ways. So when you go out with the reaction you get from the book, are you getting a lot of people who are in your, a pre-child phase where they're kind of wondering, is this something they want to do? Or you have a lot of moms and parents coming out? What's the blend of the audience that's responding to this book?
It's a huge mix. It's a surprising amount of young people, 20s, early 30s, a lot of moms as well. But I think the young people, this is brand new technology that, it's not brand new, but it's new that it's accessible to people, that you can freeze your eggs when you're 38 and have a baby well into your 40s, maybe even 50s if you want. I don't know if people know this, but your uterus, if you have a good uterus, it can stay healthy till you're 60.
Yeah.
And these, just these 2 decades for women, these are your peak earning years, your peak finding yourself years, your peak finding a partner years, and you don't have to settle and have kids with this first loser you meet at the beach. You're in your early 30s. And I think that's really cool. And I'm kind of an anti-technology person, but this stuff is like, I don't know. I'm just so excited for women because it's going to mean that there are more women in positions of power and more women in the workplace and more women doing the hiring. And, it's just the more women we have, the better. So I just think not holding women up in the, having babies in their 20s and 30s is definitely a positive thing.
Yeah, and the ability to get yourself more established and grounded before you dive into the great unknown. Sounds like a win to me, man.
You need to get your own DJ equipment.
And have money to pay for a nanny to help you.
There you go.
Yes.
And then you're hiring people, you're getting the workforce.
Exactly.
So it all works out great. Hey, question, is the book going to be available at the show tonight? Will you be doing signing or anything along those lines, Natasha?
Yes, I'm going to be doing stand-up, and then I'm going to be signing the books, meeting people. We're doing a Q&A after I do a little stand-up because people have been coming with a lot of questions. And yeah, I mean, the shows have been really great. I love the Q&A portion. It's really nice that people get to like talk and yeah, and then we sign the book. There'll be books there, and yeah, it's been really fun.
Well, the location's great. It's a great venue, and it's perfect for this. And this is kind of like out of the blue, and people now can have something to do on a Monday night, which is very cool, especially during the holiday week.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, please come out, ask me a question, and I'll sign your book and take a pic, and it's going to be a great night. We've got special guests. It is stand-up, but it's just like stand-up plus.
Yeah,
Excellent.
Love that.
City Winery, and you can go to citywinery.com. If you can't go to the show, then get the book, and the book is called The World Deserves My Children. Excellent. Hey, have a great time while you're in Philly, Natasha, and hopefully we'll see you in person next time.
Thank you guys so much for this, by the way.
Absolutely. No problem. Natasha Leggero. Yeah. Love her. And she's in town tonight.
It's very funny. It's funny to see her now this way.
Yeah.
Because so much of the way she was prior, she's always been very funny, and she would decimate on like the roast and stuff like that, and sounding very happy with having her daughter.
She did it the right in a way that made sense for her. Okay. Hey, I'd like to give away some passes for the Preston and Steve Christmas Miracle.
Oh, Christmas miracle.
Yes. It's going to be on December 21st at the Excite Center inside Parks Casino in Ben Salem. It's for hardcore fans of this show. You need to know about this show if you want to have a chance at all at winning some of the big prizes, because we ask trivia questions about our program, about the people on the show, the things we've done over the years, all of that. So here's what I'd like to do. I want to take callers 10, 11, and 12 at 215-263-WMMR. Here are the requirements. Got to be at least 21. You need to be able to join us on December 21st at the Excite Center, and you need to be there by 6 a.m. You can bring a friend, but only you are going to be in the running for the contest. So call only if you are knowledged in our program. And wear an ugly sweater. All right, you can compete for Miller Lite prizes as well in the ugly sweater competition. So 10, 11, 12, 215-263 WMMR. That's the number. We're going to come back in a second, and the B file is up when we return. Stay with us.
Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Inadvertently earned his parents a citation when he told a Michigan DNR officer that there were no life jackets.
I'm from Michigan, and we have not enough life jackets.
One last story. Netflix reports that the company's 183 million subscribers are watching more international fare during the coronavirus lockdown. CEO Reed Hastings said that La Casa de Papel, which is also known as the Monkey Heist, has managed to garner 65 million eyeballs.
Could you want to watch the Monkey Heist?
And that Germany's...
Look at that monkey took a banana.
Isn't it the Money Heist?
Money Heist.
Where did you get the monkey? Perhaps the monkey is stealing the money.
I told you to take the money, not the monkey! What am I going to do with all these monkeys?
The monkey has eaten the money. You told you not to put the bananas in the same bag with the money. Shut up.
Oh my God, Preston, I'm sorry.
I'm such an idiot.
The falcon has flown. We've got the monkeys. Come again? We've got the monkeys. Right here on this paper, it says Monkey Heist.
La Casa de Papel means money heist. Money.
I would like to watch the Monkey Heist.
Oh, well, who wouldn't?
Oh, God.
And also Germany's Unorthodox, I think I got that one right.
Yeah.
And Italy's Summertime are doing well on Netflix. So,
God damn it, what are we going to do with all these monkeys?
internationals.
I don't know how we ended up down this path, but that kid does that in that scene in the gym, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
All right, so onions, unions, poop on the floor.
If we do the backtrack, we'll find out where we went.
Shouldn't we do that to jump rope, Casey? Onions, union, poop on the floor. Onions, union, poop on the floor.
Right, Kat?
I'm not taking part.
No,
Come on, Kathy. Come on, jump in, Kathy.
Come on, Kathy.
Onions, union, poop on the floor.
Onions, unions, poop on the floor. No?
No, I'm mad at you. I can't believe you're
You're
part
mad?
of
What?
this.
No, that's a good chance. Vito Spatafor.
My mama said that you want more.
Onions, unions, poop on the floor.
We're double dutching now.
Come on, man.
Can you double dutch, Kath?
I can't. I've
Me
always
neither.
wanted to learn. And
Okay.
I can't.
Could
Were
we
you
try
too
that in the
afraid?
studio? Because I can't do it.
Were you too afraid to jump in the middle?
I couldn't time it
I just-
outright.
I can't time it. I can jump rope. I'm an amazing
done
jump
it.
roper.
Can you do it?
You can
Maybe.
double dutch.
Will ze gives a bilzel, but zubbles is that? Yes, I can double dutch.
What the hell is happening?
I don't know.
You don't remember that song?
No.
Ilzy, wilzy, bilzel, gives double dutch.
No.
It's double dutch.
Oh my gosh.
The double dutch bus. You guys don't remember that?
I do remember.
Of
Yeah.
course.
You
No.
don't remember that?
No.
That's the story that you remember on the air the other day, and I was about to crack the mic, and I come on out of the song, and I go, Casey, don't ever say something to that like that to me right before I turn the microphone
That was
on.
it?
Imagine
That was what he was telling me.
You travel that way, but it's good to know. It's good to,
Yes.
you come prepared.
It's
You don't go
outstanding.
camping without a shovel.
That's hilarious. Good for him. All right.
I know somebody who has to get those sheets too.
Really?
Yeah.
Rubber sheets?
Yeah. It's like a sex mat.
Wow. You? Okay.
I know. Why? Why? It's just that
Why would your mom share something like that with you?
Not cool.
not
Listen, we
cool,
bring up her
dude.
dad all the time. It's fair game.
No, yeah, and she has to buy a sex mat.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
Some of those videos might be real. The woman was reportedly uninjured and escaped without a scratch. No further information about the couple charged by the bison was immediately available, but it's funny because she hits and boom, she stays still.
Wow.
And they leave her alone.
There have been a number of stories recently about people getting far too close to these bison.
Yeah, they get gored.
They're getting gored.
He charges her, and then as soon as she falls and plays dead, he just kind of sniffs her and like runs away.
Yep.
Oh my God. Jesus. Oh, Christ. Yeah, I got a word for you. It's called douche.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
I mean, there's some nasty smelling stuff out on the plains there, but
Yeah.
come on.
I live in the wild and nothing I've ever smelled smells like your crotch.
Jimmy rides a motorcycle, and he's got something to say about as far as getting used to driving. Hey, Jimmy, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. What's up?
Hey, yo, bud. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say what threw me off real quick is I've been driving bikes for 25.
He just crashed.
Just crashed
Oh my
his
God.
motorcycle. Jimmy? He might have.
We lost him. Jimmy, we appreciated you listening.
His final words were, I've been driving.
Never had an accident, not even one time.
Hey, I didn't know Exxon had fuel trucks in it. I'm sorry, I just got to turn into the mobile station.
Terrible.
God, I hope he's actually okay.
Our next guest wrestles with the WWE, and he is from the area, and we were surprised to find out that he grew up listening to our show. We're stoked to welcome Mr. Drew Gulak to the program.
Hi, guys.
How you doing, Drew?
I'm wonderful. This is really surreal. I did grow up listening to the show. I listened back when it was Preston, Maryland. And
All the way back. Y100, yeah.
Yeah.
I joined, it was Preston and Maryland, then Preston, Maryland, and
that's right.
Steve. Then
For just like a few
Preston,
weeks, and then then Preston, Maryland, Steve, and then Maryland went on her own. She'd bailed from the show, which we're still buddies with her to this day, and then it became the Preston and Steve show.
Well, there's a step in between where it was the McNeil Lair report, right between that and when Maryland left, and then we became our show.
Yeah.
We don't know why we did that. It was very stupid.
So it's pretty wild. The way we found out about you is you had commented on a post I had on Instagram, and I saw the little blue check by your name, and I'm like, what's this all about? And then we find out a little bit more that you grew up in the area. I was just so blown away to see you comment on my edible cheese board that I made.
It was a beautiful edible
Thank you.
cheese board, and I saw there might be another one.
I made one last night, and I brought it in.
I'm so sorry.
We're going to sample
I'm
it.
so
a little
sorry
bit.
you made
No,
one
I need
for
it.
me.
I'm working on it.
You picked a good one to dive in on though, because
Okay.
we had the conversation, and we do the thing called the connoisseur, and Preston brought up this thing, and everybody's going, man, that sounds awesome. And then he posted the picture, like almost that night he took a crack at it, and everyone was going, man, that's awesome. So you dove in at the right point. If you're ever going to make a comment, the baked charcuterie board was the time to do it.
That's the ticket in.
That was it.
And this is only the second one I've made, so I do need to work on it a bit, so I don't feel bad at all that I had to make another one.
No,
So
I'm already impressed.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Beautiful.
So where did you grow up in the area?
So to the age of 10, I lived in Montgomeryville.
Okay.
And then I moved to Fox Chase in Northeast Philly. And then was there through high school, went to Drexel for 2 years.
Was it Northeast High that you went to?
Yeah, Northeast High School.
Right.
Most
were you
popular
studying?
high school in the city.
Where were you studying at
That's
Drexel?
164. At Drexel, I actually went to be an architectural engineer.
Okay, yeah, that's the school to go to.
That lasted 1 quarter because I did quarters there.
Yeah, dude.
Was it just too hard? Or?
It's hard.
It wasn't so much that it was hard. I just wasn't interested in like all the math.
Okay.
Do you know what the great part of architecture is? Building the little tiny replicas of what you're going to build. To me,
that was it.
That was always so
I'd
cool.
still be doing it.
Yeah.
Drew, when my very brief college moment, I took astronomy. I'm like, yeah, I've always loved the stars.
Yeah.
This would be really cool. It'd be really interesting. My God, was it hard?
It's physics.
It was all physics and math, and I'm like, this is not what I signed up for, man.
Yeah, that's
so
what
I
it was
had to bail
like.
on that. No
That's
kidding.
exactly what it was like. I switched into film for a little bit, and just decided I wanted to focus on wrestling, which is I've been doing that since high school.
So were you football or anything in school?
Wrestling team.
Just a wrestling team.
Just the wrestling team.
So you do have a classical wrestling.
Yeah, an amateur
background.
wrestling
Yeah.
background.
How did you do in high school? How were you?
I did okay.
Okay.
So city kids have it tougher. Like if you grew up in the suburbs, you're probably doing wrestling from a very young age,
Yeah.
and you're doing it a lot.
Yep.
And for me, it was like I met my biology teacher. He happened to be the wrestling coach, and he was like, "Hey, come try out for the team." And like I made the team, and the practices were grueling and stuff. And I did pretty well. I think I made varsity senior year. It was captain senior year. Varsity maybe sophomore year, junior year. Yeah. So I did okay, but it wasn't like my one focus too.
Right.
Like while I was doing that second year of amateur wrestling, I started training professional wrestling, which was, I don't know, thinking back, I love talking about it because I would go from high school and then I would go to high school wrestling practice, and then I would get in a car, drive 45 minutes to Deptford at the time, and do professional wrestling practice till like 10:30 at night.
Wow.
Then I get home and I got to wake up the next morning. I remember
That's commitment.
Man, yeah, it was grueling then, but
Right.
like I loved pro wrestling so much, and
Yeah.
like, nothing was gonna stop me.
So going from the amateur to pro, obviously, you have to you got to work on the moves. You got to know what you're doing. You have to be proficient in the ring. But you also have to, is a part of that, being physically large. I mean, making sure that the muscles are big and impressive, because that's part of it. Looking at those guys, looking at you guys, you have to go, wow, man.
Yeah.
So that's a whole other thing outside of just the technique of wrestling. It's also, you got to look really good too.
It's true. It's true. And like when I started, I didn't even think about physique. I didn't think about strength training. I had a wonderful strength training teacher in high school, so thankfully I had that. I had the amateur background, so I was in shape. I wasn't huge.
Right.
I was maybe 180 pounds when I started.
We've talked about this, even in general, and wrestling goes through. The WWE and you had been with Combat Zone as well, but right now we're in I think you have the best athletes who are doing it, but they're not necessarily Andre the Giant size.
Yes,
it's not that. So what you'll get is you're getting like uber stuntman level stuff going on from guys who are really, I think, more athletic than they've been in a while. Would you agree with that?
So I'll agree hands down. Like we have the best athletes ever in the history of professional wrestling right now in WWE. However, we have a guy named Amos right now who's 7'4".
Well, you don't want to piss him off.
No. Right. But I'd say he's an even more impressive athlete than Andre was. As fantastic of an athlete as Andre was, and the way he would move around the ring. I'd say Amos, even though he's newer, he's got more potential athletically for sure.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you're always going to have the showstoppers, right? You got your Andre the Giant, your King Kong Bundys, your Hulk Hulk Hogan's, Big John Studd, the big dudes that are the showstoppers,
Yeah.
The Rock,
Undertaker,
Yeah.
sure.
But
Yeah.
you also, you have your would you say pound for pound best wrestler of all time? Somebody like Shawn Michaels or
You can absolutely argue that.
Yeah,
totally.
And listen, Shawn Michaels is not, he's not a twig,
showstopper.
but he is also, he's just got such amazing athleticism that and that's what people go to see.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, listen, we've talked about this many times, and it is not false praise to say that the people that we have who come in are the wrestlers are the best entertainers, the best with the audience. That's why they can port so easily, a la Dwayne Johnson, into movies. Yeah. You know how to do it. So, a film career in your future, could be possible. Yeah. And so with that, I mean, I don't think there's any kind of training for being in the public eye and for doing that sort of work that's any better than the WWE and this world you're in right now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
I agree completely. Just the experiences I had, even on my journey to get to WWE and traveling around the world and learning how to make a career as an independent wrestler.
Right.
Very similar to an independent musician has to find their bookings that they work, that they enjoy working.
Sure,
and,
yeah.
can make them a profit or get them noticed and merchandising and stuff like that. And then just meeting connections and growing. That experience alone, I feel like I can do anything.
93.3 WMMR.
All right, so we got more Bizarre File stories to share with you.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you this morning by Steven Star Restaurants. Gift memorable experiences this holiday season with a Star Restaurants gift card. Good at over 30 restaurants. You can shop today at starrgiftcards.com. I got sent this a couple times from people over the weekend. A flock of sheep. Flock?
Yeah.
Has been caught walking around in a circle for a whole 12 days without stopping.
I saw this.
The sheep can be seen ambling around in a continuous clockwise motion inside their pen in northern China in the footage taken in early November. The perplexing spectacle has left people shocked and confused as they try to make sense of the behavior in the viral clip.
What the hell's going on?
And some people think that it's
It's their version of the electric slide.
It's the end of the world or something of the other.
Is that it? As we're told in the
yes,
the Bible.
Yep.
And the sheep shall circle.
So the owner of the sheep, Ms. Meow, was left dumbfounded by her flock's pattern.
What the flock?
Ms. Mayo said that it started with just a few sheep before other members of the flock joined in.
Well, I want in.
In the footage filmed from a security camera, you can see hundreds of sheep following one another around in a circle.
And it's a perfect circle.
Other sheep are standing in the middle of the circle, with some eventually deciding to join the display. Others remain at the very center of the circle, staying completely still.
Is it like a dance circle where they go in the center and
do their
start
moves?
The show? Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah,
when sheep's doing the running man.
Yeah.
There are 34 sheep pens at the farm, but only the sheep in the number 13 pen moved in the circulating spectacle. It's unknown what caused the sheep to behave this way and produce this in this baffling display. There's a disease that causes some animals to appear disorientated and start circling. Listerosis can inflame one side of the brain and cause the sheep to behave in an odd way. So it may be that. They don't know at this point, but it's just freaking people out.
Big circle jerk.
Sorry, I'm cutting my nails.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like to multitask.
Yeah.
I play breakdancing music and I cut my nails at the same time.
I have a trash can over here that when I'm done with my Bizarre File story, I put it in the trash
It's not
can.
there.
And I'm reaching down and I'm trying to look for my next story and I'm not looking. And I look over and Casey has commandeered it. He is trimming his fingernails.
Sorry.
All
And
right.
playing breakdance music at the same time.
Monday's nail clipping day.
Yeah. A Manassas Park man was arrested Sunday after he allegedly walked into a Pizza Hut, cooked food while threatening employees with a knife as well.
I'm going to kill you all. Where's the marinara?
The investigation revealed a man walked into the store and passed the service counter toward the kitchen area. While in the kitchen, the man retrieved food items from the freezer and began cooking them.
You're all dead. Where's the Parmesan?
Before lifting up his shirt and revealing that he had a knife, and he showed it to the employee.
And 2 nipples.
The man then took the unpaid food items and left the business. While in the parking lot, the accused brandished a knife toward another employee who attempted to confront him. That man was known to employees. A police canine and helicopter searched the area for the man, who was not initially located. Following the investigation, police obtained arrest warrants for David Obed Malara, and he was arrested and taken into custody. I still don't know why. He went in with the knife and made the pizza and threatened people.
But the name of that town is Manasses?
Yes, it is.
Yes, Manasses. Video released by the police shows 4 suspected thieves exiting a Lamborghini and then stealing the catalytic converter off of a parked van.
They exited a Lambo.
They pull up in a Lambo.
4?
They get out, and it says four suspected thieves. I don't know how they crammed 4
must have been jammed
people
in a Lambo.
Yeah. And then where do you put the freaking catalytic converter when you're done with it?
I mean, you've already won. You're driving a Lambo.
The incident occurred around 4 a.m. In the video, the 4 male suspects
Now it's off to Pizza Hut.
exit a yellow Lamborghini Urus alongside the white van. One of the men is seen acting as a lookout while the others pull equipment from the back of their vehicle that they use to jack the van up and steal the valuable part before driving away. Police are urging anyone with information to contact them.
It's insane.
Yeah.
I want to see Rambo in a rainbow Lambo.
Rambo in a rainbow Lambo.
There we go. Thank you, Preston.
You bet.
Teamwork makes it teamwork.
I mean, I could have just let it sit there, but, you know.
That is the SUV Lambo. Which
I guess that's what that is.
and which I think is a really pointless SUV.
Yeah.
If you're going to get a Lamborghini.
I want something that's economical for the family. I'd like an SUV Lambo, please.
How much does that one cost?
You're probably looking at 130, 40 grand, right?
It's got to be, right?
I would guess so, yeah. I had no idea that Lamborghini made an SUV.
I've seen
It's a good-looking vehicle.
It is, yeah, but I've seen a few of them on the road. I don't know.
Really?
Like
Okay.
If you're going to get a sports car, why turn it into an SUV? But that's just my
I've got
stupid opinion.
I know a friend who's got some jacked up SUVs.
Yeah.
He's very, very expensive, but
Does he put raisins in his stuffing?
does not put raisins.
No. Win some, lose some.
Kidding me? That's an abomination.
Raisins in it. You like raisins.
All right. A South Carolina man has pleaded guilty to charges that he gave a minor a tattoo while seated at a table in the dining room of a McDonald's.
Here, I can do it here.
Brandon,
you want Grimace or Hamburglar?
Brandon Prescia
I would go with Grimace.
copped to a pair of misdemeanor counts in connection with the illegal inking at McDonald's. He was sentenced to 9 months in custody. Prescia was also ordered to perform 30 hours community service and pay fines and court costs. Police learned of the McTattooing after a female customer, frustrated by a Friday night backup in the drive-thru line, peered into the restaurant and spotted Prescia applying a tattoo to the minor's arm. The woman recorded Prescia in action, and the video clip was subsequently sent to police. As she filmed, the patron complained that Prescia and the tattoo recipient were out here doing tattoos instead of getting food orders out.
Marsha.
The minor who Prescia tattooed was an employee at the McDonald's.
Everything seems above board here, Preston.
To police, Prescia's tattooing collar was not the first time he had been arrested at that McDonald's location.
I go to Burger King to get my microblading.
In October 2020, he was busted for allegedly stabbing a man twice during a confrontation in the bathroom of the eatery where Prescia's girlfriend was employed. And now he tattoos people, underage people, while he's there. And that is what I have in our bizarre file for today.
By the way, Steve, Lamborghini Urus starting at $230,000.
Oh my God!
You're only
100 grand off.
Wow.
Starts there. Yeah.
All right, and that
Well, it's
is
worth it then.
what I have in the bizarre file. Let's take a break. Come back in a second. Lesson question, trash and music news. They're coming up. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Right, and that's athletics. But that, like, did you go to drama club? You know, did you learn how to write a script? Because there are these storylines that, as just a guy who's competing in wrestling, that you're not worried about that. But then you get into the entertainment side of things, and it really changes the dynamic. So how did you and when did you learn that part of the business?
So I would say that the high school wrestling, if anything, it didn't really push me into the pro wrestling career. If anything, gave me a good foundation athletically to kind of like not get hurt in training.
Right.
The performance side of everything and the creative side of everything, that kind of grew organically for me just over time, gradually, because I was independent. You know, I didn't have somebody strictly coaching me on just, you need to do this here, you got to do this, you know, at certain times. I had to kind of experiment and find that out on my own. Now, I did work for certain places that had very scripted out storylines and stuff like that.
Right.
And that's another thing I had in my wheelhouse, just based on that experience alone. So just, it wasn't one strict thing. I'd say it took me about 6 years to start to get comfortable and learn all of that and how to put it all together. Just for me, that was my story. But just a very gradual experience learning the performance side of it.
What was mom and dad's reaction when going from architect
What
to
do you mean?
engineer? Yeah, right.
Oh, we had hoped you would put that architecture stuff aside.
That was not the conversation that we had.
There's no work in architecture.
No, it was interesting. Like my family, they knew that I was super passionate about it, but they didn't really get professional wrestling. They didn't understand it. So to do it on an independent level, that's real scary as a parent, seeing your kid just go and just mess around at these shows. You don't even know what's happening there. He could get hurt. He's not making money. I'm making maybe $50 to $200 at most. That's a really good payday on an independent level, for real. So like that's pretty scary as a parent.
Do you know what's funny though? If you were to go, and I wonder if you go to your parents and say, "I would like to become a Hollywood stuntman," or because essentially in this what they call sports entertainment, you know, it's there's just a nuanced difference between them, but still, just somehow we think. But that has to, look. They look at your success.
Did you see the movie The Wrestler?
We talk about it all the time. It's amazing.
So, I was very lucky to be there when they were filming it at the arena in South Philly. My poster's in the movie.
That's awesome.
Little tidbit. But one of the things I thought was so cool about when Aronofsky created that story is that he did it kind of in conjunction with Black Swan. And he considered, originally they were the same movie, and then he turned the ballerina into a stripper, and that's where Marissa Tomei's character came from. So he made Black Swan separately. But when they designed that story, it was the merging of like what people consider a low-class art form and what people consider a high-class art form between wrestling and ballet.
That's wild.
And showing the obsession that performers can go through trying to reach heights in the same thing.
But it's such
very cool.
It's such, and also I'll say this: in the evolution, you guys are always like whip smart. You know, there was this perception for the longest time. You know, these things. But to conduct these things and to do this at the level you do it, you know, is very intense. And talking about getting your thing. What is your gimmick? What is your, you know, because you've got to have that immediate high concept thing that the audience can go, okay, he's this guy, he's the heel, he's the you know, he's the bad guy or the good guy, or we don't know.
Bad guy, guys.
So let me ask you, given your druthers, what appeals to you more? The heel or the hero, or
being a good guy or a bad guy?
Yeah.
I like both. I'm rare like that. I actually, most people would say that like, I like being a heel because that's easier. It's easier to get people pissed off at you instead of you know, people to cheer for you authentically.
But I always
enjoy
love
both.
I always love the transition out of the bad guy who's suddenly like, wait a second, he might be good, because the audience tends to like. We understand this guy now.
Oh, yeah. They know.
So many of them,
follow.
we're bad and then become good.
I think historically, too, those are the most successful kind of characters that take off. Like Stone Cold Steve Austin's a perfect example, where he came in when he started doing the Stone Cold character, like he was just badass, no nonsense, but he was beating up people that people really cared about, and you know, that was not enjoyed for a lot of fans. And then they started realizing he doesn't take crap from anybody. And then it was a natural, organic turn. And then he became the biggest star in wrestling at the time.
Hey, do you as a wrestler get a say in your storyline? Can you suggest things at least?
So the most surprising thing that I've learned about working with WWE is how collaborative everything is.
Really? Okay. That's
And, like,
awesome.
Fans are usually surprised to hear that.
Yeah.
And I know like a lot of wrestlers who are trying to make it there are very surprised to hear that a lot of the time.
Okay.
Drew, you get to perform in front of fans again soon in person. It's been a year and a half, right?
Yeah, man. We got fans coming back.
And when and where is that going to happen?
So I believe it's the second week in July. We're doing a tour in Dallas. It's going to be SmackDown in Houston, and I believe Money in the Bank is that weekend in Fort Worth, and then Raw, which is the show that I'm currently a part of, will be in Dallas. And then from there, we just kind of go.
That's cool.
You know what was the proof that what you guys do is effective is that bereft of an audience when you were conducting it, it sort of looked like a wild stage play, like Arthur Miller meets wrestling, and yet the fan base stayed, for the most part, locked in.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, so if you didn't have the ability to riff and to, you know, it was just such a weird thing. The audio from a lot of those matches is some of the funniest stuff because, you know, you always hear the crowd and the murmur and the whole thing and all that punctuating.
Yeah.
And suddenly it became, you know, like Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf? You know, and it's this weird thing, but you guys were able to do it. You know,
that was an amazing experience. Not in a good way, but just not in the best way. It was just unique and amazing to be a part of that. Like Vince McMahon is very dedicated, extremely dedicated, and like there was no way he was going to stop the show. He had to keep the show going. We did. We did it.
Do you think anything's going to stay? Is there anything that you guys gleaned from that will stay with the, you know, post-COVID world of wrestling?
I think technologically we advanced a lot of things. Building the Thunderdome, which is what they called the live stage that they built. Testing things with like augmented reality for people's entrances and just that kind of stuff all got laser focused on because you know we were in a sterile environment at first. So you'll see a lot of that carry on to the live events in new ways that you probably haven't seen yet, for sure.
I'm going through your Instagram, which is just it's definitely a fun scroll here.
Yeah,
but
thanks, man.
You know, there's a picture of you and the Nature Boy. I mean, that is, you know, for a fan, like you're a fan before you were an employee, right? Like, so, and it just says always an honor. So when I read that, I go, oh, so you've met and hung out with Ric Flair more than one time. Like, that's got to be so cool.
It's awesome. He comes by all the time, even if he's not, you know, featured on the show. His daughter, extremely successful wrestler, Charlotte Flair, very talented. So he'll come by and like watch her perform, or he'll just come and support the other wrestlers. And Rick's awesome.
I got an email from a guy. I wasn't going to say anything I didn't know you had a connection with Ric Flair. I got an email from a guy who was desperately trying to get Ric Flair to be the best man at his wedding.
Oh, okay.
And he wanted me to ask you about it. And I'm like, I don't know, man.
He's got a wedding reception website.
No way.
I wouldn't doubt it.
He's also a moil.
Yeah, I need a Preston.
But honestly,
Ric Flair was my moil.
How much is that guy willing to pay, and how much is what's the number for Ric Flair to do that?
Right
Probably.
I got to imagine a couple 100,000.
I've mentioned this before, but I grew up just as a kid detesting, hating. I thought he was the most vile human being, Ric Flair. I hated him. He was so mean to everybody. He was such a show-off. And it wasn't until I was a full-grown adult, well into my 40s, that I was on YouTube and I pulled up a video of like Ric Flair's greatest rants. And I didn't know how much entertainment that guy had given me as a kid. And I just fell in love with him. Because I literally, I was like scared of the guy when I was a kid.
That's how I felt about Sergeant Slaughter. I was like legit. I was like, oh my, because I saw him like whipping some guy, and I was like, dude, he's beating that guy with a whip. Like, that's right. Like, what if he comes to my house?
It's so great though that becomes that's the stuff you carry with you through your life.
He stole Harley Race's cowboy hat and crumpled it up, and I'm like, you don't do
do that.
You know, and I was just, but I didn't realize it until later that it was actually a really, those memories are so fun to think about. And it was something special, man. And you're creating those memories for some people.
Yeah,
you know?
it's surreal. Like, that's, it's really cool. I don't take it for granted.
So Ric Flair is undoubtedly a legend, and everything that the credit is credit due, right? But I was texting with a friend yesterday, and I am so exhausted by the Ric Flair,
obviously with the holiday and so on. So hang in there because we'll have it along in just a little while. In the meantime, we are going to ask a lesson question of you today, and we are going to give away for a prize a 4-pack it takes to experience the magic of the season of Tinseltown.
Tinseltown.
Yep, the Tinseltown Holiday Spectacular, and it is at the Expo Center at Oaks. And the question that I have for you this morning is, what did Eva Mendes get tattooed on her wrist? Not really. It's not D. Gosling.
No.
It was something else.
Okay.
215-263-WMMR from the 7 o'clock hour today. All right, what did Eva Mendes get tattooed on her wrist? Not really. 215-263-WMMR. Call now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
We good to go?
No.
All right. I need a sponsor here. It is
Sorry,
brought
that was my fault.
And now it's all right. It's brought to you this morning by Zane Western Apparel and Work Gear's annual Black Friday sale, which is online at zanewestern.com. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, Cheryl Burke is exiting Dancing with the Stars as a pro dancer at the end of tonight's episode. Burke says it was always her plan to go out 16 years after being on top.
Oh, my God.
Catherine Zeta-Jones says she feels extraordinarily lucky for her husband, Michael Douglas Jr. Zeta-Jones says the 78-year-old Douglas is more than just a partner and is also her patient.
Yeah.
And finally, Britney Spears has left Instagram again after a tiff with husband Sam Asghari. Apparently, Asghari suggested Britney try posting something that won't get her committed. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we're looking for the answer to this. What did Eva Mendes get tattooed on her wrist? Not really. 215-263-WMMR. We're going to go to CJ to see if we can get the answer. Hey, CJ. All right, CJ, what did Eva Mendes get tattooed on her wrist?
These nuts.
These nuts. Yeah. Hang on, CJ. Got it right, and we are going to set you up with a 4-pack of tickets to experience the magic of the season at the Tinseltown Holiday Spectacular. And you can explore the larger-than-life illuminated sculptures at the Expo Center at Oaks. Tickets are on sale now at tinseltownholiday.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right. Brought to you this morning by Family and Company Jewelers. Planning on getting engaged? You can go see Angelo and the team at Family and Company Jewelers. Get her the perfect engagement ring, a ring from Family and Company, South Jersey's diamond destination. American Music Awards were last night. We talked about that earlier. Hang on. What do I do with my music news?
Always exciting for anyone who cares.
Wow.
Yeah.
What color is the clip?
Red.
Red?
Red.
The red or the black? All right, let me go get it.
Always bet on red.
No, I had it here earlier. Hang on a second here. Wow, that's really strange. I have...
You don't think there's a ghost?
No, I don't think so. Oh, I got it.
Hey, got it, Casey.
Yep.
Casey, we got it.
All right,
over here. So we talked about the American Music Awards earlier this morning and some of the big wins. It was the 50th annual, by the way, and Taylor Swift took home honors, including Artist of the Year, as well as favorite pop album, favorite music video for All Too Well, the short film, and several others. As far as the rock categories, Case, I should have a clip of this. So Machine Gun Kelly, did he win?
He won for best or for favorite rock artist, whatever the hell that means.
All right, and we have a clip of him.
Yes, he is. He's sort of he's criticized for not being a rocker, and he addresses that.
All right.
This suit is really uncomfortable to pee in. Speaking of uncomfortable, there have been some people in the rock community who called me a tourist, but they're wrong. I'm a rocket man. We weren't born on the moon, but we looked at it and we were curious, and then we went there, supposedly. And these...
Supposedly. Oh, shut up.
Last 2 rock albums to me were me going to the moon. But I'm not done exploring the universe yet.
Okay.
And he's got a lot to say.
Yep. All right. So, anyhow, American Music Awards. There you go.
You know, it's funny. If I were Taylor Swift, I would try to pull off re-recording the same album for the rest of my career and see if I can keep winning awards.
No kidding.
On the same album.
She would.
Yeah, she probably would.
Yeah. Just change a word here and there. That's all you got to do. Yep. There's a new music video out from Disturbed, along with a clip of Bad Man. They also shared a behind-the-scenes look at how it was made. The band's frontman, David Draymond, previously said that the song's lyrical inspiration was, he spoke of it and said it could be about any number of bad men or actors in the world that are currently wreaking havoc, but this particular song was inspired by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I went on to say, I feel for the people of Ukraine and everything that they've had to deal with and experience and are continuing to experience. It's horrific to watch play-by-play of a full-scale war. Just last week, Disturbed released their 8th studio album called Divisive, and a 10-track album that they recorded in Nashville.
We're watching the video. The animation is pretty amazing.
That
on
is
this.
really cool.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. And then finally, one last story. A collection of touching and sometimes prescient personal letters written by a young Bob Dylan to a high school girlfriend has been sold at auction to a renowned Portuguese bookshop for nearly $670,000.
You want to go to the prom with me?
He sounds like a little fella.
The Liriveria Lelo, or it might be Leo, in Portugal, which bills itself as the world's most beautiful bookshop, plans to keep the archive of 42 handwritten letters totaling 150 pages complete and available for Dylan's fans and scholars to study.
Wow.
Dylan wrote the letters to Barbara Ann Hewitt between 1957 and 1959.
She invented the bacon bowl.
When he was still known as Bob Zimmerman, and they provide an insight into a period of life of which not much is known.
Did you ever spend any of your time writing letters as a kid?
A little bit, yeah.
One or two to Santa.
Yeah, no, I wrote a couple people.
I had pen pals.
Yeah, same.
No.
I was actually thinking about maybe reinstituting that in my life. Why was it? Oh, I was watching something on The Crown, the show, and they were writing letters to each other, and I was like, that's a very sweet sentiment.
My dearest love, it is Captain Blackfingers kiting you again.
I would do it now, except my handwriting's so freaking terrible.
I know. It would take a little bit of work.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing.
My handwriting is absolutely illegible because you spend so much time just typing.
Yeah.
I've lost the ability.
Steve, every now and then I have to write a check. And, and I'm like, how do I form a Z?
How does this get cashed?
Yeah.
A couple of times a year for like birthdays and anniversaries, I have to write like a nice little love note in the card.
Yeah.
And like I hate it when I'm like, God damn it, I have to scribble. Like this is,
I type it out, I pre-write it on the computer, and then I transcribe it.
Oh,
it's
that's
the only way I
the
can
way
do
to
it.
do it.
Because it's too daunting.
Yeah.
I'm like yesterday, I sat down at the harpsichord. I couldn't. My dearest wife, I don't like writing birthday cards because my handwriting is illegible. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go fight to Gettysburg.
Remarkably, in some of the letters, Dylan writes about changing his name and hoping to sell 1 million records. And of course, decades later, he is the recipient of Nobel Prize in Literature and has sold over 125 million records.
You know his real name, right?
I said it. Bob Zimmerman.
Right.
Yeah, I said it in this story. The young musician also expresses his affection for Hewitt, invites her to a Buddy Holly show.
You know his real name, right?
No.
Big Bopper.
No. Charles Hardin, I believe is his name. Isn't that
Is
it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, look at the big bear.
What was that?
Look at the big bear. It includes little fragments of poetry and talks about the sorts of things that generations of high school students have been concerned about, such as cars, clothing, and music.
And stuffing.
And stuffing?
Buddy Holly was only 22 when he died.
Yeah,
yes.
I didn't realize he was that young.
Yeah, he was a kid, man.
Man.
Yeah.
So it was Jerry Lee Lewis's the other day. Did he die the other day?
Yeah,
Yes, he did. At least he believes so.
When I heard that, I was like, didn't he die in that plane crash?
He's died a few times.
Okay, he has. Okay. I mix up.
But he's so resilient. That's why he's so revered.
Yeah, but I mix him and Buddy Holly up all the time.
Okay. Those Buddy Holly, the Big Bopper, and Richie Valens were the ones that.
Right. They were killed in a midair cougar attack.
Plane crash. Yes,
Wow.
a cougar came out of from behind a cloud.
Why did you pack a cougar?
So was it two cougars that were flying, or one cougar came out of nowhere and hit the plane?
There was an onboard cougar.
I see.
In the overhead compartment.
That's
what a mistake.
Total mistake.
Why would you even pack that?
By the way, Hewitt's daughter had found the letters after her mother died in 2020. The original envelopes addressed to Dylan's handwriting were sent to the Hewitt's family's new home in Minneapolis, St. Paul. Several other items of Dylan memorabilia were also sold at the auction, including an archive of 24 poems without titles written when the singer-songwriter attended the University of Minnesota, which sold for almost $250,000.
Very prolific.
Yep, and one of the earliest known signed photographs of Dylan that also went for more than $25,000. So there you go. That's what I have in music news. That's what it was, not Bizarre File. All right, let's take a break.
Do you want to reveal it? You might as well say it now.
Dude,
what happened?
During the commercial break, my wife texted me earlier this morning to let me know that she tested positive for COVID. So I took a test.
Drum roll.
Oh,
Drum
here
roll.
we go.
This
Here we
just
go.
in.
All right.
After like 3 some odd years or whatever, I finally got it. And I have COVID. I tested positive. Sorry. And here I am. I've been in the same room with you guys all morning long. So I know.
Get outta here.
I'm sorry. I got to break the news to you. So I'm going to leave.
Yeah.
I took vitamin C immediately.
That'll do it.
I don't know if it will, but I already took it.
Dude.
This is annoying.
I know it is.
Well, listen, it's a shorter week.
Yeah, but you're just getting finished
You had
being
the
sick.
flu.
I know.
Well, if you miss that, you're going to have something else. So there you go.
Yeah,
if you missed
right.
all the thrill, I'll posit this notion. This will probably be less than what you just went through.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I wonder.
hope so.
I wonder if that wasn't it, and you're
It's
just
quite
still
possible.
testing positive.
She raises a good point.
I tested then, and
Did you test all throughout your flu?
No.
When was the first? You tested once
Yes.
for during the flu.
Yes.
Okay. It's quite.
I was already showing symptoms. It should have shown that I was positive. I tested twice. I tested 2 times. Took 2 tests.
Oh, and they both said.
I think
They
you
both
need
said
your
negative.
rectum checked. Yeah.
No, you don't.
Are we going to do that enema thing that you guys were working on last week?
You guys were working on like it was a project.
Yeah, you had a
No,
plan.
we've now graduated to pegging.
Yeah. Love that song.
Get out of here, bro.
Go. Stop breathing on us.
It's Steely Dan song?
Yeah.
All right,
pegging.
we're gonna take a break. We'll be back. All right, we're gonna take a break. They'll be
We'll
back.
finish up, yeah.
They'll be back in a minute.
All right,
See ya.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Greetings, good citizens. With Thanksgiving upon us, the thing I most look forward to is the traditions. Be it family, friends, food, and perhaps a beverage or two. And another tradition I really enjoy is connecting with MMR listeners during my annual Welcome Home broadcast. It's happening on Thanksgiving Day. So this Thursday, starting at 10 a.m. Pierre Standard Time, join me live on the air or on the MMR app wherever you are, and I'll be taking requests, dedications, and holiday wishes for the MMR family coming together on Thanksgiving Day. And yes, I will serve up the traditional Alice's Restaurant at 10 a.m., noon, and a Pierre vinyl cut version at 2 p.m. So let's stuff our ears with great music and cheer before you stuff your face. And happy Thanksgiving from 93.3 WMMR.
You're going to love this house, Sergeant Riley.
Just look at these high ceilings.
The upstairs is even better. You can read the Constitution from your window.
Upstairs? I don't see any stairs.
Oh, just strap on this harness and climb right up.
Up this rock climbing wall.
There's no field manual for finding the right home. But when you do, USAA Homeowners Insurance can help protect it the right way. Like saving up to 15% with our claims-free discount if you haven't filed a claim in 5 years, even if you've been with another provider. Learn more today at USAA.com/insuremyhome. Discounts vary by location and may not be available in all states. Restrictions apply. Membership eligibility and product restrictions apply and are subject to change. USAA means United Services Automobile Association and its affiliates, San Antonio, Texas.
Good news, New Jersey. More residents are getting quality, affordable health coverage through Get Covered New Jersey. Established by Governor Murphy, Get Covered New Jersey offers increased plan choices and more savings than ever. Open enrollment is here. If you need health insurance, now is the time to enroll. 9 in 10 people get financial help for plans that include preventive care, prescriptions, emergency services, and more. And many pay $10 a month or less. Find your plan at getcovered.nj.gov.
Do you have an opinion on that? Like, have you ever heard, like, fans, they do the woo!
So, of course, yeah, I will be in a crowd randomly outside, and people will say woo.
Right.
And it's like, just knowing where it comes from, it's really cool. I take pride in being a part of that community. The yes chants, have you heard those?
Yes.
Yeah. Daniel Bryan,
Yeah.
exactly, someone who I was very close, I'm very close with. So, like, that kind of stuff is awesome.
But it turned to no for a while, too, or something, right? That confused me. Or he was saying no, or...
Well, you're a good guy. Yeah.
He's a
how it works, man.
He's been by here a bunch of times. I like him a lot.
He's great.
I never get tired of the woos. I'm okay with them all the time. My neighbor across the street from me, whenever he comes outside, if we're outside, he goes, woo!
Seriously?
And he's older, too.
Well, what reaction do you give him when you go
I give him a woo back.
So he's going to do it every time.
And then I do it to him. So now when I see him, I go, woo! And
That's
he
your
goes,
thing.
woo.
He thinks you're best friends.
It's like Screaming Slayer, right?
That's right. Here is a storyline I'd love to see for you guys.
Okay.
By the way, if you're just tuning in, it's Drew Gulak. I just want to reset from WWE.
Thanks.
Here. Yep.
And I think this opens up a new, perhaps a new audience. What about the Paul brothers? Maybe we call those guys out because they love the boxing and the MMA and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And let's see him get in the ring with you.
Jake Paul and Logan Paul?
Yeah.
We had Logan Paul at WrestleMania this year.
He actually, and the reaction was pretty good. From what and you can, dismiss this as BS if it's not the case, but they talked to some of the wrestlers and they said they gave him props.
Yeah. I'd like to see a tag team match.
I mean, I think there's potential in your storyline idea. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I will say that celebrities coming in, it's always like it's a good way to cross over and bring new audiences. We had Bad Bunny this year.
Oh my God,
he's like one of the biggest streaming artists.
Well, what about Dua Lipa? I think maybe if you bring her in.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you can, you want to make it happen. We can.
Oh, he's got a lot of ideas.
Some phone numbers.
Like a plot line that mimics Steel Magnolias would be really good.
Right. Exactly.
That was not my idea.
No.
Terrible.
Now, I also read your younger brother had wrestled as well.
Yeah. So we did it together. We trained together.
He didn't make the cut though, or did he not want to try for
no.
the big show?
He was, I guess he didn't really get to the WWE level, but in the independent career, a very successful independent wrestling career.
What do you think, like the big leagues in any major sports? So to become the amount of people that play football and the amount of people that make it to the NFL is minuscule. It's microscopic. What about wrestling? Because there are so many independent wrestling groups out there.
So I would say, from training, from people who start training, I'd say it's about 1 in 10 who continue on just to wrestle in general. And then on the independents, now there's more jobs than ever in wrestling with, AEW starting up on TNT, WWE just expanding. And then some other promotions, being able to actually, offer decent wages for people now. So it's better now than it's ever been, but I'd still say it's about 1 in maybe 100 to try to go on to really maybe even 1,000 depending on how many people there are. It's a pretty small amount.
Do you remember your first match in the big league?
Oh, in WWE. Yeah. I was a part of the Cruiserweight Classic when they came in. It's all timing. Like if anyone's listening out there as an independent wrestler, it's all timing. Just keep working. So for me, I had a tryout with them in 2015. I did not get hired from the tryout. They could only take one person from my group out of 72 people. Wow. There was maybe 5 or 6 wrestlers who were experienced there. The rest were all pro athletes. They could only hire one of us. So the rest of us were all told, maybe something in the future, guys. You did great, thanks. So I was just like, okay, just be patient. And then a year later, they started this thing called the Cruiserweight Classic, which they wanted to honor the athleticism and the history of smaller wrestlers, being more competitive. and they created this tournament, and they needed, as William Regal told me, they needed groundsmen, and I was a prominent groundsman.
Right.
So they brought me in for that. I did pretty well, made it to the second round, had a good showing. Then they took that show and they took our division and made it a featured attraction on Monday Night Raw.
Okay.
So before I was ever offered a WWE contract, I was wrestling on Monday Night Raw and their local, their pay-per-views, their monthly pay-per-views. And so I would go from my independent wrestling show
to Raw,
to the pay-per-view show,
Wow.
and then drive to Raw the overnight and do the cruiserweight division. And then later on in the year, I was able to earn a full-time contract. They started up 205 Live, which is still going on today. And that was their first like experimental streaming show that they created based on the cruiserweight division. So like I got in at a very cool, like, where technology meets wrestling and everything grows. It's very historic. Very lucky.
Let me ask you, so we know Vince McMahon is the muckety muck, but I mean, there's now so many tendrils to this world. Is there a second person who's like, you know, the who he can delegate to, who's the overseer of all this? Because it seems like it's just too damn much.
The song's only like 2 minutes long. So anyway, we're getting ready to wrap up today's program. And it has been a fun Monday morning. Enjoyed it. We had the Bacon Brothers on.
We did, yes.
Kevin and Michael Bacon both came on. They had a fun song called Philly Thing.
Bacon.
And the music is cool because it's benefiting a couple of music-based programs. One of them is a group called Rock to the Future, and they get instruments into the hands of students who want to play them.
Very important.
And they help them through music, which is really, really cool. So nice to have those guys on, and they wanted to come on today. You can also check out Kevin's 6degrees.org charity as well. And Natasha Leggero.
Yes.
Little last minute
surprise.
Yep. And she's playing at City Winery this very evening. And she's got a book out about being a mom and all that. So it was cool. She had requested to come on too, which is really cool. So we were happy to do that. We need to do the letter of the day. I'm going to put it in the hands of the very capable Casey.
Gotcha.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
B as in
Bacon bowls.
Oh, perfect. 3 letters this week. That's it. We're giving away a $250 gift code to squeezed.com, the best juice cleanse on the market. Feel great, lose weight, look better. 20% off site-wide this week, and use the code Black Friday. You can receive 2 free vegan meals as well.
Wow.
That's squeezed.com. So we give that away on Friday, which would be cool. I'd like to thank our sponsors, President Steve, radio program brought to you by Dunkin'. The President Steve show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and by Family and Company Jewelers. You can get, if you're getting engaged, get the perfect engagement ring from Family and Company, South Jersey's diamond destination. Tomorrow on our program, as far as guests go, Connor Barwin is checking in. Yeah, he's got something he wants to talk to us about. And we'll see what else we can dive into. More Christmas miracle passes. And we'll just hang on a Tuesday morning. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. Pierre's in next, and we'll see you later, gang. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Hey, everybody, it's good to have you on the
If you run a small business,